Order, order. We start with the questions to the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Jayne McMahon.
One, sir.
Chancellor.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm grateful to my honourable friend for raising this important issue. Whilst the approved mileage allowance payment rates have not changed since 2011, I recognise that motoring costs have evolved significantly, and it's an important issue for many people who claim motoring expenses. We're therefore looking at the issue and will consider the matter further in the usual way as part of a future fiscal event. Through steps like freezing fuel duty, we're taking wider action in the meantime to ensure people pay the lowest price possible at the pump, whether or not they use the approved mileage allowance payments.
Jayne McMahon.
Can I thank the Chancellor for that response? I welcome it, and so will millions of working people. This has been a long-standing campaign for Unison, and I'm grateful to them and to the RAC Foundation for taking on this case and for the Mirror in the coverage that they have given to the campaign. The 45 pence a mile rate set 15 years ago is nowhere near the true cost of running a vehicle today, recently assessed at 67 pence a mile, and that was before the fuel cost rocketed in the last week. Gemma, a social worker for over 2 decades, travels around 400 miles a month for work, and that means that she's paying over £1,000 a year just to do her job and care for other people. So working people like Gemma and millions like her will welcome the Chancellor's statement today. But can I ask that that work is expedited given the cost of living crisis?
Chancellor.
I genuinely want to thank my honourable friend for all he's done to raise attention to this important issue, and I'm also grateful for representations from the trade union Unison as well, particularly given that this particularly affects low-paid workers, including care workers like Gemma. Look, we've got a standard Treasury policy of keeping all taxes under review ahead of fiscal events, but as I say, this is one area that I will be keeping a very close interest in.
Dame Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And while the Chancellor reviews mileage rates, would she also take this opportunity to update the House with her fuel duty freeze coming to an end in September and the next fiscal event not happening until later in the year? Will she commit to coming to the House at the end of this parliamentary session to say that she will review that decision if petrol prices are significantly higher than they are today, for the sake of people's cost of living?
Chancellor.
Well, the price today of petrol is 8 pence per litre lower than if I had followed the plans that were left to me by the previous Conservative government, and from April there'll be 11 pence per litre lower. Of course, we keep these things under review, but if you look at petrol prices, oil prices today, they're 24% lower than they were yesterday. So things are very volatile at the moment, which is why, as I said yesterday, the most important thing we can do to address the cost of living challenges people face is to de-escalate the conflict in the Middle East, which is exactly what this government are attempting to do.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Question 2, sir.
Finish.
With permission, Mr Speaker, I should like to answer this question together with question number 6 and question number 13. On business rates, the Government has announced a support package for all businesses worth £4.3 billion over the next 3 years. We've introduced a permanently lower multipliers for eligible retail, hospitality and leisure businesses, those on the high street. And in addition, every pub and live music venue will get 15% off its new bill from April. The Government will also bring forward a high street strategy later this year.
Sir Ashley.
Mr Speaker, many retail, hospitality and tourism businesses in my constituency traditionally give young people their first job. But with the Chancellor's jobs tax, the Unemployment Rights Act and now huge increases in rates, many of those businesses are struggling to survive. They just can't afford to take on those young people. So does the Minister accept that his government is the reason that youth unemployment is now higher in the UK than in the EU for the first time since records began?
One of the reasons why we have a challenge when it comes to youth participation in the labour market is because of the broken welfare system and the broken support system that we inherited from the previous government. The proportion of young adults who are not in education, employment or training is broadly unchanged since the general election. It's too high and it has to come down. That's why we are reforming our system, providing more support through actions such as our jobs guarantee. That is the right approach, as is the approach that we're taking on business rates too.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Speaker, I hosted a hospitality roundtable in North East Fife recently, and you would think an area that boasts such attractions as St Andrews and the East Neuk would find an industry in rude health, but that was not the case. Indeed, one business could not attend because they were taking difficult decisions in relation to their business that day. Now, the Minister's outlined a number of things that are the purview of the devolved government, and I'll be taking those up with the Scottish Government. But as a Scottish MP and as representing Scottish businesses, I'm looking for things that the government can be doing on a UK level. An emergency VAT cut to hospitality is something we've been proposing for some time. Why won't the government consider it?
Business rates is a devolved matter, and the changes that we have announced, the support that we've put in, will have consequentials for funding for the Scottish Government. On VAT, it is a broad-based tax that does raise a significant amount of revenue for the Treasury, and that is important when it comes to making sure we can manage our public finances, bringing in the revenue to be able to get borrowing down, which is something that this government is doing and previous governments failed to do. And I would just mention on VAT, when the Liberal Democrats last had the chance, their choice was to put it up rather than cut it.
Dr. Danny Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many businesses in Winchester I speak to on a regular basis obviously talk about the higher energy costs, the national insurance rises, but also many bring up the increased red tape because of the Conservatives' failed Brexit project. And businesses in Winchester say they really want growth, not continued red tape. And one is RGM International, just off the High Street, who I was speaking to about 2 weeks ago. For some reason, the government refuses to even consider reducing trade barriers of the EU by having a bespoke customs union. If industry wants it, the publicly increasingly support it. Why won't the government even assess the economic case for customs unions? And why are they clinging to a failed ideology at the expense of growing our economy?
Minister, that was rather wrong.
This government is fully committed to resetting our relationship with the European Union. The previous government, as he highlighted, did do as much as they could to damage that relationship, damage our productivity and damage our working relationship with our nearest partners. We are seeking to change that. We are negotiating an SPS agreement. We're looking at electricity and energy and what more we can do to deepen our trading relationship, because we know it will be good for productivity. We know it will be good for jobs. And people said that we couldn't make progress with the EU and with the US, but we didn't have to choose. Instead, we're making progress with trading partners across the world.
Mr. Speaker, property valuations in York are particularly high, making it very difficult for businesses, as the Minister knows, not least this year, but certainly leading over the next 3 years. So can the Minister say exactly when he's going to be launching his consultations on pubs, on hotels, on business rates, and of course on the high street? And would he be willing to come and meet with businesses in York to hear why they're struggling with the decisions of this government?
Minister, Trippo.
We will be working across government on the high streets strategy, Mr. Speaker. That's something I and ministers in the Treasury will be working with those in the MHCLG department and in the Department for Business and Trade as well. And we will make progress on that in the coming weeks with the strategy to report by the end of the year. We're in the process of working on the details of the plans for the review, for the methodology, for pubs and for hotels, and I'll be happy to engage with my honourable friend and members from across the House on that important work so that we can get the way that pubs are valued and hotels on a more firm footing for the future.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's business rate relief package for pubs has been hugely welcome, but other high street businesses in the retail, leisure and hospitality sectors are struggling. Will the Minister consider increasing the small business rate relief threshold to encourage growth and hiring? Over half of high street small businesses surveyed by the Federation of Small Businesses say they would be in a position to invest in or grow their business if the threshold was increased.
I thank my honourable friend for her question. Around 1 in 3 businesses continue to benefit from the small business rates relief and don't pay any business rates at all, with an additional around 85,000 benefiting from reduced relief as this is tapered away. We also, at the budget, announced changes to small business rates relief so we can provide an additional 2 years of support for those businesses seeking to expand into a second property, to support those businesses to grow and to support their communities and jobs.
Sonny Kumar.
Mr. Speaker, traders like Sukhvinder Singh, who owns Little Italy in Dudley, tell me how low footfall empty shops and shoplifting are putting people off from coming to the town centre? Will the right honourable friend set out what action he's taking on business rates and targeted reliefs to help bricks and mortar businesses compete and prosper?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her question and for her representation of Little Italy in her fantastic constituency. We are working on the High Streets strategy because she is right to highlight that there have been some long-term trends, be that the impact of the pandemic and the impact of the shift to online retail, that means that we need to look at this in the whole. On taxation and on business rates in particular, we have for the first time provided a wedge in the system so that the tax rate paid by the online giants for their warehouses is a third higher than the tax rate paid by the smallest businesses on the high street, with a significantly higher multiplier for those larger ones than the smaller ones on her high street. But we will keep looking at this and at what more we can do to support businesses across the tax system.
Daisy Cooper, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Small businesses are the backbone of our economy, but the Federation of Small Businesses is warning that in April, small businesses will face a cost cliff edge because of the cumulative impact of all of the new taxes and responsibilities being put on small businesses at the same time. During the course of the Finance Bill, we Liberal Democrats have repeatedly called for an assessment of the cumulative impact of taxes on hospitality and small businesses, including on business rates. So when the government brings forward its High Street strategy, will it include an assessment of the cumulative impact of all tax changes? Yes or no?
Minister.
When we bring forward the High Street strategy, Mr. Speaker, it will look in the round at what more we can do when it comes to regulation, when it comes to licensing, when it comes to the decisions that are made in the Treasury to continue to support small businesses and those on our high streets. That is an incredibly important thing, and it's something that we will continue to look at very closely.
Brett Colgan.
Question 3.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, through the English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill, the Government is introducing a strong new community right to buy. This will empower communities to take ownership of and protect local assets. Alongside these new powers, the Pride in Place programme will provide up to £5.8 billion over 10 years to support 284 neighbourhoods, enabling local people to choose to fund a range of activities, including developing or restoring important community assets.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 14 years of Conservative austerity, many communities like mine have been hollowed out of the assets that matter most to them. I welcome the Government's community right to buy because putting local people in control of local assets is simply common sense. In my constituency, Woodgate and Bartley Green will receive £20 million through Pride in Place funding over the next decade, thanks to this Government. Does the Minister agree that tackling barriers like access to finance will help communities take ownership of local assets and rebuild neighbourhoods?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right that Pride in Place funding can of course be used for communities to take ownership of and support local assets, from youth centres to libraries and cultural venues. I'm very glad to hear that the funding will make such a positive difference to her constituents in Woodgate and Bartley Green, and I am proud that this Government is putting people in control of what happens in their local area.
Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Across my Bicester and Woodstock constituency, there are 3 things that small villages tend to have: a pub, a church and a village hall. The community asset policy will support community ownership of the pubs. But what I'm hearing from those who run large faith buildings is they're deeply concerned about the changes to VAT relief on listed buildings. Will the Minister agree to meet with me and the others who are literally trying to repair the church roof in order to discuss this uncertainty?
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable gentleman will be aware, this is a scheme which is operated by DCMS, so I'm happy to ask colleagues in that department to come back to him.
Well, Ribera Adam.
Question 4, Mr. Speaker.
Chancellor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to answer this question together with question 9. Stability is the most important thing we can do to get interest rates and inflation down, and tackling the cost of living, especially given the global headwinds, is my top priority. At the budget, we took money off energy bills and we froze prescription charges and train fares. The government's cheaper fuel finder scheme is now online too, and it shows petrol prices at forecourts across the country. Yesterday, some petrol retailers charged almost 180p per litre, while others were charging less than 130p per litre. This government will not tolerate price gouging, and I will be meeting with petrol retailers this week to raise concerns to get prices down at the pumps for all of our constituents.
Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Trussell Trust's recent Hunger in the UK report highlights the startling reality of food insecurity, finding that rates are higher for private renters in receipt of housing benefit, either through local housing allowance or the housing element of universal credit. Private renters on the lowest incomes can't keep up with the rising cost of living, and this risks driving even more into hunger and homelessness if the freeze is maintained, because private renters receiving LHA will likely see an average shortfall of £243 a month. The government has taken meaningful steps towards tackling food insecurity, but will the Chancellor build on this by lifting the freeze on local housing allowance?
Chancellor.
I thank my honourable friend for that question. The Renters' Rights Act comes in the next month or so, and that will make a big difference to her constituents and all of our constituents who are contending with living in the private rented sector, and particularly issues like evictions, but also mid-term rent increases. At the same time, we've put £39 billion into our social and affordable homes programme so that more people can get a council house or a social home rather than living in the private rented sector. As well as that, we are getting rid of the two-child limit, which the Trussell Trust says will reduce demand on food banks.
Michael Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst cost of living pressures are affecting people across my constituency of Worsley and Eccles, young families are facing a perfect storm. Whether it's housing costs, expensive childcare or student loans, many young families are struggling, and research shows that the cost of living crisis is holding people back from even starting a family. In addition to welcome moves to expand free childcare, will the Chancellor outline what measures the government is taking to alleviate the financial burdens on young families?
Chancellor.
We absolutely recognise the pressures facing families. Bringing stability back to the economy is the #1 thing that we can do for working families. There have been 6 cuts in interest rates since the general election, which means the average cost of servicing a mortgage has come down by about £1,300 a year. And for those living in rented accommodation, the Renters' Rights Act comes in shortly to give greater rights to those people in the private rented sector. The free childcare offer, which is now fully funded, ensures that parents with children aged between 9 months and 5 years get free childcare if they are in work. And of course, from next month, the end of the two-child benefit limit will lift 450,000 children out of poverty.
Stuart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Richard from Beverley tells me that he paid £304 for his last tank of heating oil, and yet if he orders again now, and he needs to do so within 4 weeks, it'll cost him £862. Families across rural areas like Beverley and Holderness rely on heating oil to keep warm, and yet because they're off-grid, of course, they get no protection from the energy price cap. There are 1.5 million people, Mr. Speaker, across the country in that same position. So what steps can the Chancellor take to ensure that rural families like Richard's, who are facing a huge spike in costs of living through no fault of their own, can see that alleviated?
Chancellor.
I thank the honourable gentleman for that question. The first thing I would say is that everybody gets the support on their electricity bill, regardless of how they heat their homes. But I do recognise the unique issues around heating oil. We had representations from the Labour group of rural MPs over the weekend, and my colleague, the Financial Secretary to the Treasury, is going to meet all MPs with an interest in this area yesterday. I very much urge him to come to that meeting, but the most important thing that this government is doing is try to de-escalate the crisis in the Middle East, because that is the way to get prices down for all of our constituents, whether that is with heating oil or prices at the pumps.
Kirsty Bland.
Inflation might be lower than projected, but prices are still rising. Fuel prices at the pumps might be lower than the Tories promised, but they're still higher than they were. Energy costs are still not down to what the government promised in its manifesto. Will the Chancellor recognise that families are really struggling at the moment and put in an emergency package of measures to support families through the cost of living crisis?
Chancellor.
Well, in April, people are going to get £150 off their energy bills. Prescription charges in England will be frozen, and rail fares will be frozen as well. At the same time, we're getting rid of the two-child benefit cap, which lifts 450,000 children out of poverty. But the most important thing we can do around petrol prices, diesel prices and heating oil is to de-escalate the conflict in the Middle East and get vessels moving again through the Strait of Hormuz, which is why this government is putting such efforts into de-escalating this crisis.
Steve Witherden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The level of poverty 14 million people in the UK face is not inevitable, but is the result of political choices, and it damages our economy, costing around £75 billion each year. Will my right honourable friend consider equalising capital gains tax with income tax and introducing a 2% wealth tax on assets over 10 million to lift people out of poverty and strengthen public finances?
Chancellor.
In my first budget, I took a number of taxes to changed a number of taxes to ensure that the wealthiest are paying their fair share. We increased capital gains tax. We have reduced the number of tax loopholes, VAT and business rates on private schools, extending the energy profits levy, getting rid of the exemptions for private equity. And in the budget last year, I did more than any Chancellor has ever done to take children out of poverty, and in the course of this Parliament alone, more than 500,000 children will be lifted out of poverty. I'm proud to be the Chancellor that's delivered that.
Pippa Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With tensions in the Middle East pushing up global oil and gas prices again, households are understandably worried that yet another international crisis will mean higher energy bills and a higher cost of living at home. In my constituency of South Cambridgeshire, as we've heard from constituencies around the chamber, there are many rural and semi-rural households who have to use oil for heating, and over the last week they've seen those prices double. I've heard that the Chancellor is considering potential measures to support them. Will she support the Liberal Democrats' call for 3-month zero rating for VAT on heating oil for all of those residential homes, and other measures to protect them from these just massive spikes and impact on their bills?
There's two things going on in terms of heating oil. First of all, you've got the conflict in the Middle East, which we're trying to de-escalate. And second, you've got price gouging. And the way to deal with that is to ensure that customers are treated fairly and that companies are not ripping off their customers. That is why we've asked the CMA to look at the issues around heating oil. But we've got to get to the root of the problem, which is that vessels aren't flowing through the Straits of Hormuz, and some businesses are using this crisis as an opportunity to rip off consumers. Let's deal with that rather than throwing public money at something which is not the solution. Price gouging and getting oil flowing is.
James Welch, Shadow Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor promised in her first budget that she would not extend the freeze and income tax thresholds, as it would hurt working people and take more money out of their pay slips. In her second budget, the Chancellor broke her promise with a £23 billion tax rise, bringing 1 million more people into paying higher rate tax. When people are set to struggle with costs of living over this Parliament, why is the government choosing to make their lives harder?
Some people have got short memories, haven't they, Mr. Speaker? I remember on a number of occasions the Conservatives freezing those thresholds. We said in our manifesto we would not increase the headline rates of national insurance, VAT and income tax that working people pay. But I did say very clearly at the budget last year that we'd have to ask everyone to make a greater contribution because of the downgrade in productivity, which is a result of the mismanagement of the economy of the last government over 14 failed years.
John Glenn.
Question number 5, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, at the spring forecast last week, my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, showed that we have the right economic plan, a plan that has lowered inflation, borrowing, debt and debt interest payments. Our approach means that investment is up, helping create the conditions for growth across the UK, and our firm approach to public spending is helping to keep public finances on a sustainable path.
Thank the Chief Secretary for his answer, but given the Chancellor has pencilled in 0.3% real terms growth in 29-30 in public spending, and assuming health is spent at a historic average, send as per the proposals, and defence at 3%, it will leave a 2.5% real terms cut in unprotected departments. What plans does the Chancellor and Chief Secretary have to fill that £13 billion gap in the 29-30 envelope?
Mr. Speaker, if the Right Honourable Gentleman looks at the plans that we set out through our spending review, he'll be clear that we are increasing spending by £50 billion a year by 28-29 compared to the plans of the previous government. At the same time, we are making sure that taxpayers get value for money, and so we are making £3.9 billion of efficiency savings by 29-30, rising to £5 billion by 30-31.
Richard Fuller-Shadden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, the government spending plans look very, very iffy. The minister has the chance of fitting in the Chancellor's fiscal rules if there is no further downgrade to economic growth, which seems unlikely. If the government has the backbone to rein in public spending and to increase taxes in the last years, which seems very unlikely. If the government does not have to step in with any significant energy support because no money has been set aside, and if the government can get £4.8 billion in salary sacrifice in 29-30 revenues, which the industry says is a pipe dream. So here's another if. If the minister's spending plans start to fall apart, will he prioritise cuts in public spending over tax increases?
I'll give the Right Honourable Gentleman an if. If he was honest and remembered his time in Liz Truss's government, he might not have the gall to make comments like that across the dispatch box.
All members are honest. Please think about what you're saying. You can't individually attack a member for not being honest. They're all honourable members, as you well know. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I apologise unreservedly for the implication about the Right Honourable Gentleman. I know he is a very decent and honourable man, and I withdraw that comment. He may have unintentionally misled the House by failing to declare his part in the Liz Truss government and the impact that had on public spending. But of course, Mr. Speaker, as he will also know, we have stuck to the fiscal rules that this Chancellor introduced at the beginning of this government in every fiscal event that we have had. Those fiscal rules are ironclad. We have sustainable plans for public spending, and we are making sure we're managing the economy in a way that his party could only dream of.
Catherine West.
Very much, Mr. Speaker.
Question 7. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, under Tory governments of the last 14 years, we became inured to the presence of food banks. But we should always remember that despite the incredible work that those running food banks do, food banks should not need to exist. And this government is committed to ending mass dependence on food parcels. That's why we've expanded free school meals to all families receiving universal credit and removed the two-child limit, which will lift 450,000 children out of poverty and which, as the Chancellor referred to earlier, the Trussell Trust says will significantly reduce the number of families using food banks.
West.
The Honourable Minister for her reply, and would she agree with me that everyone needs to play their part, including financial institutions, in helping families and households at this critical juncture, including, for example, the mutual sector, which often outperforms the private banking sector in terms of access to finance and branch closure issues?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for her question. As she knows, we're a very strong supporter indeed of the mutual sector for exactly the reasons that she highlights. And as part of our financial inclusion strategy, we're backing the sector with initiatives such as the new £30 million Credit Union Transformation Fund and reforms to the Common Bond, which I'm looking forward to bringing forward shortly.
Alex Easton.
Mr. Speaker, will the Chancellor first join in with me in paying tribute to the work of the food banks, not only in my constituency of North Down, but across the whole of the United Kingdom, for stepping up and plug systematic gaps for families? And does she accept that urgent improvements are needed to benefit transitions and deductions to prevent households being pushed abruptly into crisis?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the honourable member for his question. As I said, food banks should not need to exist, and that's why this government is committed to ending mass dependence on food parcels. I highlighted the importance of lifting the two-child limit in universal credit. That will result in the largest expected reduction in child poverty across a single parliament since records began.
Nick Smith.
Number 8, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for his question. Payments of both the basic and the new state pension will increase by 4.8% in April in just a few weeks' time, boosting pensioners' incomes by up to £575 a year. The yearly amount of the full new state pension is projected to go up by around £2,100 over this Parliament, reflecting this government's commitment to the triple lock for its duration.
Mr Speaker, this is great news. Our pensioners deserve the best support and will be glad of the extra income. In Blaenau Gwent and Rumney, I'm shortly organising events promoting pensions credit take-up. Mr Speaker, some pension constituents, though, of mine have lost money to the Safe Hands funeral scheme, trying to prepare for the worst of times. Will the Minister please meet me to discuss their case?
Well, I should thank my honourable friend on both counts. One, because I'm glad to hear that he is again, as he did last year, organising events to drive up take-up of pension credit, and I know that members on both sides of this House will be doing that throughout the year. Directly on the question he raises about the failure of Safe Hands, he's a powerful advocate again for his constituents. My honourable friend will know that the Serious Fraud Office have recently announced 2 individuals have been charged in relation to this case, and there are live criminal proceedings ongoing. But I know my honourable friend, the Economic Secretary, who is responsible for this matter, is always happy to meet with him.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Nearly 500,000 pensioners living abroad will miss out on the state pension increase because we do not have reciprocal agreements with countries such as Canada and Australia. Several former Bath constituents have raised this with me. What discussions has he had with departmental colleagues to rectify this injustice?
Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable member for her question. She'll know that this is a matter of long-standing government policy, that the uprating of pensions are prioritised for those residents in the UK, not least because the uprating levels reflect the path of earnings and prices in the UK. She'll know that under the Liberal Democrat Conservative coalition government, that was the government's policy, and it remains the case today.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Thanks to this government's policies on pensions that actively disincentivise saving into private pension schemes, people will increasingly rely on the support of the state. This is not sustainable. So I asked the Minister yesterday, Mr Speaker, and he dodged the question, so I will ask him the question again. Will the government cancel pension fund mandation, and will the government abandon salary sacrifice caps? Yes or no?
Well, this government set out its policy, but directly on the question of salary sacrifice that he raises, I would just say to the honourable member that any responsible government should be looking at the effectiveness of all tax reliefs. Salary sacrifice for pensions, if it had not been reformed, the cost of it would have risen to £8 billion over the course of this Parliament. That is the cost of the entire Royal Air Force. And if the party opposite wants to be treated like a serious party, committed to fiscal discipline as it claims to be, it's time to grow up.
From bench.
Sorry, 10, I think.
10.
Sorry, Mr Speaker. The government recognises the important contribution hospitality businesses make to communities across the UK, including in Northern Ireland. Reduced VAT rates or applying different VAT rates within the UK would add complexity, Mr Speaker, and come at a significant cost to the Exchequer.
Thank you. As well as those business pressures, a majority of households in Northern Ireland and many businesses use home heating oil as their main heating source, so they are particularly exposed to shocks like that which we're experiencing from the wrong-headed conflict in the Middle East, and they're not protected by the energy price cap. The Stormont executive has failed to regulate in this area or to make any meaningful progress towards a transition to sustainable and secure energy. What interventions can Treasury make for those who aren't on the grid against extreme price fluctuations?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question and her representation of her constituents. The Chancellor has already said today and yesterday that we understand that there are particular pressures facing those households that use heating oil for their heating. A meeting has been arranged tomorrow with the Financial Secretary to the Treasury that I hope that the honourable member will be able to attend to discuss this issue in more detail. We are also going to be in conversations with the CMA to make sure that we have a fair market that provides a fair price for her constituents.
Lockhart.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I support the honourable member's call for a cut in VAT for the hospitality sector, but she is right. Oil prices are rising sharply, fuel at the pumps is rocketing, and families are struggling with the cost of living. In Northern Ireland, 60% of homes rely on heating oil. What steps will the Treasury take to cut fuel duty and remove VAT on domestic heating oil? And will it finally recognise the damage being done by the Energy Secretary's net zero zeal in blocking further oil and gas licensing in the North Sea?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to fuel duty, we have made sure to freeze fuel duty since we've taken office. That saved the average driver at 8p at the pump, and that will rise to 11p when the increase doesn't go ahead in a few weeks' time. On heating oil, I hope that if it's an issue that I understand affects her constituents, she'll be able to attend the meeting tomorrow. We're looking very closely at this issue and at the changes that we can see in oil and gas prices at the moment. As the Right Honourable Member, the former Chancellor of the Exchequer, said yesterday, it is too early to tell how things will pan out. We've seen significant increases and today decreases, and we will keep looking closely at what we can do.
Tracy Gilbert.
Mr. Speaker, a number of hospitality businesses in my Edinburgh North and Leith constituency have raised with me that the UK's rate of VAT is much higher than it is in France and Germany. Will my honourable friend ask the OBR to model the impact of cuts in the VAT could have, as previously studies have suggested, a cuts...
Order. It's a Northern Ireland question.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Sosh Racewell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his response, and I have to declare an interest because I started a parliamentary petition on exactly a VAT cut for hospitality for Northern Ireland. The reason being we have the Republic of Ireland, a very competitive VAT rate right up against us. Businesses saw the official government response because that petition got over 10,000 signatures. They felt very despondent. I'm sure the Treasury frontbench and indeed the Chancellor will want to join with me in trying to do everything we can to protect our hospitality sector. So you say it's complex to do. Would you agree with me that it's worth revisiting that idea?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a complex change to implement, and the government's position is that it's right to have the same rate of VAT across our country. During the pandemic, there was a cut to the rate of VAT, a temporary cut, and that did come at a significant cost of £8 billion. So we do have to make sure that we are able to raise revenue from across the country in a fair and consistent way to support the public finances.
Question number 11, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer this question together with question 18. Last week, the Office of Budget Responsibility set out their updated forecast for the UK economy, including for unemployment to peak this year before falling each and every year thereafter. There have been longer-term problems building for young people in our labour market for far too long, with employment rates that are too low and NEET levels that have soared in the last Parliament. We will not allow a generation of young people to be left behind. That is why the Government has committed £820 million for the Youth Guarantee, strengthening employment support and guaranteeing jobs for the long-term unemployed.
Mr. Speaker, when I first entered the job market, it was in the wake of the 2008 financial crisis, and it was a difficult time for young people. Yet today they face even more difficult and uncertain times. The Chancellor's jobs tax is bearing down on opportunities, but also AI is making this worse, potentially pulling up the ladder on graduate jobs. Jobs that would previously include things like note-taking and supporting senior employees in meetings. So will the Chancellor course correct on unemployment for young people and do more to support their progress in their careers?
Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question. Actually, his phrasing of it is very telling about the challenges that we all do face in our labour market, because while we've seen more jobs created over the last year, there is this longer-term challenge with youth unemployment. And if we look at the last government, we never saw youth employment rates recover to the levels seen under the last Labour government after the financial crisis, given the exact experience he's talked about himself. So it is important we grapple with this long-term challenge. There's then a newer challenge on the huge increase in NEET rates that we saw under the last Parliament specifically. So on both of those, we absolutely do need to focus on it. That's why we're setting about focusing apprenticeship funding on young people in particular. It's why we're introducing the Youth Guarantee, and it's why we've got the independent review led by Alan Milburn to focus on the root causes of some of these challenges.
Matthew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's changes to employer national insurance contributions has made it more expensive for employers to take on staff, particularly in the hospitality sector that employs a high proportion of young people and part-time workers. Does the Minister agree that these changes have made it more difficult for young people in Melksham and Devizes and across the country to get a foot on the career ladder and get their working lives started? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, I think all of us recognise that our hospitality and retail sectors have been having a difficult time in recent years. In the case of retail, that goes back before the pandemic with the growth of online shopping, and the squeeze on energy costs in the outrun of the pandemic has squeezed how much people are spending out in hospitality. Specific on the question he raises about national insurance, I mean, I'm sure the honourable member is aware that those under the age of 21 and youth apprenticeships are exempt from national insurance entirely, and I would just gently point out that the pattern we see in the labour market for youth employment long predates any change to national insurance last year.
Select Committee, Jayne Kirkham.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I'm glad that the Government is introducing things like the Youth Guarantee and working on those who are not in education, employment or training. But as the Honourable Member for Henley and Tame highlighted, AI is also an increasing concern. When I've spoken to businesses, they're concerned about the number of people they won't be employing in the future. The Minister's hinted at this, the Government's looking at this systemically. What conversations is he having across Government and crucially with businesses so that we can plan for what could be a real crisis in the future?
Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable friend for her question. She's been rightly raising this issue for some time, actually predating the election. To take two parts of her question in turn, directly on the question of the impact of AI, this is a question being looked at across countries. There is a unit inside the government looking at exactly that, but more importantly, on the crisis happening now to some young people who are not able to get the job opportunities we all want them to have and haven't been now for some time. We will be coming forward with further measures to strengthen that youth guarantee that she's rightly mentioned. This is a really important measure to increase the employment support available to our young people and to make sure that a job guarantee is there for those that are long-term unemployed.
Trickett.
Thank you very much, sir. The situation of unemployment in my constituency and across the Yorkshire coalfield is becoming a crisis. There are 1,980 people out of work in my constituency, 70 jobs, 70 vacancies, so almost 30 people unemployed pursuing every single job. Now, no Labour Minister will ever say employment is a price worth paying, but will the Minister say to the House that he will equally prioritise both tackling unemployment as well as reassuring the bond markets?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend and I have discussed these issues on many occasions, particularly as they're specific to his constituency, but also to other coalfield communities. I would just say to him that there are challenges. There's a particular challenge on youth employment, as I say, that goes back to the last decade in particular, but we absolutely do need to prioritise that. But I would just a word of warning on the view of the overall labour market. There are only, if you look at the level of employment last year at around 75%, there are only 2 years in peacetime in the last 100 when Britain has had a higher employment rate than that. So I think we should just be a bit careful about talking down the resilience of the UK economy, in this case the resilience of the labour market. As I say, only 2 years in the last 100 in peacetime when Britain has had a higher employment rate than it did last year.
Richard Fuller, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last month, The Times reported that the government may drop its pledge on minimum wage equalisation over youth jobless fears, and the BBC reports that the government is considering a delay. So can the Minister advise whether the government has considered any such delay or policy changes, and if so, what decision has been reached?
Minister.
I thank you, Mr Speaker, and I also want to offer my condolences to the honourable member for the loss of his father in the recent past. That's something that all of us have to face at some point in our lives, but it is a lot to deal with, and all our thoughts are with him at that time. Specifically on the point he raises, no, there isn't a change in government policy. Our view is that you should see alignment of the national minimum wage rates and the national living wage, but that should happen in the right way, and that's with the guidance of the Low Pay Commission, and they'll continue to play that important role.
Right, we come to topicals. Daniel Francis.
Topic number 1, Mr Speaker.
Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The conflict in the Middle East affects all of us, and I understand the anxiety felt by families and businesses. Rapid de-escalation in the Middle East is the best way to protect businesses and working people from rising costs. That's why I continue to work closely with G7 colleagues to call for immediate de-escalation and to guarantee the security of vessels moving through the Strait of Hormuz. I'm clear-eyed about the situation we face. I'll be both responsive to a changing world and also responsible in the national interest to protect public finances and to help families and businesses with the cost of living.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for her comments and support and echo what she said about the situation in the Middle East. The charity Shelter has long campaigned for people with no fixed address to access bank accounts, including without ID. Which groups of people might benefit from the most from leadership shown by the Labour government and from banks on this issue?
Chancellor. I thank my honourable friend for that question, and I also want to pay tribute to my honourable friend, the Economic Secretary to the Treasury, for all of the excellent work that she's done to take this agenda forward. Lack of a bank account does make it harder for people to secure stable employment and indeed stable housing. That's why our financial inclusion strategy secured a commitment from the major banks to work with Shelter directly to make it easier for people without standard ID to access a bank account. And this partnership with Shelter will particularly help to break the cycle of homelessness and support people to rebuild their lives, as we all want to see.
Shall the Chancellor Samel Stride?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for every single year of the last Conservative government, we froze fuel duty, and we did that to stand up for hard-working families. So could I ask the Right Honourable Lady, given that petrol is surging at the pumps, why has she chosen now to put up fuel duty?
Chancellor.
Freezing it in 2 weeks' time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as the right honourable gentleman knows, the plans that we inherited from the previous government saw fuel duty due to go up just a few months after the general election. We didn't think that that was the right approach, and so we reversed the Conservative plans that we inherited to freeze fuel duty and to keep in the 5p discount introduced during the pandemic. In April this year, under the plans I inherited, of course, fuel duty would have gone up again. We don't think that is the right thing to do. And so, in a staggered approach from the autumn this year, the 5p cut introduced during the pandemic will begin to be unwound. But at the same time, we've just introduced the cheaper fuel finder. The cheaper fuel finder showed yesterday the divergence in prices paid by customers at petrol forecourts. Some people paid 130p a litre yesterday, some people paid 180p per litre. So it is really, really important that people use that cheaper fuel finder to shop around. And I'll be meeting petrol retailers later this week to make the case very clear that we won't accept price gouging.
Well, Strand.
Speaker, given the rapidly rising cost of oil and gas, why does the Right Honourable Lady believe that it is better to import it than to extract it from the North Sea?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the price of oil and gas at the moment is particularly volatile given the conflict in the Middle East. But my understanding when we came into the chamber, at least today, was that prices of oil were down by something like 25% on the day. The most important thing that all of us can do to deal with what is happening to prices at the moment is to support de-escalation. That is this party's policy. I'm not frankly sure what the policy of the party opposite is, but that is the best way to get down both the price of petrol at the pumps and also heating oil. The North Sea will play a really important part of our energy mix for many years to come, which is why I met with North Sea oil and gas companies just last week to talk about what more they could do and how we can help.
Total Crichton.
Speaker, when it comes to the rising cost of living, can I ask the Chancellor to look again at the Rural Fuel Relief Scheme? The scheme is meant to give a 5p discount per litre on petrol and diesel in specific island and rural communities, but I've checked, and in Stornoway today in my constituency, petrol is 138.9. In the middle of Glasgow, it's 129.9, 9p cheaper. The scheme works in reverse, with urban drivers having all the advantages of competition and choice. The scheme costs little, but inflation has reduced it by 35%. Can I ask Treasury Ministers to press the accelerator and go an extra mile forward?
Sorry, just to help me, there's a lot of backbenchers didn't get in early. Please, can we just try and speed up? Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for his representations on this matter today over many months and in Westminster Hall just a few weeks ago. The Rural Fuel Duty Relief Scheme does provide that 5p discount, and it will benefit his constituents on the islands and in the communities that he represents. We will, of course, keep all of our taxes under review, and I would be happy to meet with him to talk about this one.
Daisy Cooper, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In times of crisis, the UK government has often had to spend more on energy support for households and small businesses than other comparable countries because our energy market is so broken. Hospitality and small businesses tell me that some suppliers simply refuse to supply hospitality businesses at all. If the government is determined to refuse Liberal Democrat calls for an emergency VAT cut, could I please ask, at the very least, will the government consider our call on the government to instruct the CMA to investigate bad practices in the energy market affecting hospitality and small businesses so we can drive down bills through greater competition?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. She's right to talk about the long-term answer here, which is more domestic energy security, which is why we're getting on with building nuclear power, whether it's in Wilver or it's in Suffolk and Somerset. Specifically on the question she raises, the Chancellor has been very clear, and ministers have been very clear with the CMA on exactly the point that she is raising, that particularly at times like this, we need to make absolutely sure that no companies are taking advantage of customers, whether those are customers filling up their domestic heating oil or hospitality businesses.
Thank you. Following events in the Middle East, can the Chancellor share with us what work is being done both here and alongside our NATO allies and other partners to understand the economic consequences, people's changing needs, and the impacts that has on government spending when countries are faced with times of conflict?
Chancellor.
I thank my honourable friend for that question. I am proud to be the Labour Chancellor that has overseen the biggest uplift in defence spending since the end of the Cold War. Just last week, we announced a £1 billion helicopter deal with Leonardo, based just down the road from my honourable friend in Yeovil. And yesterday, I confirmed to the House that the Ministry of Defence has access to the Special Reserve. This means the additional costs of deploying additional capabilities in the Middle East will be funded entirely by the Treasury's Special Reserve.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As a Member of Parliament for one of the largest rural constituencies in the United Kingdom, obviously the rise in heating oil is a major concern, and I welcome the opportunity to meet the Financial Secretary. I hope that LPG can also be on the agenda for that meeting, because that is a heating source for many of my constituents. But people like Craig Ritchie in Symington will be looking for concrete outcomes from that meeting when they've been faced with a 200% rise in their oil costs.
I thank the honourable gentleman for raising the important issues that his constituents are facing with regards to heating oil. And I very much hope he will be able to attend the meeting tomorrow. As I say, there are two key issues. First of all, making sure vessels can flow again through the Strait of Hormuz, which requires de-escalation in the crisis, and stopping the price gorging which some businesses are engaged in at the moment. And that's why I've asked the CMA to look at this too.
Paul Davis.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In my constituency, Cooperative Care Colne Valley is a testament to the value and importance of cooperatives, delivering ethical, not-for-profit home care services for the disabled and elderly. The group's community ownership, local empowerment demonstrates the value of cooperatives. Will the Minister advise me what steps the department is taking to drive the growth of such cooperatives across our communities?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for highlighting the important work of the Colne Valley Care Group, which is an excellent example of how cooperatives can deliver high-quality, community-owned care for elderly and disabled people. And I know that his constituency is home to a number of other fantastic cooperatives, including the Green Valley Grocer and the handmade bakery as well. This government is committed to doubling the size of the co-ops and mutuals sector, Mr Speaker, exactly because we recognise the very positive role that it plays.
Liz Jarvis.
Mr Speaker, David, who owns Steamtown Brewery in my constituency of Eastleigh, tells me that his biggest concern right now is inflation and the ability to plan ahead. What reassurance can the Minister give him that businesses in my constituency will be supported with the stability and certainty that they need?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, businesses in the Honourable Lady's constituency and indeed across the country can know that whatever instability we face in the world in the months and weeks ahead, we have done the right thing as a government in terms of the economy to bring down inflation, bring down interest rates, bring down borrowing, bring down debt and bring down debt costs. All of that puts us in the strongest possible position to be resilient going into the future.
I'm calling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Young people in North West Cambridgeshire and across the country are struggling to access mortgages and get onto the housing ladder due to thin credit files. Will the Minister explore requiring lettings agents and large landlords, with the consent of tenants, to report rental payment data to credit reference agencies so that a record of paying rent on time can contribute to tenants' credit histories and help them access mortgages?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his question, and I know how passionate he is about this government's priority to get more first-time buyers onto the housing ladder. As he and I have discussed before, people looking to buy a home can build their credit history through rent payments by using third-party services that report these things to credit reference agencies. But I think he and I would agree that better awareness of these services and indeed the mortgages available that take account of tenants' rental payments would be a good thing.
Mill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Even while sitting here, I've heard word from a constituent whose heating oil costs have risen by £129.90 plus VAT per litre in one go. I recognise that the Chancellor has been pressed by a number of members on this, but can she assure us of immediate action as vulnerable residents are in immediate crisis?
Chancellor.
While only 4% of people in Great Britain use heating oil, I recognise it is a particular issue for many constituents, and of course in Northern Ireland it's more than 60%. I'd be very keen that the honourable gentleman takes these issues to the meeting with the Financial Secretary to the Treasury tomorrow, and we are working closely with the Competition and Markets Authority to stop price gouging. There is no reason why a company should be charging twice as much as they were for heating oil, and we need to put a stop to those practices.
Jessica Towe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The junction of Surrey Road and Prince of Wales Road, Wimborne Road between Kinston Library and Bear Cross, and Hankinson Road around Winton Wreck. Some of more than 35 roads in Bournemouth West that residents have told me potholes are out of control. Now, Lib Dem-led BCP Council has been given £7.5 million to maintain our roads and fix potholes. I'll be writing to them later today, but in the meantime, will the Chancellor join me in urging BCP to act and get its act together and finally fix our roads?
Mr. Speaker, as my honourable friend makes clear, we need to make sure our extra funding for local roads maintenance is spent effectively and local residents able to hold councils like Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole to account. I know that the Liberal Democrats have typically not been shy of putting potholes on their leaflets. Now is their time to deliver.
Sir Desmond Swade.
Chancellor said that she would be meeting the North Sea oil industry to see how they can help. The proper question is how she can help them, isn't it?
Yes, exactly.
Alongside the budget last year, we published the new North Sea oil and gas strategy, allowing things, for example, like tiebacks to make use of existing fields more. Of course, the previous government brought in the energy profits levy when the profits of the energy companies went through the roof after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. That is still in place so that when prices are high, we can bring the money in to help people with their bills.
Lord Hatton.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the Chancellor of the Exchequer's work to get the Leonardo helicopters contract over the line. That will help protect defence jobs right across Dorset, Somerset and the wider South West. Will the Treasury and Ministers continue to work with the MOD to secure and invest in the defence sector in Dorset and across the West Country?
Chancellor.
Thank you to my honourable friend about what he said about the Leonardo contract at Yeovil, which of course supports many thousands of jobs in both Somerset and indeed in Dorset. I'm proud to be the Chancellor that oversaw the biggest uplift in defence spending since the end of the Cold War, which is what enabled us to be able to support this investment and many others as well.
Van Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The £100,000 tax trap means that some residents are paying 71% marginal rates if they have a student loan. And that is one of the reasons why salary sacrifice is so popular. Yet those people want to use the money in the economy now. What is the Chancellor doing to address the tax trap at £100,000?
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable member for his second question, his enthusiastic volume of questions today. Look, what this government does is balance the needs of public services with the tax revenues to sustain them. And I would just gently point out that day in, day out, Liberal Democrat members come to this House and they call for more spending. We've heard that today. And then they oppose every single tax rise or tax change required to make that happen. That is not what serious politics looks like. We do need to take tax very, very seriously, but it's time for some serious politics from the party opposite.
Lynn Darlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The loan charge was a scandal that affected tens of thousands of people across this country. At the last budget, government put forward changes. Some of those people affected were on very low pay. They weren't given a choice by their employers. Can the Minister please tell us what assessment he has made of how that will impact those people at the lowest end, including social care workers across this country?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for the question and for the representation that she has provided for her constituents and many who've been affected by the loan charge across the country and her work on the APPG. At the budget, we made the decision, Mr. Speaker, to write off £5,000 from everyone's liability who's been affected by the loan charge, which will mean that around a third of those who have been affected will have their liabilities written off entirely. And I look forward to continue to engage with her and members from across the House on this important issue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following on from that last question, the APPG for the Loan Charge and Taxpayer Fairness, which I co-chair, wrote to ministers on the 1st of July, the 22nd of September and the 25th of November last year, with particular questions about the 2005 preferential deal with the large banks. Does the Minister feel it's acceptable that we haven't had a reply to those letters, and when will we get one?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the letters that were sent in will be receiving a reply very shortly. A decision was made that in the run-up to the announcement of the independent loan charge review, that it would not be appropriate for the government to be setting out in detail its views on a live issue that an independent reviewer was looking at in detail. That review was published alongside the budget, and I apologise that the response hasn't come in the week since. It will be with him and the APPG very shortly.
Chris Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 weeks ago, I held an emergency cost of living summit in Blackpool after record numbers of families, particularly single mums, contacted us in food crisis. They couldn't access the discretionary fund that the council holds. So can the Minister outline how the new Crisis and Resilience Fund will be there for families in my constituency who need support, especially over that weekend?
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for his question. He's right to point to the Crisis and Resilience Fund as being an important lifeline for families across this country. We work with local authorities to make sure that gets to the front line, because local councils are best able to understand where the most acute pressures are in their local area. But I would be happy to discuss this with him after.
Mr.
Speaker, heat batteries are the only MCS-certified clean heat technology excluded from VAT relief under the Energy Saving Materials Framework, penalising smaller homes and lower-income households who cannot accommodate a heat pump. Will the Chancellor commit to removing this anomaly and meet me and representatives of the UK heat battery industry to discuss it?
Mr. Speaker, the government regularly assesses whether to add energy-saving materials, including heat batteries, to the current VAT relief that is set to continue till March 2027. Any decisions would have to be announced by the Chancellor at a fiscal event, but I'm of course happy to discuss the matter.
Tonya Banks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Given the global situation, what discussions has the Chancellor had with Cabinet colleagues to help keep industrial energy costs manageable? And will she work with colleagues to bring in the British Industrial Competitiveness Scheme, which will cut manufacturing energy costs by 25% as soon as possible?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and she's a really powerful advocate for the energy-intensive industries and manufacturing more widely. The supercharger is being extended from April this year, helping 500 of the most energy-intensive businesses, increasing their discount from 60% to 90%. And next year, the big scheme comes in, the British Industrial Competitiveness Scheme. Of course, given what is happening in the Middle East, we'll continue to look very closely at what we can do to help our energy-intensive industries.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Over 50% of properties in the Scottish borders are not on the mains gas grid, and they are completely dependent on heating oil. They are being hammered by the increasing prices to heating oil over the last week or so. They need to see concrete action from this government to stop the excessive prices and also to stop profiteering. What is the government going to do?
Chancellor.
I absolutely agree with the honourable gentleman. We are trying to de-escalate the conflict in the Middle East, because if we can get those vessels moving again through the Strait of Hormuz, we will deal with a lot of these problems. And so I'm working closely with both Lloyd's of London, who I met yesterday, and also with my G7 colleagues to ensure that those vessels can get moving again. At the same time, I think that everybody has heard the stories, both in this chamber and from our constituents, about the problems of price gorging, and we've got to address this. I've asked the CMA to look at it, and also in more detail, members from all across the House will have a chance tomorrow to set out these cases to the Financial Secretary Treasury, so we have all the information.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My constituents in Newcastle and I are sick and tired of poor quality and dangerous roads. The County Council has the resources from this government and must stop missing in action. So what message does my honourable friend the Minister have for Staffordshire County Council?
Minister.
My honourable friend is absolutely right that we need councils across the country to use the extra funding that the government has made available for local road maintenance to fill those potholes. Local councils will have to publish their data online, and so local people will be able to monitor through a traffic light system available on gov.uk how their council is performing.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Every year the UK loses £33.4 billion in tax revenue as multinational corporations and the super-rich choose tax havens over tax payments. But the UN Tax Convention has the potential to solve this problem. So will the Minister show leadership, not ambivalence, and commit to securing an ambitious UN Tax Convention in this Parliament?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm always happy to show leadership, and on this issue, this government, and actually, may I say, previous governments have worked hard with international partners, both in the OECD and in the UN, to seek to do all we can to reduce the tax avoidance and evasion that takes place from multinational companies. We continue to work with our partners here in the UK and abroad to make sure that we can clamp down on the tax that is dodged.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My constituent in Rochdale, Louise Marshall, wrote to me this weekend because she's worried sick about the massive price rise she's facing for heating oil. Can the Chancellor assure me, notwithstanding the meeting we're all going to have with the Financial Secretary, can she reassure me that we can be absolutely crystal clear that under this government we won't tolerate price gouging or war profiteering from oil companies that try and rip off their customers?
Chancellor.
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend. The price gouging that we're seeing is totally unacceptable, which is why we have already asked the CMA to look at this. Whether it is petrol at the pumps or heating oil, there is no excuse for any business to use this as an opportunity to rip off customers.
Jeremy Hunt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. One of the things that makes our economy less resilient is high levels of debt. And the Chancellor and I both followed fiscal rules that allowed us to claim that debt was falling when in fact it continued to rise, both in absolute terms and as a proportion of GDP. Does she think it's time to consider a new fiscal rule that actually reduces debt, such as saying that public spending won't increase by faster than economic growth?
Chancellor.
Thank the right honourable gentleman for that question. In the forecast that I published last week, it shows that debt is lower in every year of the forecast compared to what I inherited, compared to the plans that I set out in the budget just back in November. The fiscal rules that I introduced in the October after I became Chancellor said, first of all, that we have to balance day-to-day spending with tax receipts. That's important, but that subject to getting debt down as a share of GDP, we could invest in the things that can actually grow the economy, because he and I both know that growth is the best way to ensure that our public finances are sustainable and we improve living standards for working people.
Whereas, Mr Speaker, the Government's new industrial strategy has signposted a path to further economic growth and prosperity, but there are certain regions of the UK that can play a significant role in this growth. So would Treasury Ministers consider working with DBT to make Cornwall an industrial strategy zone?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. And in the budget last year, we introduced the Kerno Growth Fund to support the Cornish economy because of the specific strengths around critical minerals, defence and also clean energy. The National Wealth Fund and the wider government will do everything we can to unlock those huge opportunities that we know exist in Cornwall.
Final question, Dr Ellich.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Given the recent IFS report that says the Treasury's excessively narrow focus on fiscal rules leads to dysfunctional policy making, and given recent global events showing the uncertainty of fiscal forecasting, does the Chancellor recognise that it's time to move to a more flexible and strategic approach to fiscal rulemaking and fiscal policy making?
Chancellor.
I totally reject the premise of that question. The fiscal rules that I introduced as Chancellor have unlocked £120 billion for capital investment. We're spending £50 billion more on day-to-day spending by the end of this Parliament. But at the same time, we're bringing debt down, bringing the deficit down, bringing inflation down and bringing interest rates down for all of our constituents. Economic stability is the way to grow our economy and make working people in all our constituencies better off. And if you forget that, it is ordinary working people who pay the price.
Right, let the front benches change over. Statement, Secretary Doran-Jones.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today, the Government is launching a national conversation on how we will build and use digital ID as the means to access public services digitally on your mobile phone or computer. Public services are meant to be there for you at the most important moments of your life. Free childcare hours to help your children get a good start in life, getting your passport to go on your first holiday, passing your driving test and getting your first driving licence, asking for help if you lose your job, or receiving your state pension in retirement. But today, as the House knows, it is often too hard to get what you need when you need it. The current legacy system of call centres, paperwork, and the need to tell your story multiple times to different parts of government with hours on hold and not knowing where you are in the process is not good enough. I want to change that, and this government will. In its place, we will build a truly modern Britain where public services work for the citizen. New digital public services that come together on the gov.uk app, so that help is there when you need it most. To do that, government needs to build the foundations for these new modern public services. And that is exactly what this digital ID system is for. It will be free to access for anybody who wishes to use it. And it will be built on three core principles. First, it must be useful. It needs to be easier than the old telephone and paper-based systems. Second, it must be secure. You will have more control over what data you share, and we expect nothing less than the level of security protections provided by banks for online banking services. And it must be for everyone. We will not leave people behind, and the government will help those who are less confident with technology or don't have other forms of ID like a passport. With a digital ID, citizens will be able to log into the gov.uk app and then, crucially, prove who they are. But unlike an ordinary login, the digital ID will work across different government departments and services, bringing those all together in one place in the gov.uk app, so that the public can access all the services they need in one place. This is different to building one giant government IT system. That is not what we are doing. Services will remain on separate IT systems in their relevant departments, and the NHS app and citizens' health data will always remain separate. But the gov.uk app and digital ID will, over time, bring all other public services into one app on your mobile phone, the front door to modern public services. Mr. Speaker, this won't be a new experience for citizens. The public already use these systems every day, from banking to shopping. And other countries are already far ahead of us. From Denmark and Estonia to Australia and India, Britain is having to catch up. It is an issue of convenience and efficiency, Mr. Speaker, but it is also one of fairness and equality. We all know who the status quo often favours. Those with the resources, the headspace, perhaps the pointy elbows or the pushiness, to get themselves to the front of the queue or to play the system. But public services are meant to be there when people need them most. And it is quite frankly an outrage how the legacy system has sometimes treated people in these stressful or difficult situations, piling them up with bureaucracy and without the help they need. And who is it then that struggles to fill in these forms or correctly lack the form of ID that's required? Who are the 1 in 7 people across the UK who don't have a passport? It is often the strivers juggling work and caring responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, this government believes that everybody deserves a fair shot, and it is up to government to give people the support and a leg up when they need it. So today, we're launching this national conversation to discuss how we build and use a digital ID. We want to know where frustrations exist with the current legacy system and which services could be made easier via the gov.uk app. Later today, I will share a prototype of how a digital ID could work that shows how government by app could become a reality, joining up different departments and services so that the public don't have to do the work themselves. In the initial stages, the digital ID system will start by making it easier to complete simple administrative tasks, like proving your right to work when you start a job. Other tasks, such as paying your car tax or ordering a passport or sorting your childcare entitlements, will become part of that same app over time. Mr. Speaker, I understand that the idea of a digital ID has sparked significant public interest. So I have instructed my department to make sure that this consultation goes further than any other consultation that government has done before. Therefore, as part of this public consultation, which is now live right now, we will also be inviting a representative sample of the public at large from all walks of life and parts of the country to form a people's panel. This deliberative democracy process builds on our experience of supporting Parliament's Citizens' Assembly on Net Zero in the last Parliament. Working with over 100 citizens, we will debate the difficult questions, find ways forward, and build a system that can secure the trust and support of everyone. And Mr. Speaker, for members chuntering from a sedentary position about having a conversation with the public, I say, what do you fear? We're very happy to talk to the public about what the government is doing, and I look forward to talking to honourable members' constituents if they're selected to be part of this process. Mr. Speaker, I understand that this, though, will not be for everyone. I hope that the services we will build will be so good that most people will wish to use them. But for those who don't, I want to make sure that help is on hand in your local community. That's why the rollout of digital ID will also be accompanied by a digital inclusion drive to help people access and use these services. I don't come to Parliament today with preconceived answers, and we will of course need to make sure that any future scheme is value for money. But I am interested to hear ideas about how we might use the people and the buildings we support already through public expenditure to help those people in their communities. Local post offices or postal workers, libraries or job centres, so that we may be able to ensure that the majority of people, if they need it, can access digital assistance to access these services. And for those who really don't wish to, traditional routes will of course still be made available. Mr. Speaker, as right honourable members across the House know, by the end of this Parliament, it will be mandatory to digitally check your right to work when starting a new job. It is currently a legal requirement for employers to check a new employee has a legal right to work in the United Kingdom. But this often paper-based approach of photocopying or scanning a passport or utility bill without further checks is vulnerable to fraud, and it does not create a clear record of when and where checks have been carried out for enforcement agents to know. That's why the Prime Minister has asked for these existing checks to now be conducted digitally by the end of this Parliament. It will still be the employer's responsibility, but employees will be able to choose between using a government digital ID, as we're setting out today, or using a passport or e-visa and alternative methods if they wish. For individuals, it will be easier and quicker to demonstrate your right to work. For businesses, it will streamline and reduce the cost of compliance reporting. And for the Home Office, it will create a digital audit trail of where checks have been carried out to support enforcement in those areas where they have not, and to deter those who think that it is too easy to work illegally in the United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, this is by its nature quite a technical consultation, but it is also a deeply political one. When the public voted for change, they also voted for better public services. And this is what Labour governments at their best are all about. Building new, innovative public services to support opportunity for all rather than just the privileged few. From the NHS in the 1940s to the Open University in the 1960s to the Sure Start centres of the 2000s. Today, Mr. Speaker, we are continuing that proud Labour tradition by building modern digital public services that extend opportunity and support for people when they need it. This is in stark contrast to those political parties who just wish to conserve the unacceptable status quo or who offer to tear everything down and leave you on your own. Mr. Speaker, we want people across Britain to want this system, we want them to be a part of it, and we want them to have an opportunity to shape it. This consultation is that opportunity. I look forward to members across the House and our constituents taking part. Can I thank my honourable friend, the member for Makerfield, for his work on this issue to date, and my honourable friend, the member for Bury North, for all of the work he's now going to do to make this a reality, and for which I will take the credit and he will take the blame if it goes wrong. And, Mr. Speaker, may I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Minister Mike Watt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for sight of his statement and for the briefing a short time ago. Mr. Speaker, it is said that in 1720, gullible investors were invited to put their money into a company for carrying out an undertaking of great advantage, but nobody to know what it is. Today, the Chief Secretary appears to be reviving that proud tradition. For months, his department has insisted that digital ID was absolutely essential. And until a few weeks ago, it had to be mandatory, even for babies. But after months of insisting the scheme was indispensable, the government is now asking the public to tell them just what it is indispensable for. There was a time when this was supposed to be the magic bullet to tackle illegal migration. Now the Cabinet Office seems to be suggesting it might just help reduce hold time on government call centres. Mr. Speaker, this great undertaking has gone from promising the elixir of eternal youth to the equivalent of, well, you never know, it might help if you have a slightly upset tummy. But the public know snake oil when they're offered it. We shouldn't be surprised, because this never was a thought-through policy. It was always a distraction stunt. For years, officials have been looking at the ID file on the shelf, hoping for a government desperate enough to pick it up. And last September, they finally found one. Desperate for an announcement to shove Andy Burnham off the front pages before a tricky Labour conference. And by the way, how did that turn out? The Prime Minister dusted off this scheme with no clear idea how it would work, what it would cost, or what the consequences would be. And after one of the government's many U-turns, the Chief Secretary now assures us this digital ID will not become compulsory. Mr. Speaker, nothing is ever compulsory until it suddenly is, because we know how this story goes. At first it's voluntary, then it becomes strongly encouraged. Then you discover you needed to open a bank account, then to see your GP. And before long, your phone battery dies while you're in the queue at Costa. You're essentially a non-person. Sorry, sir, no flat white for you. Computer says you no longer exist. No wonder even the Health Secretary wants nothing to do with this particular headline. Of course, the government tells us not to worry because the system will be secure. This is the same government that can't even keep its own budget secret. And how much confidence can the public really have that their personal data won't be misused when the minister responsible for this scheme this time last week had to resign after reports that he hired a firm to spy on journalists who had written negative stories about his organisation? In November, the OBR put the cost of this boondoggle at £1.8 billion over 3 years, more than the cost of building and operating a new Type 45 destroyer. and nearly as dangerous if not used properly. The OBR did not change that figure in last week's projections, and so we can assume that 1.8 billion remains the best estimate. And for what? Mr. Speaker, Britain has managed perfectly well for centuries without a peacetime national identity system. Our society functions without citizens having to authenticate themselves to the state every time they wish to open an app or go about their daily lives. So before we rush headlong into constructing the world's most elaborate digital clipboard, the government should recognise some serious concerns. If their system fails, it will be expensive. If it's hacked, it will be dangerous. And if it expands, it will be intrusive. So what exactly is the overwhelming crisis in British life that requires all three? And until the government can answer that convincingly, the British public will view this proposal in exactly the same way they view most grand Whitehall technology schemes, with deep suspicion, a modicum of mild amusement, and a firm determination to keep their identity exactly where it belongs, in their own pocket, not floating somewhere in the government's cloud.
Mr. Speaker, I enjoyed the honourable member's statement and thank him for lifting our spirits with it. I'll just say gently two things to him. The first is, Mr. Speaker, I'm very confident that when the public are doing their online banking and shopping in a quick and convenient way, the fact government is saying you should be able to access public services in that way will seem perfectly sensible and pragmatic. And if the party opposite want to say that the status quo is the best we've got to offer and we shouldn't even try to make that better, then all the luck to them. The second thing I would say, Mr. Speaker, and I genuinely say this is not for want of trying, I don't think I heard one question in the honourable gentleman's statement, and so I have nothing further to add.
Dave Chiamora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I welcome the government's decision to remove the mandatory element of digital ID so that we can all focus on the benefits that easier access to public services should deliver for everyone. Usefulness, security and inclusivity are good principles, and I do urge my constituents to take part in the consultation in any way and every way that they can. But, Mr. Speaker, my committee has heard really worrying evidence of lax data practices across government, persistent IT failures, and lock-in to proprietary and expensive systems. Now, digital ID will be built in-house, as I understand it, by GDS in DCIT. Can he commit to the House that it will not be built on bad data and bad data practices?
Jones.
Can I thank my right honourable friend for her question and say that the government looks forward to working with her and her select committee as we develop these policies. The honourable lady is absolutely right. We are focusing on building the app and the login system with digital ID. But the big prize in the years ahead is when you can get the old services off of the old computers into the app and working well. I do not underestimate the challenge of that process, but it does present an opportunity for investment and reform that will modernise those systems, deal with those legacy issues around security and the quality of data, and ultimately provide better services to the public. It will take a number of years to do, but I am confident in the end it is the only viable route to modern public services in our country.
Lisa Smart, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Chief Secretary for advance sight of his statement. But let's be clear about why we are here. Following collapsing public support, strong opposition from the Liberal Democrats, a petition signed by nearly 3 million people, including over 5,000 of my Hazel Grove constituents, and significant unease expressed from Labour MPs, the government had no choice but to step back from a mandatory scheme. But in the spirit of being a constructive Liberal opposition, we have some suggestions for the government if they want this scheme to have any level of public support whatsoever. First, any digital ID scheme must never be mandatory. People should not be forced to turn over their data simply to go about their daily lives. We cannot and should not turn people into criminals just because someone is unable or unwilling to obtain one. Any scheme must genuinely assure privacy with very clear legal limits and strong technical protections to prevent misuse or surveillance. Individuals must retain ownership and control of their own data. The data must not be reused, sold or accessed beyond its original purpose. The government should also give assurance on the decentralisation of any register. A single point of failure puts the personal details of millions at risk, which is unacceptable. Any scheme must also have a clearly defined purpose set out in law. We could not support a system that extends into different parts of our lives over time without clear and unequivocal democratic approval. Robust safeguards are vital. Yes, it's about what this government wants to do, but it's also about what a potential future government may wish to do with the power such a scheme would present. So could the Chief Secretary confirm that a digital ID scheme will never be mandatory, either for employment or to secure a home in the UK?
Secretary.
Can I thank the Honourable Lady and her colleagues for their engagement on this issue with government to this point today, and say that we look forward to continuing to work with them on this issue. The good news is that for each of the principles that she sets out, the government agrees wholeheartedly. So I hope that means we'll get the support of the Liberal Democrat benches, and we'll look forward to delivering these great reforms to public services together for the public.
Just help members 1:30 out to get on, because we've a lot in the next debate, so we can speed up question and answer. It'll be excellent. Ian Laver is a good example of a speedy question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The general public need to be on board with this, or else it'll be a complete and utter failure. Also, those people that most deprived, those who lack the technological abilities to access these systems, what's the government going to do? What's my right honourable friend going to do to make sure he can bring people on side so that the scheme can be a success?
Cyrus Jones.
My honourable friend is exactly right to call out the challenge of digital inclusion. We see in the private sector lots of services becoming digital, but very little help for the public if they can't use them. The great opportunity of this programme, as I said in my statement, is that if we can create those opportunities in people's local communities, with the people they get to see, whether in post offices, libraries, GP surgeries or job centres, to know there is someone nearby who can help you if you want the help to use these digital systems, that would be a huge advancement on digital inclusion, and I hope this programme will help deliver those outcomes.
Sir Gavin Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I go to the supermarket and before I purchase something, I want to know what the price is. And the Minister seems to be lacking clarity as to how much this is going to cost. Can he give that clarity?
Cyrus Jones.
The consultation, Mr. Speaker, asks many questions about how we should build, implement and roll out this system. And so I am absolutely happy to tell you that as of today, we do not know the answer. I would rather be honest with the House on that basis as opposed to announce a budget for something that then gets massively out of control in years ahead, as was often the case under the previous government. And I look forward to coming back to the House with updated figures after the consultation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister agree with me that the state holds vast amounts of data on all of us from the moment we are born, some of which we never see, never able to correct, or never know who has been looking at it? Does he also agree with me that digital ID provides the opportunity for residents in my constituency and beyond to take back control over their personal data?
Ron Jones.
My honourable friend is exactly right. It's very difficult today to get information out of the public sector because it's often paper-based or on IT systems that you can't access. With Digital ID and the gov.uk app, you'll have more control and more insight into how your data is being used for what purposes in the future, and that will mean that the citizens will feel more in control about which data that they're sharing with the public sector.
So, Julian.
When asked by the Liberal Democrat spokesman whether he could guarantee that a digital identity requirement would never become mandatory, the Minister said he wholeheartedly agreed. But isn't it the case that the original scheme that the government was minded to put forward was mandatory? So how much faith can we put in that assurance?
Secretary Jones.
Firstly, the Prime Minister's announcement was that it should be mandatory for digital verification of ID. This scheme enables that, but there are other routes available to people if they wish to follow them. And the other commitment I can give the Right Honourable Member is, of course, I suspect it will be on the face of the bill that we'll bring to the House later this year.
Matt Bishop.
Mr. Speaker, many people still have to repeatedly prove who they are to different parts of government. Does the Chief Secretary agree with me that the trusted digital identity system could make public services simpler and more secure to citizens while protecting privacy?
Secretary Jones.
That is exactly the ambition we have. We will all have constituents in this House who struggle to get in touch with the right people, with the right information and the right ability to make a decision when they're trying to access support or information. This will make this much easier for people to do without having to think about different telephone numbers, different logins and different codes. It will be simple on your phone and there for you when you need it most.
Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I commend the Minister for admitting that he doesn't know how much this is going to cost. But it's almost 6 months since this first became government policy, and now he's decided that it's time to consult the public. Can he tell the House then, how much has it cost us so far?
Secretary Jones.
Any costs that have been incurred so far have been purely for civil servants to pull together the consultation, for the department to hold discussions and roundtables with stakeholders. Government will need spending authority from Parliament to start this scheme being built, and that will be part of the bill that will come to the House later this year.
Emily Dodd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Myself, and being the mother of young children, teenagers, they can't believe how difficult it is to access your data, to interact with public services. And they call it cringe, a bit like the speech from the opposition spokesperson. Is it not right that if we are to be a modern digital Britain embracing AI, building an innovation-based economy, that our public services are also built in that frame and put us in the driving seat?
Secretary John.
I very much agree with my honourable friend, and we have to remember as well that taxpayers pay for these public services, but they have nowhere else to go. Unlike in the private sector, if you're getting a rubbish service, you can go to someone else. It is a requirement for all of us in this House to make sure that we're using taxpayers' money effectively to build effective modern public services, and that's what this government will be doing.
Sir Desmond Swain.
I mean, I'm almost speechless. This House is the properly accountable People's Panel, not some collection of stooges and trustees selected by the Minister. In any event, it's no good him telling us it's asleep. This parrot is dead. Killed by lack of trust in the government after the whole saga of Labour together, isn't it?
Sarah Jones.
No.
Baxter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome my right honourable friend's statement today and clarification that the scheme will not be compulsory to access public services. Can he say a little more about how we'll persuade people that this tool will make their everyday lives easier? Can he also say what discussions he's had with the devolved administrations to ensure the same opportunities apply across the UK? And how will my constituents in Paisley and Renfrewshire South participate in the People's Panel?
Secretary Jones.
As the House would expect, I have been engaging with the First Minister and Deputy First Ministers of the devolved governments in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland about this scheme, and we have made an open invitation that should they wish to bring devolved services into the app in the future, they are more than welcome to do so. We have seen examples in the past where, for example, in Scotland, they decided not to be part of the developments of the NHS app in England, and that's resulted in a worse service for people in Scotland than in England. We would rather avoid that if we can. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, you want this system to be so useful and so effective that people will just want to use it because it will be so easy that the alternatives are not attractive.
Brendan O'Hara.
Mr. Speaker, it seems that even in the middle of an existing cost of living crisis and with another one looming, that the government have decided to plough ahead with a digital ID scheme which few folk actually want. Having committed so much money to this scheme already, and with the price of heating oil, gas, electricity and fuel soaring yet again, does the Minister believe that spending even more money on this unpopular idea is suddenly going to make it popular?
Secretary Jones.
Mr. Speaker, there's a little irony in the SNP advising the Labour government that we should spend more taxpayers' money on worse public services, exactly what they've been doing for the last 20 years in Scotland. And I look forward to him being part of this process so we can show him how it can be done.
Samantha Nedler.
Thank
you, Mr Speaker. Firstly, can I thank the Minister for making this a public consultation? I know that my constituents really value having their say. Secondly, I just want to say, as a mum to an 18-year-old, I've recently, I kid you not, in the last 2 weeks, have her say, Mum, where do I get my national insurance number? Mum, I just need to tax my car. Where do I get my MOT certificate? Mum, and that's before we even start talking about what she's going to do when she enters the world of full-time work and becomes a homeowner. So can I thank the Minister for proposing that we're giving people access to data that's already held on them, just in a far more convenient way that matches us in the 21st century.
Secretary Jones.
I completely agree with my honourable friend, Mr Speaker. And the good news is that there will be a Dear Colleagues later coming out later today that will invite all members on a cross-party basis to hold a constituency event on digital ID so they can submit their views into the consultation.
Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister mentioned that there is no set budget. So is this a blank check for government spending? And what will be the end point? Is this a white elephant, black hole, or just another project that is going to fall by the wayside? And why are they having a people's panel when we have Parliament, but we also have people across the country saying they do not want digital ID?
The consultation is open to anyone and everyone, whichever view they hold. And so I encourage the Honourable Lady to invite her constituents to take part in it. She asked me about the cost of the scheme. As I've said, the bill will come to the House later this year. That will itself require a money resolution for government to spend money on this scheme, and then future costs will be subject to the next spending review in 2027.
Dr. Lawrence.
Oh, thank you, Mr Speaker. I welcome the change to not to mandate digital ID, but also the focus of the work to listen to the public on how government platforms can be made useful and relevant and efficient for residents. Can I ask the Chief Secretary, what checks do you think will be carried out in holding the spend accountable so that the services that are being delivered are relevant to residents in the UK?
Secretary Jones.
The Honourable Lady is absolutely right. The grand idea here is not just to improve public services, but to reduce the cost of them by taking a more digital approach to delivery of those services to the public. At the moment, every time someone has to call a call centre or fill out another form and it passes to another person and another person, it is an additional cost to the taxpayer, not being spent on them and the help and support that they need. Of course, the normal checks and balances will be in place, subject to the next spending review, and Treasury business case approval will be required for each service that's being onboarded to the app in the years ahead.
Steve Darby.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd like to thank the more than 6,000 residents who signed the petition against mandatory digital ID. This will inevitably save billions of pounds to the government. Will the government commit to investing in this money in bobbies on the beat to tackle antisocial behaviour in places like town centres of Torquay and Paignton?
There have been some estimates, Mr Speaker, that if we are able to harbour the full benefit of the gov.uk app and improving the productivity of these customer services across government, we could save tens of billions of pounds every single year. That is tens of billions of pounds of money right now being spent on poor public services that can be reinvested into the front line to support people, or even being given back to taxpayers in the years ahead.
Charters.
Speaker, before entering this House, I worked in tech, building products to streamline ID checks, improving UI and UX in the process. So does my right honourable friend agree that this will be the case with the digital ID? And does he further agree that when it comes to making childcare more accessible for funded hours, that this will be an important use case to explore?
Jones.
Childcare, Mr Speaker, is one of those great examples where you have a HMRC website for 20% reduction on your fees that you have to log into every 3 months, calculate the 80% fee, do the card transaction yourself, find the nursery provider and send the money. And then on top of that, you get a form from the council every quarter with a code you've got to fill out. And I mean, it's crazy. The whole point of gov.uk and digital ID is to make this quicker and easier for members of the public at home so that that user experience is as good in the public sector as it is in the private sector.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The public want faster, better public services. And of course, the existing gov.uk app works very well. I suspect most of us use it. That is a massive difference from what the public don't want, which is a digital identity card system. So I think the first mistake the Minister has made today is calling this statement digital ID. Can the Minister be honest with this House and the British people? Is this about improving the gov.uk app as it currently exists, or is it about a digital identity card system through the back door?
As I said in my statement, Mr. Speaker, today, if you want to use online services, you can log in to some websites in some departments independently. Each one you have to log into differently. They do not talk to each other. The difference between one login and digital ID is that by proving who you are in the app, we can plumb those services into one place so you have a front door to those services. That is something I'm very confident the public would expect and would want to be able to vote for in the future, in contrast to privatising the NHS, which they definitely won't vote for.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Chief Secretary for his statement? In Europe today, it's possible to have your prescription issued in Tallinn in Estonia and have it filled in Lisbon in Portugal. In my constituency, my local hospital can't even send the prescription to the local pharmacy. So can I urge my right honourable friend to look carefully at what works in Europe, avoid reinventing the wheel, and really consider seriously interoperability with the EU's identification framework?
Senator Jones.
Mr. Speaker, we are already in discussions with the European Commission on shared standards, primarily because in Northern Ireland, of course, subject to the Good Friday Agreement, members of the public there can have an Irish passport or a British passport and still work in the United Kingdom. So we will be building this system to recognise an Irish passport as well as a British passport to honour that commitment, and in doing so meet the equivalence of standards with the European Union more widely.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My long experience is that the Scottish Government are quite prepared to ignore consultation, especially on the views of my constituents. So can the Chief Secretary set out how this system will work if the Scottish Government do not cooperate in it, and if indeed they try to use it to take forward their independence agenda?
Senator Jones.
As I've said to the House, Mr. Speaker, I've been in touch with ministers in the Scottish Government just this morning to extend an invitation for them to be part of this modernising approach to public services in the future, and I hope that they will welcome that. Of course, I hope more deeply that it will be a Labour government in Scotland who will, of course, say that this is the right thing to do, showing that two Labour governments can deliver better outcomes for the public. But we should continue to hold the Scottish Government to account for poor public services and encourage them to follow our way and deliver change for the public.
Victoria Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the announcement from the government that they've listened to concerns from the Liberal Democrats, from the public about that mandatory system, because I think it was that loss of trust of these flip-flopping policies which has caused so much damage. But that question around connected systems and better public services can be on one login, which was the case in France. So my main question is, why are the government not focusing on fixing one login, which they spent 100 million on last year? But also, if they do put this in place, what support will there be for individuals and the businesses who it seems to be carrying the burden of this digital ID?
Secretary Jones.
Digital ID is kind of the premium option of the one login option. One login in many ways is a great system, but still has lots of challenges, not least because you can't pull all of these systems together into one place for citizens. That's what digital ID enables you to do, because you're able to prove authentically that you are who you say you are and not just logging in with someone else's login details. That's what makes this scheme much more exciting for public service reform in the future.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents have been incredibly vocal in telling me that they don't want this, and frankly, because trust in the government has eroded so much, this is dead in the water. But if the government does go ahead with this, what is the government going to do to ensure that there is no single depository containing the data of millions of citizens that could present a single point of failure from a security perspective?
I can confirm the government will not be doing any such thing.
Go Lockhart.
Mr. Speaker, my constituency of Upper Bann led the way on this issue, with more than 7,000 people having signed the e-petition against digital ID cards. The public see this scheme for what it is. It's a gateway to unprecedented state surveillance, and they don't want to be part of it. They see it as a waste of money and effort, creating a 100-strong citizen assembly who are not even democratically accountable. Would he not be honest with the public today and admit that if this digital ID plan is implemented, the slippery slope is greased with expansion, tracking and repurposing?
Secretary Jones.
The Honourable Lady is wrong, and I look forward to bringing provisions in the bill later this year to prove that case.
Big Slade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister tell us what happens if the 100-person panel concludes that the scheme will not have the trust and confidence support of people? Can he confirm that digital efficiencies like using emails, not letters, and automatically chasing up medicals in the DVLA will not be delayed for this project?
Jones.
The deliberative democracy process the outcomes of that process will form a legal part of the consultation, so it will feed into the consultation in the normal way. It's the first time government's done that. I recognise there's a bit of a innovation or a risk, but I'm so confident that we'll get the members of that panel to a place where they think it's a perfectly sensible thing to do, then I think it will be a useful process, and other colleagues may wish to consider it for other policy areas in the future. It will take some time over the next few years to legislate and build the login, integrate it into the app. And so her question on future services will be one that we'll come back to towards the back end of this Parliament.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Consistent polling has found the public are not interested in digital ID, and they remain deeply concerned about the implications for their privacy and their sustained lack of trust in this government to run the scheme. This is especially the case given the fact this government has sold out our NHS to Palantir and given almost £700 million in taxpayer cash has been handed to Peter Thiel, including potentially the data of our patients. What is he doing to uncouple our government services from Palantir, and will he commit that no public money will go to Palantir to run this digital ID scheme?
Jones.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to confirm that the digital ID scheme and its build within the gov.uk app will be built as a sovereign capability within government, within the UK, and will not be outsourced to a foreign company.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker. May I thank the Minister for his inclusion of the Select Committee in the work so far, and his removal of the mandatory nature of digital ID, which is what caused so many of my residents in Newton Abbot to write to me to complain about it. May I ask that he commits to continue involving the Select Committee as this situation evolves and as the system is implemented?
Members of the Select Committee know, Mr. Speaker, that I'm looking forward to working with them and members in this House to think how we might legislate more innovatively with the bill that comes later this year to enable quicker digital transformation of public services with appropriate checks and balances in the House, without having to return to either an enormous primary piece of legislation or repeated primary bills. And I look forward to the Select Committee being a part of that check and balance as we come to legislate later this year.
Jim Allister.
Mr. Speaker, I suspect that my constituents will have at least these three concerns: that this digital ID scheme will become mandatory by stealth, that it will be vulnerable to IT failures, and also at danger from malevolent hacking. Are those not real concerns? How will they be addressed? And will this proposal be China-proofed?
So on the question of mandation, Mr. Speaker, as I say, I expect it will be on the front of the bill that comes to this House later this year, that it will not be mandatory. And should any government in the future wish to change that, they'll need to come back to this House to change the law in order to do so, and that is the right and proper thing. He's right to have concerns, as we should do in relation to any modern services, about cybersecurity and hacking and the confidentiality and security of people's data. But that is precisely why we're building it in-house in the government with the National Cybersecurity Centre as a sovereign capability to make sure that we're not reliant on external companies, whether in the UK or abroad, to cover those bases for us.
Shocker Adam.
Speaker, my constituents are overwhelmingly against digital ID, as appears the national consensus. So the Minister did not agree with me that asking 100 people of the public to legitimise an already bad idea, initially espoused by Tony Blair, is a waste of time, a waste of resources, and a waste of money. And when will the government go back to addressing issues that really matter to the public, which is the cost of living crisis?
Secretary Jones.
It's not for me, Mr. Speaker, to advise other members about how to please their constituents. But I would just ask that if he asked his constituents, would you like better public services that are easier to use, they're probably going to say yes.
Final question, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Minister, there's a clear and growing concern across the United Kingdom, including myself and my constituents, regarding digital ID, with the general public seeking firm assurances about their personal autonomy. The Minister is a very honourable man. He's very much liked in this chamber. But the Minister will also know, as you will, Mr. Speaker, as well know, that in Revelation and the Holy Bible, it refers to the mark of the beast and 666. Now, is it the mark of the beast we're looking at, or is it George Orwell's 1994 or 84? The reason I ask the question is because 1.5 million people in Northern Ireland, that's 74% of the population of Northern Ireland, have said they don't want it. Minister, if we don't want it and the people in the United Kingdom don't want it, then just for goodness sake, do away with it.
Just before. Mr. Shannon, You kept saying you, so am I the devil, or is it the Secretary-General?
Mr. Speaker, I might suggest some of the Gospels that will be a little bit more uplifting for the honourable gentleman to read, as opposed to the Armageddon section at the end. I mean, look, to reassure him, the gov.uk app and the digital ID login will be optional. Members of the public can choose to use it if they wish to. If they don't want to, that is entirely up to them. But as I've said repeatedly to this House, I'm very confident that we will build public services that are quick, easy and simple to use, and that will be welcomed by people across the whole of the United Kingdom.
Point of order, Narendra Mishra.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, last week the Shadow Secretary of State for Defence, the member for South Suffolk, visited my constituency of Stockport on the 6th of March. He did not make me aware of his visit to my constituency as per the convention of this House. He's an experienced member of the Commons, and as such I'd be grateful if you could provide me with the advice on preventing such discourtesy and disrespect from taking place in the future.
First of all, can I thank the member for giving notice? I will reiterate once again, I don't care whether it's ministers, I'm just dealing with the member. No. So, whether it's shadow ministers, whether it's ministers, backbenchers, the courtesy is you must let the member know before you get to the constituency, unless it's on private business. Please, have the courtesy to each other. The public out there expects us to follow rules, and the rules should be adhered to. Sir John Hayes, point of order.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the government brought a statement to the House entitled Protecting What Matters. One might have thought that could be preserving historic buildings or endangered wildlife, or simply affirming the importance of our Christian heritage. In fact, it was about defining anti-Muslim hostility. I'm not going to debate that. What I do seek your advice on is whether a title of that kind is, and it can't possibly be deceptive, misleading, it's certainly confusing, and whether it's fair to members to entitle statements in a way that gives them no chance to anticipate what's going to be debated and prepare accordingly.
What I can say is the member who's always here shouldn't have a need to worry about the titles. But just in fairness, and I do take on board, the fact is the government's in charge of the titles, they are ministerial statements, they have full responsibility. I have no responsibility for it. I certainly would say it's on the record. I'd expect the front bench to have taken on board titles should be understandable, not misleading. Sir Julian Lewis.
To that point of order, Mr. Speaker, which I didn't know was going to be raised until I heard it, I did myself notice a little bit earlier that there was a statement entitled Pensions Update that was really all about the WASPy women. And I, for one, was misled into thinking it was some routine general statement about pensions, and it would have been perfectly possible for the government to have made it explicit, in which case more members would have been likely to have been present.
I don't disagree, but I know the honourable member has that sneaking understanding of what happens in government and how they may try to get away. And another member who's always around as well. What I would say is it will be much easier for the government to be very explicit, very open, that all backbenchers from all sides know what's going to happen. What I would say is if members spent more time in the chamber, we wouldn't have to worry. Right, we now come to the... Let the front benches change. We now come to the 10-minute rule motion. Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to make provision for the application of non-molestation orders and occupation orders in relation to behaviour relating to pets, to amend definitions of controlling or coercive behaviour and economic abuse to include behaviour relating to pets, to extend the application of domestic abuse protection orders to pets and for connected purposes. Madam Deputy Speaker, Britain prides itself on being a nation of animal lovers. Indeed, the PDSA's annual PAW report found that 51% of UK adults own a pet of some type, with 28% owning a dog and 24% owning a cat. Whilst owning a pet brings joy and companionship to many, Britain's high levels of pet ownership also means that animals are too often subject to violence within the home or are used as tools of coercion and control. This known reality is, however, not currently reflected in family and domestic violence law in England and Wales. At the moment, pets do not receive any meaningful legal protection or consideration in domestic abuse cases. This leaves many victims afraid to leave abusive situations due to concerns about their animal safety. Abusers can still retain legal ownership of pets with limited legal mechanisms to transfer custody to survivors. This bill, also known as Ruby's Law, seeks to change this by explicitly incorporating pets into family law protections such as non-molestation and occupation orders. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am proud that this government is committed to halving violence against women and girls and providing meaningful support to victims of domestic violence and abuse. Such efforts can only be strengthened by clearly recognising the clear link between domestic violence and violence against pets. The statistics are stark. The Dogs Trust found that 97% of domestic abuse professionals have dealt with cases where pets are harmed as part of coercive control by abusers. This involves controlling access to food, veterinary care and formal ownership rights, often preventing victims from seeking safety in a refuge or adequately caring for their pets. Another study by Dr. Mary Wakeham found that in 88% of households experiencing domestic abuse, the abuser also abused pets. In most cases, this involved physical violence against pets as a form of control. Pets are kicked, hit, thrown, or even poisoned. In 12% of cases, the abuser ends up killing the animal. This accompanying animal abuse has a significant impact on survivors and their families. Victims often exhibit lasting psychological trauma as a result of witnessing or fearing harm to their pets. The emotional toll on children can also be particularly stark. Studies show that 88% of children in abusive households have witnessed pet abuse. This often results in the children developing PTSD, anxiety, or other behavioural issues. Ruby's Law seeks to draw on international best practice in tackling these clear concerns. In the US, Canada and Australia, pets are explicitly included in domestic violence protection orders. California and Maine have passed laws allowing pets to be part of restraining orders, providing survivors with greater security and helping them leave abusive situations sooner. The Northern Irish Assembly has similarly shown significant support for introducing their own Ruby's Law, with similar proposals forming part of the Executive's new Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy. And for this reason, I particularly welcome the interest and support from the Honourable Member for South Antrim, who sadly is not in his place at the moment. Turning to the substantive proposals of the bill, Ruby's Law would seek to address current gaps in the Family Law Act 1996 by including pets in non-molestation and occupation orders. This would include the addition of provisions to ensure pets are protected from harm and that survivors are granted legal custody of their pets. Ruby's Law would also amend the Domestic Violence Act 2021 to explicitly reference pet abuse as a form of controlling or coercive behaviour under Section 1 of the Act. This will require the police and prosecutors to take pet-related domestic abuse seriously by providing clear legal grounds for prosecution. The bill would also allow veterinary records, witness testimony and digital evidence of threat or harm to pets to be admissible in court as evidence of a non-molestation order breach, making it easier to prosecute abuse cases involving pet harm. Courts would also be able to consider animal abuse as an aggravating factor in sentencing and risk assessments of perpetrators, helping to protect women and their pets from further abuse. Offenders could also be required to attend behavioural intervention programmes aimed at addressing the link between animal cruelty and domestic violence. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to close by paying tribute to Christina Warner, who I've been working with closely. She has provided extraordinary leadership on this issue, drawing upon her professional experience as a family law barrister. Ruby's Law is firmly aligned with the government's agenda of tackling violence against women and girls and supporting victims of domestic violence. I would urge ministers to give its provisions serious consideration. Together, these changes would offer greater legal clarity and protection, increasing safety for both human and animal victims of domestic abuse alike. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Irene Campbell, Sir Roger Gale, Kerry McCarthy, Rachel Maskell, Adam Jogi, Sir Desmond Swain, Anne Davis, Neil Hudson, Robin Swan and myself.
Ruth Jones. Beautifully done, beautifully done.
Domestic Abuse Pets Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 17th of April.
Friday the 17th of April. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Courts and Tribunals Bill, second reading.
Now, the reasoned amendment in the name of the loyal opposition has been selected. Minister to move the second reading. So to say.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that the bill now be read a second time. I'm very proud to bring the bill back before the House because it will drive long overdue reform to effectively evolve our 20th century criminal justice system so that it's fit for the 21st century. This House will recognise that there's a particular kind of silence that now echoes through the corridors of our courts. And it's not the silence of a jury carefully weighing the evidence or the hush as a judge delivers their verdict. It's the silence of waiting, the silence of victims told, sometimes for the third or fourth time, that their trial has been adjourned because there's no judge, there's no courtroom, there's no capacity to hear it. And it is the silence of people like Katie, who in 2017 reported her partner for actual bodily harm and rape, but staggeringly did not see justice until 2024, 7 years after waiting. Her life fell apart in that period. It left her mental health in tatters. It caused her to lose her job. And Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an injustice. It's Katie's injustice and those of thousands of victims across the country. And this bill seeks to redress that today. It's building, of course, on Sir Brian Levison's thoughtful and considered review, and I'm very grateful to Sir Brian for all of his work, particularly in getting us to this point, both in Part 1 and Part 2 of this bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government inherited a justice system close to breaking point. And it was from the previous government who could and frankly should have reformed it. The consequences of their inactions are clear. Nearly 80,000 cases currently sit in the Crown Court backlog. That's more than double the number in 2019. More than 20,000 cases wait for over a year, and included in that is around 2,000 rape cases. It's an average of 255 days before a Crown Court case gets heard and finishes, and for rape, it's a staggering 423 days. If we do nothing The backlog is projected to reach 200,000 within the next decade, 5 times what it was in 2019. This is not a matter of efficiency. The progressive case for court reform is about whether the institutions of the British state can still deliver justice itself. For the people we were elected to represent in Parliament, when we speak about the rule of law, we do so as though it's a sort of lofty constitutional principle. But the rule of law is not abstract. It is a public service. And if that service cannot be delivered in a time frame that allows victims to move on with their lives, then the law is not ruling, it is failing.
Extremely grateful, the Right Honourable Gentleman, for giving way. He's right, of course, the rule of law is a living thing, and the connection between the public and the exercise of criminal justice is fundamental. Central to that is the age-old principle of juries and jury service. This is a direct engagement of the public in something which otherwise would be remote from the vast bulk of them. Does the Honourable Gentleman retain my view that jury service is critical and that juries should play a continuing part in the criminal justice system? Or is he determined to minimise the number of jury trials? Because that's certainly what his proposal looks like to the vast majority of people here.
Yeah. Well done. I absolutely retain the Right Honourable Gentleman's view that juries are the cornerstone of our system. They are fundamental, and this bill is about protecting them. All governments make thresholds to where juries sit, and he will recall that one of his great heroes, Margaret Thatcher, made such a change in 1989. I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank the honourable friend, the Secretary of State, for giving way. I thank for the progress he's making. I really want to. I'm for reform. My concern is, and as his own review in 2017 highlighted the issue of people from black and minority ethnic backgrounds being this will fall on them and the inequalities that they already face. So can he give me the reassurances for my constituents of Bradford West and wider that he will review robustly the impact of this bill on people from minority ethnic backgrounds and make sure that it's a meaningful review which holds weight?
Yeah. I'm hugely grateful to my honourable friend for her experience, and she has lived experience of the criminal justice system, more so than many others in this chamber, and she has been a doughty campaigner on issues for ethnic minorities across our country for many, many years, and I can give her that reassurance, and I will come to this a little later in the speech, that is absolutely right, that there is courses of reviews so that we understand exactly how our reforms are, and indeed our criminal justice system in a deeper and better way, is affecting ethnic minority populations, and I hope that she will engage in the ambit, scope and direction of that review. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to my honourable and learned friend. He is absolutely right to set out the importance. Jury trials are a cornerstone of our democracy and justice system that are in place for very, very good reason. My honourable friend previously, as part of the Lamy review, emphasised the importance of jury trials and in particular the disproportionate impact on BAME communities. What's changed?
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and I know that when he is very upset, his baritone deepens. And today it was not quite as deep as it has been on other occasions, but he will know that I take very seriously the review I did. And if you return to that review, and of course I'll come to say more about disparities in a moment, it was absolutely clear that there's tremendous public trust in our juries, although when I was asked by David Cameron to do the review, there was concern in some towns and cities from some ethnic minority populations where they had what they perceived to be an all-white jury. Was it still fair? And broadly, it was found to still be fair. But there was not evidence that, in terms of a fair trial, our magistrates, which do 90% of the work, was unfair, or indeed, if a single judge is sitting on its own, that would be perceived to be unfair. But for the reasons that I said to my honourable friend before him, it is right that we review how the system is working and fully understand how these changes will affect the system, of course.
First of all, the Minister and Government are caught between a rock and a hard place, having to address the issue of the backlog, at the same time trying to ensure that the jury trials are retained. There are deep concerns from the general public that speed cannot overcome at the expense of fundamental rights. I know the Minister will ensure that that doesn't happen, but can he perhaps just reassure me that any reforms will preserve the right to have a jury trial where it is absolutely essential to justice, rather than making piecemeal changes which will, I suspect, prevent people who need jury trials having the opportunity to actually have them?
Juries remain a cornerstone, and I'd want to reassure the honourable gentleman that what we're proposing is about protecting juries. But let's be clear, this bill is not just about juries. This is a whole package, and that's why just a few weeks ago I set out investment was key, and this is a £2.78 billion worth of investment. And as Sir Brian told us in part 2 of his reforms, modernisation and dealing with efficiencies in the system is also fundamental. I'm not going to give way. I think I'll give way to the honourable gentleman a bit later in my speech, but I think I probably ought to make some progress. So as I was saying, victims currently are worn down, people simply give up, cases collapse, and offenders remain free to roam the streets, free to commit more crimes, free to create more victims. Madam Deputy Speaker, to restore swift and fair justice, we're pulling every lever available. Investment, essential. Modernisation, essential. And reform. And let me start by addressing the reform which has provoked the fiercest debate. The new Crown Court Bench Division, or our so-called swift courts, that are talked about in Clause 3 of the bill. This new division will hear cases with a likely custodial sentence up to 3 years, to be heard by a judge sitting alone. The independent review of criminal courts predicts this will reduce trial times by at least 20%, and Sir Brian believes the gains could be greater still. And it frees up thousands of hearing days for the more serious cases. This is not just Sir Brian's view. Analysis published today from the Institute of Government supports the modelling behind these reforms and the projected time savings they will deliver. Let me be absolutely clear. Indictable-only offences will remain for juries. The most serious crimes, including murder, manslaughter, rape, robbery, grievous bodily harm with intent, will never be heard in this division. This is not a new principle. Judge-alone trials operate successfully in countries like Canada, where judges told me these trials were as much as twice as fast as jury trials, and judge-alone trials are already a normal, everyday part of our justice system. District judges sit alone in magistrates' court every single day. Youth courts operate without juries. Family courts deciding whether a parent can see their child always sit without juries.
Will you give way on that point? I'm hugely grateful to the Justice Secretary for giving way. When he talks about juries, it's right to say, isn't it, that 0.4% of cases from the magistrates' courts are appealed. Of that 0.4%, that's about 5,000. circa, but 41% of those cases are successful on appeal. What does he say about that?
He's absolutely right. 41% are successful, and of course that means that 59% aren't. With the new permission stage, with the new permission stage, those 41% would still get through. It seems to me absolutely right that to make the system properly efficient, we have the same set of standards, and they're set out in the bill, where you would appeal from a Crown Court beyond, as we do from magistrates to the Crown Court. So I will, of course I will. Of course I will.
The Lord Chancellor for giving way, and he's quite properly recognised the government's debt of gratitude to Sir Brian Leveson. But would he accept the government has been somewhat selective in adopting Sir Brian's recommendations? He knows that Sir Brian did not recommend that all cases which are triable either way should have the right to elect jury trial removed from them. He knows too, incidentally, that Sir Brian did not propose an increase in magistrate sentencing powers to up to 2 years. He suggested it remained at 12 months. What he hasn't done is adopted some of Sir Brian's recommendations in relation to encouraging early guilty pleas, which would have a significant impact on the backlog. So why has the government selected, for priority purposes, those recommendations that would impact on the right of jury trial and not on some other recommendations that would have a similar effect on the backlog?
I'm very grateful to the right honourable gentleman. We've of course accepted the thrust of Sir Brian's recommendation, but there are areas where we have chosen to go further, and he's right about that, and it's because of the modelling and what it says the effect on the backlog will be. And he will recognise that when presented with the evidence that we would be heading to 200,000 in our backlog by 2035, and that notwithstanding all that's been said about investment which we're putting in, notwithstanding all that's been said about modernisation and the efficiencies to which Brian went into in such great detail in part 2 of his review, in fact, because the reform that's being proposed in this bill, with all goodwill, will not get through this Parliament until towards the end of this year, we felt, in looking at those figures, there were some areas where we wanted to go, further. I will give way to, and then I'll make some progress.
And I think we all share his passion to support the victims who are waiting too long to get to court. But that means we also owe them a debt of truth. And the concern that the Institute for Government report highlights is that magistrate courts will struggle to absorb such a large increase in demand. So we may not see the faster justice that he is promising under these proposals. Will he recognise, for those of us who cannot support this legislation as it currently stands, it is that concern to look at the data and look at whether actually juries are a red herring when it comes to the investment that we so sorely need because of the damage done by the previous government is the way forward?
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and let me say to her that that is why we have uncapped sitting days for our magistrates, and that's why I'll set out further investment in our magistrates. I want to get the magistracy back to the sort of numbers they were when the Labour Party was last in government. It was 29,000 magistrates, dropped to 21,000 under the last government. So she's right, we will have to invest and we will have to increase our magistrates. But I hope, because of her long-standing record, working with victims particularly, that she will look hard on this bill as it makes its passage, and I hope that she'll feel able to support it ultimately. I'm going to make some progress, or I think I will upset Madam Deputy Speaker. So I recognise that some argue that the reform risks eroding trial by jury, but let me be clear, juries will remain the cornerstone of our democracy under these reforms. Far from diminishing juries, the bill protects them, to be used in a timely fashion where it matters most. What we are proposing changes the threshold for juries. It does not change the fundamental right to a fair trial, which remains absolute. Since the Magna Carta, no part of our justice system has stood still. Governments of all stripes have changed jury thresholds as a business, and the business, frankly, as usual for governments. James Callaghan removed automatic jury trials for theft, for burglary, for actual bodily harm, and certain drug offences in 1977. Margaret Thatcher did it in 1988 for criminal damage. There is not and has never been an automatic right to a trial by jury. In the current system, only 3% of criminal trial cases currently go before a jury. Over 90% of all cases are already heard fairly by magistrates and district judges right across the country. And following our changes, around 3/4 of trials in the Crown Court will still be heard by a jury, including the vast majority of serious youth cases. We will also introduce judge-alone trials for complex and technical cases, which tie judges, juries and courtrooms up for months, time that could be spent hearing violent and sexual offence trials. Our changes will ensure swifter justice and avoid undue burden on juries. Madam Deputy Speaker, as the author of the Lammy Review and a child of the Windrush generation, as a black man who's been stopped and searched repeatedly because of the colour of my skin, I know as well as anyone in this House that disproportionality in the justice system must be addressed. And since I published my review, 21% of judges now come from an ethnic minority background, but we must recognise that the status quo of the broken system does produce injustice, and the burden of that delay is not evenly shared. Black people are 14% more likely to be victims of crime. People from mixed ethnic background, like my children, 43% more likely. Defendants from black, Asian and minority ethnic backgrounds are statistically more likely to be held on remand before trial than white defendants. And as the backlog has grown, remand waits have increased from 16 to 23 weeks. There's nothing progressive about a young, working-class, black or white man sitting in a cell for months on end, no judge, no jury, no end in sight. There's nothing progressive about a rape victim waiting years for their day in court. There's nothing progressive about the Tory status quo, and that is why tackling delay is in itself a progressive cause. And following extensive engagement with members of this House, I'll give way in just a moment, and following extensive engagement with members of this House to ensure the full impacts of my reforms are properly scrutinised, I am committing, as I've said, to a full independent review. This will look at how our new reforms will affect particular groups, working class people, as well as ethnic minorities, and assess more broadly whether justice is being delivered, not just in our new division, but across all parts of our court system in a way that no government has ever done before, because sunlight, of course, is the best disinfectant. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Justice Secretary for giving way. I think all of us across the House share his passion for wanting to deliver justice more quickly for victims. But can I say to him gently, I visited Isleworth Crown Court on Friday lunchtime and spoke to barristers there, and they impressed upon me that it is extremely rare that juries and jurors are the issue in terms of delays to their court cases. Recently, they've had delays because the cells have been too cold for defendants or Serco staff to use in the courts. They are routinely having defendants delivered late by Serco with no contractual penalties for Serco on those defendants being delivered late. This is pushing cases back repeatedly. Why won't he take action on those things rather than restricting trial by jury, which will make a limited difference?
Look, before the Lord Chancellor responds, there are many backbenchers wishing to contribute. No doubt he's coming close to a conclusion sometime soon-ish. Lord Chancellor, return.
Well, we are piloting the National Listing Scheme at Isleworth, which I would refer her to, and I'd refer her to my speech where I set out what we're doing in relation to Part 2 of Sir Brian Levison's. She's absolutely right. We've got to address all of it. Sir Brian was absolutely clear. Yes, we need investment. We've got to deal with the inefficiencies that she's talked about and modernise our courts, but we also need reform. and look at the tables, look at the graphs that the IFG have corroborated today. To do this, and to see it falling by the next election, we have to do all three, not just cherry pick. I will make no progress, I won't give way, given what has just been said by Madam Deputy Speaker. The bill will also remove the ability of defendants to elect jury trial for either-way offences too often used by criminals to delay proceedings and wear down victims rather than to secure justice. Under our changes, decisions about where a case is heard will rest where they belong with a judge, determined by seriousness and suitability and not by criminals gaming the system. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill also strengthens the role of magistrates. As has been said, today magistrates' sentencing powers are capped at 12 months, and the cases that could be concluded quickly are too often pushed up to the Crown Court, clogging up capacity that would be better focused on more serious crimes. So we will extend magistrates' sentencing powers to 18 months for triable either-way offences. This does not increase the maximum penalty for offences. It simply lets cases be heard and sentenced without unnecessary escalation, saving Crown Court time for the most serious cases. We will also, I won't give way, given what has been said by Madam Deputy Speaker, I've got to make some progress. We will also reform the appeals process for the Magistrates' Court to the Crown Court. At present, an automatic right to a full rehearing forces victims and witnesses to endure the ordeal of their case over and over again, even where there's little merit to an appeal. The bill will introduce a new permission stage, allowing a judge to filter appeals and decide whether there are genuine points of law which require an appeal hearing, mirroring appeals from the Crown Court to the Court of Appeal. To support this, we will allow audio recording in all magistrates' courts for the first time, so that the record is clear and accurate should an appeal be necessary. Alongside reform, as has been said, we're investing a record £2.78 billion settlement for the coming year, £287 million for vital repairs and digital upgrades, and unlimited sitting days in the Crown Court next year, the most ever funded in the history of our court. We are modernising, investing in AI and other technology, and expanding the use of video hearings to speed up justice. Work with the judiciary. We will bring a new national listing system to end what some victims justifiably describe as a postcode lottery, and as less some waiting longer than others. We'll expand blitz courts to clear cases stuck in the system. We'll introduce new case coordinators in every Crown Court to free up judges' time. But even with record investment, even with ambitious efficiencies, an unreformed justice system has a structural ceiling. And that is why the third lever, reform, is essential. The projections are crystal clear. If we do nothing, a backlog of 200,000, 133,000 if we invest and tackle the efficiencies, has just been said by the Honourable Member for the Liberal Democrats, 49,000 if we do all three. The difference is 84,000 more lives on hold. And even if we do all our measures, the backlog will get worse before it gets better, rising before we begin to turn the corner before the end of this Parliament. So it's important to be honest with this House. Because of the seriousness of the situation, we must proceed with the full package, undiluted. If we step back from any one of these levers, or we attempt to water down any one of these levers, it's the victims that will continue to be forgotten. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a bill which puts victims first, as well as delivering the swift justice they deserve. It will also strengthen protections for victims in court. Responding to Law Commission recommendation, the bill, in clause 8 to 9, tightens the rules of evidence in sexual offences cases, so information about a complainant's past can only be used when it genuinely matters, and not used to fuel myths or insinuate or humiliate victims, as has been the case previously. It strengthens and clarifies the use of special measures at clause 12 to 16, ensuring victims have access to screens, live links and support, so victims can give their best evidence and, importantly, stay in the justice system and in the family courts. We'll also repeal the presumption of parental involvement, as many have campaigned for, in clause 17. A measure created with good intentions, but which has contributed to a culture which contact is prioritised. I will give way.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. In Clause 17, this was a campaign also supported by my Conservative predecessor, Kate Kniveton, who bravely spoke about her experience of sexual violence to campaign for this change. Will he join me in congratulating Kate and all the other campaigners that have been involved in this change?
Yeah. Well, absolutely, I congratulate her. And I also want to refer, and I know she's in the gallery, the case of Claire Throssell and her sons, Jack and Paul. Claire's loss is beyond words. She's with us today, and I know that the whole House joins me in paying tribute to her and her courage and her tireless campaign, so others do not suffer as she has. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, the bill brings the leadership of our tribunals in England and Wales into the 21st century, which until now has been separate, and it brings it into a judicial structure headed by the Lady Chief Justice. It modernises magistrates' expenses rules so that they reflect a modern working life and will help us increase the number of magistrates that we need to across the country, and it preserves the unique status of the Old Bailey as the central criminal court. Madam Deputy Speaker, at its best, Labour has always been a party of institutional renewal. We do not worship at the altar of how things have always been. We ask how things can work better. And we have a record of reforming public services that are failing working people, despite opposition from small C Conservative institutions at their time. Trade union legislation, our movement won before we entered up government. Bevan's creation of the National Health Service against fierce opposition from the British Medical Association, the introducing the minimum wage against economic orthodoxy. This side of the House has had a proud record of putting victims' voices into the system. It was us that introduced the Victims' Code. It was us that introduced the Victims' Commissioner, including, and we bring the experiences into this House, including of more Wenna Lohman, Catty Kate, Vicky Crawford, Jade Blue, and Charlotte Schurz, all of them in the public gallery today. This is the party that created, as I said, the Victims' Code, and since taking office again in 2024, we are putting victims first. And these protections, so that therapy notes cannot be used against women, tightened safeguards around how we use their sexual history, are fundamental and important in this bill. The choice before the House is stark. We cannot continue with this rising backlog. The Magna Carta at Clause 4 is clear. To no one will we deny or delay the right to justice. And today that promise rings hollow if we do nothing about it. Let us be the Parliament that chose to act. Let us be the Parliament that turned the tide. Let us be the Parliament that restored swift and fair justice to this country. I urge the House to support this bill, and so I beg to move the bill is now read a second time.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the Shadow Lord Chancellor Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today, the government attacks an ancient English right that runs through our Constitution, from Magna Carta to the Bill of Rights to trials taking place at this very moment in courts across the land. That right, that nobody should be seized or imprisoned or deprived of his standing in any way except by the lawful judgment of his equals, is an essential part of our national inheritance. It's part of what makes our legal system the envy of the world. It's admired by jurists and legislators from all around, and it's been copied by all those countries, success stories like America and Australia, that have followed our common law model. But this government, I will make some progress first, but this government, without a mandate, without a case, without any evidence to justify its actions, has decided our ancient rights are little more than an inconvenience. I will make some progress first. An inconvenience that this Justice Secretary thinks he can sweep away with only the briefest consideration. And why? The Justice Secretary says this is about efficiency and protecting the rule of law. But that is nonsense. According to the government's own impact assessment, reducing jury trials will cut the Crown Court workload by around 3.5%. But even that number, as I will explain, is wrong. According to the Institute for Government, this bill will reduce the Crown Court workload by only 1 or 2%. In other words, rape victims who are waiting for a year for their case to be heard at present would have their cases heard just 1 week earlier. Just in a moment. And there is, from the basics, like getting defendants to court on time, to intensive case management, much more that can be done to make the courts more efficient without attacking jury trials. I will give way.
My honourable member, if since writing his speech he has seen the updated information that has been available around the percentage that it will reduce in our courts.
The Institute for Government has made absolutely clear that the figures that the government has produced are based on assumptions that are not necessarily shared by anybody who knows what we're talking about. I will give way to the honourable member.
Thank the member for giving way. Would he agree that legal judgment by peers or equals can include legal judgment by magistrates, and that indeed there is no ancient right to jury trial? To say so is to misrepresent the case. Yes.
Magistrates have their place in the system, but jury trials are fundamental to our inheritance and to public confidence in the criminal justice system. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, if the reason is not efficiency, why is the government doing this? There are only 2 plausible explanations. The first, that this left-wing government, determined to censor free speech, indifferent to public concern about two-tier justice, simply wants to do away with the hassle of juries. The second, that this is something the civil service has long sought to do, but after a line of wiser secretaries of state than this one, they finally found a minister foolish enough to go along with it. You can imagine the scene in the Ministry of Justice. A reshuffle is underway. The Cabinet Secretary tips off Sir Humphrey, who promptly gathers his officials, asking them what the new Justice Secretary is all about. A private secretary plays the now notorious episode of Celebrity Mastermind. What blue cheese is paired with port, asks the quizmaster. Red Leicester, says the honourable gentleman. Sir Humphrey's eyebrow arches. Which Marie won the Nobel Prize for Physics? Antoinette, comes the answer. Sir Humphrey smiles a wry smile. Which English king followed Henry VIII? Henry VII, cries the right honourable gentleman. Sir Humphrey looks around to his trusted officials. Finally, he says, I think this time we found our man. For this is not a new idea, Mr. Speaker. Officials have been itching to do this for years, but wiser secretaries of state have always said no. By this explanation of events, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Justice Secretary accepted the advice of his officials, failed to interrogate their arguments, and without so much as a second thought, decided to do what was rejected even during the pandemic, when lockdown and social distancing rules meant criminal trials were postponed. I will give way.
Thank the honourable member for giving way. I appreciate that he is into storytelling, maybe his next job. But what did he think was going to happen to the court system when there was a 23% cut under the last government? It was going to crumble. Does he not agree?
Crown Court waiting times were actually lower under the Conservatives until the pandemic. And it is true. It is true that the backlog grew. It is true that the backlog grew during the pandemic. the pandemic came before the general election. Why was this measure, if it was so necessary, not in the Labour Party manifesto? I am willing, Madam Deputy Speaker, to accept that this account might be unfair. Despite all the evidence provided by the Justice Secretary over the years, the policy might not be explained by his incompetence. Just as plausible is ideological vandalism, and we should take ministers at their word. To be clear, I don't mean the occasions when the Justice Secretary insisted, quotes, criminal trials without juries are a bad idea. No, I mean the explanation given by the Minister for courts. She says this is ideological. Asked if the government would be doing this for reasons other than efficiency, she said yes. And if you join the dots, this does make sense, because Labour governments have tried to do this before. In 1999, 2003, and in 2007. And of course, the Right Honourable Gentleman says Margaret Thatcher did this. That is not only not true, and if he reads the Downing Street years, he will get a lesson in conviction politics and strong leadership, which this government does not understand. I will not give way. And of course, when the Justice Secretary's predecessor commissioned Sir Brian Leveson to conduct a review of the criminal courts, she knew what she was doing, because in an earlier review, Sir Brian had already said that jury trials should be restricted, with magistrates deciding the mode of trial and appeals made to a circuit judge. Perhaps the Justice Secretary sees this, like the early release scheme, as another hospital pass from his predecessor, who, like the hardened criminals she let out of prison early, got out of the MOJ before facing the consequences of her actions. If he does think that, he shouldn't feel he has to go ahead. Yet here he is today, proposing not only what Sir Brian Leveson recommended, but an even more radical change. He's telling the House he has no choice but to rush this very serious legislation through Parliament at breakneck speed. Yes, the bill was published less than 2 weeks ago, after no consultation at all, and today the Justice Secretary is already asking honourable members to approve its second reading. He is allowing only 5 days for members to scrutinise the bill line by line in committee. That is less than the government has allowed for the Railways Bill, the Public Authorities Bill and the Pension Schemes Bill. It's about the same time the House once spent scrutinising the Salmon Act, which introduced the offence of handling salmon in suspicious circumstances. It is less than the 44 debates, statements and urgent questions this House has heard on Israel, Palestine and Lebanon since the election. We are not talking about legislating to recognise the sentience of crustacea or to regulate travelling circuses. We are talking about a fundamental change to our constitution, the operation of our courts and the rights of our people. In the words of His Honour, Geoffrey Rivlin, KC, this bill is one of the most radical and revolutionary events in English legal history. Yet it hasn't appeared in any manifesto, it hasn't been put out for consultation, it hasn't even been recommended by Leveson. It has been published with virtually no notice to anyone. What arrogance, Madam Deputy Speaker, what a disgrace. And if this bill had been the subject of consultation, if this Justice Secretary had spent any time listening to judges, lawyers and the public, he would know that it would fail in its own terms. He says it will deliver justice for more victims. But in Canada and Australia, jurisdictions he cites as an inspiration, judge-only trials have seen more acquittals than in jury trials. Indeed, the impact assessment predicts fewer people will go to prison as a result of these changes. This should be no surprise. Asking judges sitting alone to take responsibility for depriving somebody of their liberty is far more onerous than asking 12 fellow citizens who can discuss the evidence, argue the case and share the burden between them. And there is a corresponding danger to justice posed by the proposals to increase magistrates' sentencing powers to 2 years and limit the right to appeal magistrates' rulings. No fewer as the Honourable Gentleman said earlier, then 40% of appeals against verdicts and 47% of appeals against sentences issued by magistrates are successful. Incredibly, the Justice Secretary seemed to suggest just now that these figures are not a cause for concern, but a cause for celebration. I will give way.
Point of the magistrates' appeals, is the Minister aware, the Shadow Minister aware of my, as I am through my experience, that appeals are essentially a retrial of the Magistrates' Court trial, and many of those appeals are successful simply because the victim cannot face giving evidence for a second time and being re-traumatised, and that defendants will use that, particularly in domestic abuse circumstances, to re-traumatise the victim all over again.
I don't accept that characterisation of magistrates' courts, and if that were the true cause for concern for the Honourable Lady, perhaps this bill would try to address what she says, yet it does not. Madam Deputy Speaker, what the government claims about what this bill will achieve is hopelessly confused. The Justice Secretary leans heavily on Sir Brian Leveson, who says limiting jury trials will save 20% of court time. But there was no modelling to justify this number, and Sir Brian has admitted it is little more than a guess. When challenged by my honourable and learned friend, the member for Solihull West and Shirley, the Justice Secretary said, "We will publish our modelling alongside the bill." And yet no modelling worthy of the name has been published. The impact assessment takes Sir Brian's guess and uses it as the median estimate. This is fiction masquerading as science. The Criminal Bar Association calls the impact assessment meaningless verbiage, total gibberish, and something that would make the scriptwriter of the thick of it wince with embarrassment. They concluded, if anyone can make any sense of this, please get in touch. If the Justice Secretary wants to accept that invitation right now, I will be willing to give way to him. No. Because the government has overstated the length of trials for cases in scope of the proposed change by more than 100%. The better estimate is made by the Institute for Government, where researchers listened to judges and lawyers and understood that only 20% of Crown Court time is spent trying either way offences. And of course, half of those will remain jury trials because the likely sentence is above 3 years. The cases in scope, just one moment, the cases in scope, therefore, only take up between 5 and 10% of Crown Court time. So even if they could be tried 20% faster, they would save only 1 or 2% of time. I will give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm extremely grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. One of the points that he's making is that consultation and discussion of this bill may be fruitful in understanding properly its effects. Has it occurred to him that one of the differences this bill will make is that when a judge tries a case on his or her own, in the absence of a jury, this bill requires the judge to give reasons for any conviction that they subsequently conclude is appropriate? Has he considered, or does he think the government has considered, what the potential impact of that may be on likely appeals from those decisions to the Court of Appeal?
My right honourable friend is exactly right, and I was planning to turn to that, because not only is this a problem for the burden of time that this bill creates, but also the question of the politicisation of our judiciary. Because this bill does create new time burdens. When juries deliberate, judges do other work in court, including other trials. If judges deliberate instead, court time used to hear other cases is lost. If the bill becomes law, because a defendant's right to a jury trial depends on the likely custodial sentence if he's found guilty, for the first time a judge will be needed to first conduct a hearing to determine the likely sentence. The bill says the parties involved should make representations, and in cases with several defendants, the judge would need to hear from all their representatives and the prosecutor, taking up hours of time. And there's more. Defendants often plead guilty after the plea and trial preparation hearing, but before trial. In these cases, the sentencing judge, possibly not the same as the allocating judge, will have to hear the submissions all over again. And then there are the reasons for conviction or acquittal, as my right honourable friend just said. Jurors do not have to provide reasons, but the bill says judges must. This will inevitably take many hours per case, time that right now is used to try cases. I will make some progress. And this opens up new risks. The publication of judges' reasons is likely to lead to more appeals and more court time taken. And as questions are posed about judges' reasons, we're likely to see the politicisation of judges and judicial appointments, something that will be made worse by the blurring of our adversarial model and the European inquisitorial role for judges. In our model, judges are entitled to intervene and seek further information to help the jury with their assessment. In a judge-only trial, where the judge inevitably takes on a more inquisitorial role, these interventions and requests will inevitably be portrayed as the display of bias. This will be made worse when it comes to the role of the judge in deciding the admissibility of evidence. A judge usually sees all manner of material that is prejudicial to a defendant, yet is deemed inadmissible. Yeah. But this doesn't matter when it's a jury that decides innocence or guilt. When a judge sees prejudicial material and deems it inadmissible, it will be difficult for anybody to believe the information was simply erased from the judge's mind. Judges may be professional and fully committed to their impartiality, but, Madam Deputy Speaker, they are not superhuman. It is not difficult to see, I will not give way, it is not difficult to see how this too will undermine public confidence in the criminal justice system and put judges in an impossible situation. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will give way to my
my honourable friend is making some very important points. I think there's a more fundamental one that he may come on to in a moment when it comes to public perception of this, which is at a time when confidence in this place, confidence in conventional politics, is at an exceedingly low ebb. If we pass this legislation, we'll be sending a signal to people that this place does not trust 12 good men and true to make the decision. In fact, they want to take that decision away from them. And does he agree with me that will further erode confidence in conventional mainstream politics?
Yeah. I will give way.
The member is absolutely right to talk about confidence in public institutions, and that is what we're addressing today. I stand before you as a victim that would not report because I do not want to be re-traumatised over years, and I speak on behalf of the victims in the gallery and those out there in the country. That is where I want us to restore confidence. That is what we need to do today.
I totally understand what the Honourable Lady says, and we are all interested in the best interests of victims. To suggest otherwise is absolutely appalling, and the Honourable Lady should withdraw that comment. In answer to my right honourable friend, I completely agree. I was concerned by what the Justice Secretary said in his remarks when he said he's proud of the fact that his party doesn't just look to the past and how things have been. I think one of the problems with the party opposite is that they are too careless with how things have always been, and this is exactly what we're talking about. This is an ancient constitutional and legal right, and they are being careless about it. I will not give way again. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are talking about a fundamental change in the way we try criminal cases, and the cases in scope are not minor. There are cases where the likely sentence is between 18 months and 3 years in prison. Before they decide how to vote this evening, members on the government benches need to search their souls and ask themselves 3 vital questions. Is this bill just? Is it thought through? Is it going to make our courts more efficient? If they're honest with themselves, and if they ask judges, lawyers, and their own colleagues, like the Honourable and Learned Member for Kingston upon Hull East, they will know that the answer to all 3 questions is no. Yeah. None of the great Labour Prime Ministers would ask them to take this step. Not Clement Attlee, not Harold Wilson, and not James Callaghan, as the Justice Secretary earlier claimed. As Home Secretary, Roy Jenkins would never have invited MPs to put their conscience aside and vote for what they believe, deep down, is wrong. And neither, as I understand it, from the media briefings, would the former Deputy Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Member for Ashton, underline. Yeah. They know it wasn't in their manifesto. They know there hasn't even been a consultation. And they know it is wrong to rush this through the House after just 5 days of scrutiny in committee. They know in perhaps just a few months this Prime Minister will be gone. I don't believe they wish to look back in the years ahead and remember voting to attack an ancient English right and to undermine what makes ours the best legal system in the world, all for a Prime Minister who takes them for granted and they will soon replace. Madam Deputy Speaker, we will vote against this terrible bill today, and so should they.
There are shy of 60 people wishing to contribute. I urge members to keep their contributions brief, and I call Carl Turner.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, you and I have been friends for some time. I think you were elected in 2015, soon after your talents were recognised and you was quickly in a ministerial brief. You know, Madam Deputy Speaker, my politics, as we cross-swords many a times. So you know it pains me when I congratulate the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Shadow Justice Secretary, for his outstanding contribution. Because there was nothing, really, that I could disagree with. But I welcome, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Justice Secretary's intervention since he's been in post, because it's true to say that that Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, has secured the biggest investment for the criminal justice system in decades, amounting to something in the region of £2.5 billion. So I commend my dear friend for that work. I know that it would have taken some serious graft with the Treasury officials and the Chancellor of the Exchequer. It's true, Madam Deputy Speaker, that there's much of this bill that is absolutely critical. The actions to reduce the backlog, which no member of this House wants to see victims of crime languishing, waiting for months and years for their cases to be heard. The Labour government's policy on reducing violence against women and girls is absolutely crucial as well. And it's right also, Madam Deputy Speaker, to say this. The previous government savaged the criminal justice system, underfunded criminal justice system during the austerity years. But I have to be honest as well. It wasn't just the previous Tory government. The criminal justice system has been badly treated and badly funded for decades. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are parts of this bill which are, though, I'm afraid to say, unworkable, unjust, unpopular and unnecessary. Jury trial curtailment, the extended powers for sentencing in the magistrates, the removal of the right to elect jury trial, less than 3 years tariff, doing away with the automatic right, which is essentially what it is, for appeal from the magistrates is concerning. I've said earlier in intervention, 0.4% appeal, that's around 5,000, 41% are successful. That is a concern. I'm afraid to say as well, the analogy used by the Justice Secretary is unfortunate of somebody stealing a bottle of whiskey. I'm not the most eminent lawyer. I was prosecuting and defending the theft of Mars bars in my second six pupillage before I was elected in May 2010 to this House. So I don't pretend I'm terribly eminent. But never did I see a situation advising in the Magistrates' Court a defendant to be electing for trial because that defendant had allegedly nicked a bottle of whiskey. The scenario's for the birds, to be perfectly honest with you. And it's tantamount, it's on the same sort of level as the Justice Secretary in his MOJ video making reference to scraping of the knee. in a triage situation, in a casualty and accident and emergency department. It's unfortunate, it's disappointing, and I think my friend, the Justice Secretary, could do much better. The IFG report published today states that the MOJ modelling is sound, but it relies on several uncertain assumptions, and that is a very grave concern. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to detain the House terribly long. I had what I can only describe as an incredibly honest, robust but constructive discussion with the Deputy Prime Minister yesterday evening, and I'm glad to say that that discussion produced something of an offer. I think it's absolutely imperative that one of our number who were opposed for principal reasons to these changes has a seat on the Public Bill Committee. I was told by colleagues it's impossible. You're never going to be able to provide that. It's never going to happen. The Chief Whip is never going to concede to one of the so-called rebels being on that Bill Committee. But through my right honourable friend's representations to the Chief Whip, that guarantee was made. For that reason, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will abstain on this bill today. But I put it in this way, if I may. I abstain because I think there's a possibility of making progress. I trust my right honourable friend to negotiate in good faith with colleagues who were opposed to the bill. What I don't appreciate, Madam Deputy Speaker, is officials in the MOJ spinning that even Carl Turner was unable to persuade enough people to rebel against this bill. That isn't right, it's unfair, and I think, frankly, it's unbecoming of a Secretary of State in any department of government. But I abstain today, and I sincerely urge my colleagues to abstain as well. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am more confident now than ever I was that the worst parts of this bill will be defeated at amendment stage, and I ask sincerely to my honourable and right honourable friends to let this have a second reading today and let us make progress to get rid of the bits of this bill which are completely unworkable, unpopular, unjust and unnecessary.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Jess Brown-Fuller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Liberal Democrat benches will be voting against this bill today, and we have tabled a reasoned amendment that sets out why we fundamentally disagree with the Deputy Prime Minister and the Court Minister's approach to tackling the Crown Court backlog. Our views have been well aired in this place over the last few months, but today is an opportunity for us to lay out the reasons that this bill should not progress in its current form. And that something we agree on is that the current backlog is unacceptable, untenable and unsustainable. We agree with the government that this is because of the historic and monumental failings of the previous Conservative government, whose complacency and mismanagement of the justice system left the criminal justice system on the brink of collapse. It is a shameful legacy. The backlog in our criminal courts now stands at 80,000. This is a disgraceful situation which deprives victims and defendants of justice for years. We now have cases being listed at the end of this decade. This has a huge impact on the quality of evidence, and it even causes victims to pull out of cases because so long has passed since the crime and they just want to move on with their lives. It also leaves defendants' lives on pause while they await the opportunity to prove their innocence. Currently, the system as it stands fails everyone, and something must be done about this crisis, and it must be done now. Sir Brian Leveson was clear in his report that the fundamental drivers of the ever-increasing backlog were systematic underfunding, readiness of defence and prosecution teams, and the availability of witnesses, victims and defendants. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, juries were not identified as the cause of the problem. Between 2016 and 2024, the number of ineffective trials increased from 15% to 25%. In that same time, the average court sitting time fell from 3.8 hours per sitting day to 3.2 hours. Juries are not the problem, inefficiencies are. In my Crown Court in Chichester, all cases were suspended for a fortnight in January because the heating system failed and it was too cold in the building. And across the country, there are stories of courts closing due to crumbling roofs, water pouring into courtrooms, gas leaks, general poor maintenance over many years. Juries are not the problem. Crumbling infrastructure is. I will give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I visited the Winchester courts recently where I spoke to about a dozen barristers who are all concerned about the thing of sledgehammer to jury trials, because not only because it's a fundamental part of our justice system, but because they say it won't even help clear the backlog, because jury trials aren't the limiting factor. And they reiterated that defendants and prisoners get into court in time. It's the number of sitting days and it's the crumbling infrastructure. Will my friend agree with me that we should listen to the professionals who know what the problems are?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and it was well worded by Joanna Hardy-Susskind today, who said, "I've seen the adjournment of 2 rape trials this year. It's only March. Nothing in the proposed bill would have saved those trial dates in either case. Nothing." Barristers across England and Wales are reporting delays to their cases because of the failed prisoner escort and custody service contracts, a question I've asked the Justice Secretary many times. These regularly cause cases to run late because the defendant has not been delivered on time from prison, or there's nobody on site to bring them up from the holding cells. Juries are not the problem. Government contracts are the problem. Trial by jury. I will give way on that point.
I'm grateful for the member for giving way. I've been both a civil and a criminal practitioner. The civil courts are not that far from the criminal courts when it comes to delays. There are no juries in the civil courts. The reason for these delays and the reason for why we are where we are is because of a lack of investment. Does the member agree?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention, and I saw the amendment that his group have put on the record today as well, and I agree with that. Trial by jury is deeply enshrined in our conscience and constitution and is respected all over the world. I will very briefly give way on that point.
Will my honourable friend agree with me that the original clause 39 of the Magna Carta has guaranteed an individual's right to due process in the court for 800 years, and trial by jury is at its heart? This bill asks the right question but gives a reckless answer. There is no modelling or evidence to show that this move will reduce the backlog.
Just I thank my honourable friend for her intervention. I agree with some of what she said. I do agree that our jury trial by jury is one of the only parts of our justice system that is still actually trusted, because the possibility of being tried by one's peers is fundamental to a fair trial in this country. That point was recognised by the Deputy Prime Minister himself in the Lamy Review in 2017, and then again during the pandemic when curtailing the right to a jury trial was proposed to deal with the increasing backlog. And happily give way very briefly.
I'm trying to understand the point that she's making in her speech. Is she saying that we should now extend jury trial to all trials, or we should keep the status quo, or is sacrosanct, so in fact it should be extended? I'm confused.
Happy to make it absolutely clear for the member who, if I was allowed to get on, I could make that point, is that actually trial by jury is not the problem. We agree that there is a problem. We agree that that problem needs to be solved. But curtailing the right to a jury trial is not going to achieve what this government and what these benches want to see achieved, which is the backlog come down. So Leveson proposed a bench division in his report with a judge and 2 magistrates. The government has gone further and proposed a swift court with just 1 sitting judge. Is it the case that the government chose to ignore Sir Brian Leveson's proposal of a Crown Court bench division with a judge and 2 magistrates because, although they agree, I think, that the lay element to a trial is an important part of the system, they know they do not have enough magistrates and are likely to struggle to find enough magistrates willing to preside over such lengthy cases? And is it the case that the Courts Minister really believes that defendants opted for a Crown Court trial because they wanted their case to be heard in a Crown Court building rather than wanting to have a trial by jury, that they chose a Crown Court trial because of the facilities or because it might have better coffee? I won't give way. I will make some progress. If the Deputy Prime Minister and the Courts Minister believe that this is fundamentally the right thing to do, both practically and ideologically, why did it not feature in the Labour Party manifesto? I also, like many members, take issue with the Deputy Prime Minister's messaging around the bill today. He chose to describe defendants as offenders rather than applying the principle of innocent until guilt is proven. And he also described a case that carries a sentence of up to 3 years as being akin to having a grazed knee and seeing a consultant. I think most of the public outside of this building would argue that a sentence of 3 years imprisonment is a life-changing sentence. If I was to be tried for a crime I was arguing that I did not commit, I would like that to be in front of a jury of my peers. I believe that the government are wasting severely limited political capital on something that won't shift the dial. They stated themselves they expect all of the measures in the bill to show just a 5% decrease in the backlog by the end of this Parliament, and only a return to pre-COVID backlog levels in a decade's time. Instead of these drastic changes, we are urging the government to look at alternative options to reduce the Crown Court backlog. Specifically, we should look at measures that have been tried and tested before, such as the methods piloted during the pandemic to supercharge the Crown Courts, where extended sitting hours allowed AM and PM trials. Used in select courtrooms, this method can funnel through cases which may have been stuck in the backlog for years. In original pilots of this method, the approach cleared 3.5 cases per courtroom each week, compared to fewer than 1 in courts operating standard hours. So that's how you can begin to reduce the backlog without removing liberties that we should all hold as sacred. So will the government please give consideration to the Liberal Democrat proposals, which would not only boost efficiencies in the Crown Courts, but also make the experience for jurors, victims and judges better, and could attract retired judges back into the system to preside over half-day cases? Madam Deputy Speaker, another glaring flaw in this legislation is that more serious cases will be heard in the Magistrates' Court, yet there is a lower income threshold to qualify for legal aid in the Magistrates' Court. So many more defendants who could be accused of crimes that carry sentences of up to 24 months will be unrepresented and defending themselves. This is very likely to drag out hearings, which will lower the overall savings the government claims to be making with these reforms. And as was the case in the last reform of magistrates' sentencing powers, how will the government respond when the Magistrates' Court start pushing cases with longer sentences back to the Crown as they struggle to absorb the additional work? Alongside this, the government is also proposing to abolish the right of appeal from the Magistrates' Court. Why does the Minister believe that, when currently 42% of appeals from the magistrates are successful? If the government is willing to include a clause around the presumption against parental responsibility in the bill, which is an important piece of legislation, why won't they extend the scope of the bill to address the fundamental reforms needed in the broken family court system? And finally, the government's proposals are opposed by the Criminal Bar Association, the Chair of the Bar Council, the Law Society, the Four Bars, the Secret Barrister, Judge Rob Rinder, Joe Hamilton OBE, many honourable members on their own benches, and 3,200 legal professionals who have written to the Deputy Prime Minister today. If they won't listen to all of those organisations and people who have spent their life committed to making the criminal justice system as effective as possible for victims and defendants under poor management by successive governments, who will they listen to? Madam Deputy Speaker, I have a huge amount of respect for the Courts Minister and for the Deputy Prime Minister, which is why I am disappointed to be here, but it's not too late for them to change course. Thank you.
Andy Slaughter.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The number of outstanding cases in the Crown Court is 79,619. The outgoing Conservative government promised to reduce the backlog. It should have been 53,000 by April last year. Their abject failures led to the present government asking one of the country's most foremost experts on the criminal courts, Sir Brian Leveson, to propose comprehensive court reforms without precedent for half a century. Sir Brian produced his review in 2 parts, totaling over 1,000 pages and 180 recommendations. This bill legislates where legislation is necessary to implement parts of Sir Brian's review. Given the current dire situation, with many victims waiting 2 or more years for their case to be resolved and defendants spending far too long in custodial remand, the government is right to propose structural change. Otherwise, it would be endorsing perpetual delay. Not yet, I'm conscious of time. The removal of the right to elect for either way offences in Clause 1 is the single most significant measure in reducing the caseload of the Crown Court. The Bill's impact assessment indicates that this change will see 16,000 fewer sitting days in the Crown Court each year. The Government is also proposing in Clause 6 to increase the maximum sentencing power of the Magistrates' Court to 18 months. This, we are told, will save a further 8,000 sitting days in the Crown Court. Taken together, these two measures, ending election and extending magistrates' powers, represent a sizable shift of the caseload out of the Crown Court and to the Magistrates' Court. This will deliver on the main objective of these reforms, which is to ensure the capacity of the Crown Court to try the most serious criminal cases in a fair and timely manner. Less scrutiny has been on how magistrates will cope with their new responsibilities, and I'll deal with this in a moment. The provisions which have attracted the most debate, clauses 3 to 5, would establish the Crown Court Bench Division to enable cases with a likely sentence of 3 years or less to be tried on indictment without a jury. Clause 4 would allow trial by judge alone for some complex and lengthy cases. Compared to the other measures in Part 1 of the Bill, it will have a less significant effect on the backlog, but it is still a substantial saving of 5,000 Crown Court days. I accept the Government's argument that there is a strong case for modernising the way the Crown Court operates. Some improvement will be achieved through adopting the measures on efficiency set out in Part 2 of Sir Brian Levison's review, or the additional resources promised under the Concordat with the Lady Chief Justice, which will remove restriction on court sitting days. But these are unlikely to be enough on their own. Given the crisis that the criminal courts are facing, I am willing to support the creation of the Crown Court Bench Division and the other measures in Part 1 of the Bill. I don't accept the case made by some that the proposals represent the end for jury trial and that the Bill should be opposed on that basis. Of the 3% of criminal cases that currently go before a jury, about a third of the less serious of those offences will now go before a judge alone, some 4,000. Offences like possession of Class A drugs, car theft, affray, and large-scale waste dumping. I do not believe this undermines the jury system, although it undoubtedly changes how some cases are tried. Therefore, arrangements for judge-only trials in the Crown Court need to be carefully reviewed once they are enforced to test whether they deliver the time saving that is promised without undermining the right to a fair trial. Turning to my reservations on the proposals, I'm concerned that magistrates' courts will not be able to cope with the increase in caseload envisaged by this bill. The work of magistrates' courts is delivered by a range of dedicated public servants: magistrates, district judges, legal advisors, HMCTS staff, probation, CPS, and legal aid lawyers. However, we also know that there are long-standing problems recruiting and retraining many of these key personnel. The Lord Chancellor wrote to the Justice Committee last week and told us that the MOJ hopes to recruit thousands of magistrates and hundreds of legal advisors and district judges over the next year or two. I am concerned, firstly, that these are very ambitious targets, and secondly, that even if these recruitments bear fruit, they will not meet the challenge of diverting 24,000 days of complex hearings from the Crown Court each year, while dealing with the existing problems in the Magistrates' Court, which has its own backlog. Clause 7 of the bill, which seeks to reform appeals from the Magistrates' Court, will require electronic recording of proceedings. This strikes me as a significant change. The impact assessment is not clear how much this will cost, but I doubt it can be delivered either quickly or cheaply. Another area of concern is the process for allocating cases as judge-only trials. Prosecution and defence lawyers will wish to make submissions in written and oral. Some may seek to challenge these decisions on allocation by judicial review. To these concerns should be added the differing eligibility for legal aid in the Crown and Magistrates Court, and concerns that the loss of a lay presence in determining innocence or guilt risk losing diversity and adding unconscious bias.
Will the honourable gentleman give way?
I will.
On the point around legal aid, the entitlement to legal aid in the Magistrates Court is only for those who earn less than £21,000 a year, which is now less than a full-time job at real living wage rates. Does the honourable member agree with me that this is a real danger in terms of access to justice?
That is exactly the point I was alluding to somewhat briefly, and I'm glad that my friend has outlined it in more detail. I really think this is an issue that the government is going to have to address before this bill concludes its passage through this House and the other place. The point's been made both in relation to restriction of jury trial and the decision not to accept Sir Brian's recommendation that a judge should sit with lay magistrates in the Crown Court Bench Division, that the lay element is being limited too far. There's a lot more that I could say, but I'm conscious of time, and there are many details that need to be worked out, and I can see why the government is giving itself until March 2028 to implement the proposals in the bill. As the bill progresses, I hope the government listens to members of this House and the other place, and to those with an interest in the criminal justice system, from lawyers to victims, on how it can be clarified and improved. The Justice Committee has held evidence sessions and been in detailed correspondence with the Lord Chancellor, the Courts Minister and Sir Brian for several months. Our current call for evidence closes tomorrow, and on the 17th of March we will hold a further evidence session. I do not have time today to cover the other important but less controversial parts of the bill, but I would like to recognise the work of the Law Commission, who have done the hard work on the proposals on evidence in sexual offence prosecutions that lies behind clauses 8 to 12. I also want to pay tribute to the campaigners who worked tirelessly on the removal of the presumption of parental involvement. These measures will help to ensure that some of the most vulnerable in our society are protected by our courts. Finally, I know that the Lady Chief Justice will be pleased that the government have found a legislative vehicle to bring the leadership of tribunals within the wider court structure. That is a good thing. Overall, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a necessary package of reforms, and I will look forward to working with government to improve it as it progresses through Parliament.
Sir Geoffrey Cox.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I should declare an interest at the beginning. I am a member of the Bar, and is not uncommonly known. I still practice at the Bar, and I have the honour to be a criminal barrister and a member of the Criminal Bar Association. I have spent 44 years at the Bar. I have defended and prosecuted in some of the largest criminal trials that this country has ever seen, and I may say some of the longest. And I have been experienced in seeing how juries react to circumstances of adversity and circumstances which challenge and test the very boundaries of humanity in the appalling nature of the crimes they are forced to adjudicate upon. And without exception, Madam Deputy Speaker, without exception, they have responded in a manner that I think generally gives rise to the hugest admiration, not to say awe, by those who are otherwise engaged in the administration of justice. There is something about the gathering of 12 ordinary citizens chosen at random, bringing them together into the crucible that a criminal trial produces, which strips away ideological prejudice or preconception, racial prejudice or preconception, and causes them to focus upon one single question. Is it true, the allegation, or is it not true? And can we be sure it is true? Or is there any doubt? And again, throughout our legal history, Madam Deputy Speaker, the wisdom and capacity of juries has been repeatedly vindicated every time they have been analysed, tested, or sought to be examined by those who research these matters. not just for now. I will come back. We here in this House are engaged in an ideological strife. Every day of our life we are engaged in a political battle, and frankly sometimes we do not always live up to the highest standards that even our own parties have set. You know, in the course of my legal career I have been led by some distinguished Labour members of Parliament. When I say led, I mean I have been a junior in the courts to members of Parliament of this House who still continued to practice in their criminal courts and regarded it as a noble honour to continue to do so. Peter Archer led me in the early 1980s, the former Solicitor General. John Morris led me just 8 weeks before the 97 election, when the Blair landslide swept in, oh halcyon days, to those across some of you, anyway, some of them, Madam Deputy Speaker, maybe across the aisle. Bob Marshall Andrews led me right up in the Appellate Committee of the House of Lords. What remarkable men they were. They would never have countenanced for a single second the compromise of principle that members opposite and members on this side are now being asked to take. They would never have countenanced it. I knew these people, I knew them well. John Morris would never have countenanced it. Peter Archer would never have countenanced it. Bob Marshall Andrews would never have countenanced it. Not now, later. I will. I want to appeal to the members opposite. We are engaged in an ideological strife. But in the Venn diagram, which any society depends upon for the sustaining of sufficient points of common ground that can keep a society together, jury trial is one of those that appear in a point of intersection between the vast numbers of this House and outside the House. I'm going to give way to this member first, the honourable member in a moment. Just give me 2 seconds. I want to develop this thing. It's very important to me. Very important to me. There are some things that have to be above politics. If there are not, then we have no society to defend. We have no society to defend. And jury trial is one of those institutions which have been defended by those across the aisle from me on the opposite extreme of the political spectrum, and from those on our side of the House out to the furthest waters of the right. And why is that? Because it must be a non-ideological space, the administration of justice. And jury trial unites us all for a simple reason. It is the most powerful instrument and engine of social justice that this country has ever invented. It is a safeguard against oppression. It is a built-in defense against establishment and administrative power. I'm going to give way to this honourable member first.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. We could think of this exchange as Cox versus Cox. You mentioned, the honourable gentleman mentions legal history. I have more than a passing interest in legal history. I'm minded to think of the 1879 Summary Jurisdiction Act, which moved a lot of cases from a jury system into the magistrate system. Now, colleagues, the architect of that was Disraeli, a former Conservative Prime Minister. Would he not agree that many politicians across this House have acted to shape jury trials over time?
Cox, Jeffrey Cox.
Look, there's always been a summary jurisdiction. Invariably never for offences of dishonesty. Invariably never for offences that might lead to the destruction of the reputation of those who are facing it. If a member of this House who must be disqualified if there is a sentence of imprisonment of more than 12 months? Is he, after the passage of this bill, arraigned before a court on a case that might involve 12 months and 1 day, he or she will lose the right to a trial by jury, despite the fact that that might be an offence of protest. It might well be an offence where the member of the House has felt so powerfully that they must breach the law that they are arrested and arraigned on a potential sentence up to 3 years. 3 years is a long time. It could easily be for an offence of protest. Are we saying that those who seek to go to jail, the suffragettes, for example, should have lost their right to trial by jury, a jury that is not obliged to follow the dictats or directions of a judge on the law, a jury that is entitled to reach its decision on its judgment about what is fair? So I say, not just now, I say to the House, in all conscience, jury trial is precious. Why is it precious? It is precious because it unites all parts of the political spectrum. It is precious because it allows the people of this country to be directly engaged in the adjudication of guilt or innocence in thousands of cases around the country. At a time, my right honourable friend, the member for Hertsmere, rose to intervene, to point out that now is a time when our institutions are under unprecedented attack. Is now the time to transfer a massive chunk of the administration of criminal justice and the decisions on the guilt or innocence of a fellow citizen to a representative, unquestionably, who will be seen as a representative of the state? It is the jury that protects us from the allegation that the state is deciding upon their future. That is what protects and preserves and enhances the reputation of the administration of justice.
Well, to the right honourable and learned gentleman for giving way, I think it was telling when Joe Hamilton, OBE, wrote to the Justice Secretary to respectfully remind him, I think it was yesterday, as a victim of the Horizon Post Office scandal, under the legislation proposed, not one of those 900 sub-postmasters who were convicted would have been entitled to a trial before their peers. What does he say?
I agree entirely with the honourable gentleman. Postmasters, postmistresses, postmen, those whose honesty and integrity are integral to their employment for a breach of trust, who will not receive 3 years in imprisonment, all will be deprived of their jury trial. And at a time when the sharks are circling, when the vultures are circling around the institutions of this country, one of the most precious that commands almost universal assent, we are on the brink now of undermining, and I believe undermining irredeemably. Let me say why. No, I'm not giving way. I'm mindful of time and I must complete what I have to say.
You will never take intervention.
Let me say this. This is a time when not just this House, but the judiciary, the courts, are under attack. Unprecedented attacks upon the judiciary, unprecedented attacks upon the legal profession, deplorable, unprecedented, because the institutional trust is under siege. Now is not the time. I'm trying to make a speech, that is non-partisan. Non-partisan. Really not. I don't believe that the right honourable gentleman on the front bench, if he'd been I remember vividly when I sat where he sat. I remember him standing and the fire that breathed from his soul as he spoke about justice. I can hear him now in my mind's eye. I can hear him now speaking on this subject, and I know what he'd be saying is the direct polar opposite of what he's advancing today in the House. I know what he'd be saying, and I say he was his wiser self in those days. He was his best self, because at that time what he was motivated for and by was those who were oppressed, who were poor, who faced the full phalanx of the state, rained against them. And it was this Secretary of State in a different guise who was their champion and their voice. And a jury trial is the most potent weapon and instrument against oppression, against injustice. And it serves not just those who are wealthy, but those who are poor. Not those who have a voice, but those who do not. It is 12 members of the jury who will give a hearing to people who have otherwise no hearing. I will not take interventions now, certainly if they're of the quality that we're having up till now. The reality is, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the jury trial is the cornerstone of our justice system. Do away with it, and we are in trouble. Now, let me say, look at the way in which this bill operates. It is to automatically presume jury trial for everything which will have a likely sentence of 3 years. Those will be some very grave offences. But in relation to serious and complex or lengthy cases, it could be any allegation. As long as a judge concludes it's appropriate that it should be dealt with without a jury. That could be, or apart from the excluded offences, which I accept exist, but apart from the excluded offences, not just fraud trials, but all kinds of trials will be tried without a jury if a judge concludes it's appropriate. The moment you make jury trial subject to the view, the individual view of a judge as to whether it is appropriate or not, you drive a hole into this fundamental accepted right that all of us on each side of the House have accepted over so many years, which is that if you are accused of a serious crime, and a serious crime is one that could destroy your reputation, disqualify you from the House of Commons, wreck your professional reputation, loss of your employment like the postmasters and the mistresses, that you should be able to be judged by 12 people. There is a reason why summary justice is called summary. There is a reason why summary justice was always subject to a complete rehearing. Remember, the Honourable Lady spoke of how there was no right to jury trial. Of course there is no written right. There has always been an accepted consensus on both sides of this House and throughout the system of this country that jury trials are precious for those kinds of cases, particularly allegations of dishonesty. The right to elect is crucial. That is what this bill is undermining. That is what is so dangerous about it. And undermining it on the basis of what? Arbitrary rules and arbitrary divisions. 3 years. Why 3? Why not next year 4? Why not next year 5? Why not extend it gradually, little by little, until you reduce? No, I am not giving way. Let me make clear now. I want to finish in a moment. The reality, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that jury trial is too precious a thing. We're faced with a question of principle here. Are the savings that the government claim will be made, contested, and based off by many expert analyses, including the profession, including the Institute of Government and others as well, based upon questionable assumptions, are they sufficient for us to abrogate so fundamental a principle, attracting so rarely in our institutional and political life almost universal assent across the political spectrum? Are they sufficient for us to take this highly unprecedented and questionable step? And I would submit, Madam Deputy Speaker, they are not. I would submit to the House that we should pause long and hard before we encroach upon this fundamental principle. I have seen it work in practice over 40 years. As I've said, I have never failed to be awe-inspired by the sheer quality of attention and fairness that a jury brings to its deliberations. Summary justice can never replicate that. We are about to take a step that will irretrievably damage the quality of justice in this country. You know, when you watch, I don't watch television much, Madam Deputy Speaker, but sometimes I watch something called Digging for Britain. I don't know if the House has ever seen it. But one of the things that is apparent from that program is that you can tell when a civilization starts to degrade, because the quality of its architectural constructions starts to look cheaper and less attention to detail. If we take this step, we will be degrading our system of justice. A summary justice trial is summary. The clue is in the word, the name. It has always been corrected by the fact that there has been the power to have a full rehearing in the court above, the Crown Court. We are even taking away that by this bill. So we are ensuring that many thousands of people will be dealt with summarily in cases of such great importance to their lives and their reputations. Madam Deputy Speaker, I can only appeal to the House. Ineffectually, perhaps, I regret that I have attracted on the other side, I never intended to, comments that suggest that my comments were controversial. They come from the heart and my experience of 44 years of a system I love and a profession I love. And if I have attracted the ire of members opposite, I apologise for it. Because what I am hoping to induce is reflection upon the sheer importance of the institution about which we are to take this important decision.
We are now on a speaking limit of 6 minutes, and I call Catherine West.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I hope to be a little more brief and less pompous than previous speakers. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am indebted to the many who serve in day-to-day court work in the Wood Green courts and in other parts of the London circuit, and I want to thank them for their hard work in this rather thankless legal work. I'd also like to commend the Minister for her active engagement with members across this House on these principles and these proposals, and also to the Select Committee for its important work in scrutinising this. And I was very pleased to hear the member for Kingston upon Hull East say that he was looking to abstain on this so that he can hear more debate as this passes through the House. And I think that's the spirit in which this bill should be listened to, and less bombast and more practical solutions for victims of crime. We do need to end the court backlog. We do need to ensure access to justice for all when we need to properly fund our justice system. And congratulations to the team who have got $2 billion out of the Treasury to fix our courts. I welcome the recent announcement of the investment in criminal legal aid, the 24% overall uplift in funding, and also welcome the $287 million to be invested in our court service for vital repairs and digital upgrades to court buildings. The day I visited Wood Green, it was a heat wave. We were sitting there with all of the legal coats and dresses on, wigs, and I had the most ordinary plate of fish and chips from the canteen I have ever had. And I think the basic conditions that victims are going through when they go to courts, our security teams, our legal personnel, we really, really need to get this money out the door and spent and improve the estate so that we can have more confidence in the system. We also need to be aware that the legal aid funding for magistrates' court cases often barely covers costs, and that's some of the serious concerns that I know members on this side of the House have about what's being proposed here. As it stands, there's an automatic right to appeal a magistrates' court conviction in the Crown Court. 40% of appeals from the magistrates' court to the Crown against conviction are successful.
So this bill would end the automatic right to appeal a magistrate's court conviction, which is one of the concerns raised by the eminent legal constituents who contacted me yesterday. And thinking more in depth about the legal aid question, currently a means-tested threshold just 22,000. Now, those in full-time minimum wage jobs may not even qualify for that in a highly valuable, high-value and expensive city like London. Should this bill become law as it stands, our defendants who are not eligible for legal aid but are barely managing to keep their heads above water expected to draft their own grounds of appeal? I suspect that might lead to more cost in the long term, so we need to look at that one. Why is the court backlog so great? Will the Minister be saying more about defendants? I'm sure some people will be making points about defendants possibly gaming the system, which is some of what I've been hearing, and I have no doubt that there is an element of that does have to be clamped down upon. But let's not ignore the delays in police investigations, often due to the cuts that the police have endured over the previous decade, and the sheer churn. If a woman is having 4 years waiting for her case to come, how many police officers has she seen? How many times has she had to repeat her dreadful situation to those police officers? How many victims' champions have had to listen to story after story? That's a trauma in itself. So let's not ignore all of those other elements of this system, the delays in the police, sometimes the Crown Prosecution Service, also large churn in the expertise there, because it's become an unattractive place to work due to such a stretch in terms of the service that's provided. And those decisions are therefore being made in such a slow pace and quite frustrating on all counts. One of my constituents, a practising legal aid solicitor of many decades standing, recently told me his 19-year-old client's just sentenced for an incident that occurred in November 2024 when he was 17 years old. This client was not gaming the system. He pleaded guilty and yet faced all of those delays. So the delays are very, very real. Of course, the preferred option from my point of view would be to have two sets of cases, one on a pilot scheme and one on the current scheme that we have, and after 3 or 4 years to see which system is best. And of course, to have that, I would have to vote for this, wouldn't I? So I'm being very pragmatic and helpful. I'm following the lead of some of our members in the House who have taken a lot of thought over this, such as the member for Kingston upon Hull East, and also the Select Committee, and I look forward to this as it goes to the next stage so that we can follow it closely, including in the upper house, and come up with a really good solution at the end of this process. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Father of the House.
Quite unusually, I've served as a practising barrister in courts, and I've also served on juries. And I've never failed to be impressed by the extraordinary care that juries take in deciding a case. Undoubtedly, the stand-up speech of the debate so far has been the speech by my right honourable friend, the member for Torridge and Tavistock. He dressed us like a jury. It was actually rather wonderful, and he just posed a question to us, which he always posed to a jury, and which is emphasised by the judge at the end of the case, is, are you certain? Are you sure that the trial by jury is guilty? And frankly, I don't think the government has made a case so strongly that we can be certain of the outcome. So we are debating something of deep and fundamental seriousness. No one doubts that the backlog in the criminal courts is serious. Everybody agrees. And I follow the Honourable Lady just spoken, that justice delayed is justice denied for victims, which we would certainly always put first, and for defendants alike. Parliament, we know, has a duty to act. The question before us, however, is not whether we solve the backlog, but how we solve it. The concern many of us have is that we may be tempted to treat trial by jury as just some procedural device that can be adjusted for administrative convenience. Leave aside the fact that there was no mention of this in any manifesto. Trial by jury is not merely a procedure of the courts, it is one of the constitutional foundations of our liberty. As William Blackstone wrote in the 18th century, trial by jury ever has been, and I trust ever will be, looked upon the glory of the English law. It would have been inconceivable to Blackstone that what he called the grand bulwark of the Englishman's liberties might be voluntarily and needlessly surrendered. And as briefly,
does he say about the freedom of women to walk the streets and not afraid for their physical safety? What does he say of the freedom of women who have made allegations of rape and are waiting 6 years between reporting them to the police and having a trial? Does he recognise that those are liberties that matter too?
Point. We're not debating that. Of course the backlog is wrong. This is not the right way to correct the backlog. The backlog is caused by administrative delays, if you want, by cuts in the judicial system. It is not caused by the judicial, by trial, by jury. And of course we put defendants first. I may give way in a moment. It would have, others, not just in our own country, have commented on this. Alex de Tocqueville observed in the 19th century, the jury places the real direction of society in the hands of the governed. And that was in his book, Democracy in America, and the Great Republic has followed our example. All right.
Will gentlemen accept that this bill preserves jury trials? It does not abolish jury trials, and to say so is to misrepresent the case.
I'm not suggesting the jury trials have been abolished. If you listen to my speech, I will say about people who are accused, for instance, of shoplifting. The freedom of citizens is not solely determined by the state, but by his or her peers. That's the important point. The senior judge and the legal philosopher, Lord Devlin, captured this perfectly when he wrote, and I quote, "Each jury is a little parliament. It's the point at which the ordinary citizens participate directly in the administration of the King's justice. The existence of the jury tells a citizen that the determination of justice ultimately belongs to free people of good character, not to bureaucrats, not to officials, not to state-appointed mandarins. That is why the principle has such deep historical roots in our constitutional tradition and why this debate is so fundamental. As long ago as 1215, Magna Carta declared that no free man shall be seized or imprisoned except by the lawful judgment of his equals or by the law of the land. For more than 8 centuries, that principle has stood as a reminder that liberty must always be guarded against the power of the state. Liberty against the power of the state. Today we are told that this safeguard must be weakened because the courts face a serious backlog. A temporary administrative crisis should not lead us to dismantle a permanent constitutional protection. That is the point, and that would be the height of folly. The backlog will she forgive me because the Deputy Speaker wants me to proceed. The backlog did not arise because juries exist. It arose because the system itself has been placed under strain for many years. And we have responsibility on this side of the House, as do others. If the courts are struggling, the answer is to repair the system rather than weaken the principle. Many sensible proposals have already been suggested, restoring bigger, longer court sitting patterns, opening additional courtrooms, treating the backlog as a genuine national crisis, requiring urgent resources. And many have pointed out the flaws in the Lord Chancellor's plan. Several senior legal figures have written to the Times explaining the proposals are, quote, unworkable. Perhaps there is one compromise, possible at least to preserve the right of those of good character to have an absolute jury trial. If a person of good character, happened to a Member of Parliament, is accused of something like a shoplifting, quite a minor case, it can have a devastating impact on their career in life.
What my honourable friend give way on the point? Of course, the other logical absurdity is this, that somebody with a previous conviction may well go across the three-year threshold. So those who have got a string of previous convictions will get a right to jury trial, but a person of good character will not, under the current reforms proposed by this government.
A very fair point. You know, just think about it. I say to everybody, quite seriously, look in your conscience. You're a Member of Parliament, you're a person of good character, you're accused of shoplifting. What would you choose? Think. Well, you would choose trial by jury, wouldn't you? You wouldn't choose to be tried by a magistrate. So the task before us is to solve this practical problem without undermining our constitutional safeguards. The danger we face is a temptation to sacrifice a long-standing liberty for the sake of short-term administrative convenience. Now, I know the Lord Chancellor, a friend of mine, is a good man. He's not a villain. He approaches things with the best of intentions. This is without doubt. The problem is we may not always have individuals as good-natured and well-intentioned as he is. He is trying to solve a genuine problem. We accept that. But I fear he's doing it with the wrong mindset. Constitutional safeguards are not designed for moments when power is exercised by good men. They exist precisely because future holders of power may not always be so wise or so restrained. We have become so used to our state of freedom that we are in danger of imagining it is the natural state of mankind. History teaches it is not. We have reached our advanced state of structured freedom, responsible government and parliamentary democracy through centuries of slow organic growth. They grew through the common law, through Magna Carta, through Parliament and through the principle that the community, the people, participate in justice.
Henry Topical.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the right to a fair trial is fundamental to our democracy. For certain offences, a fair trial will always be a trial by jury. However, it has long been the case that the right to a trial by jury is contingent on the offence. In 1978, the Interpretation Act set out the three-tier classification of criminal offences, created a category for less serious offences, only to be tried by a magistrate's court without a jury. The question of which crimes fall into this category has been revisited periodically. The Criminal Justice Act of 1988 reclassified three groups of offences: common assault, taking vehicles without consent, and criminal damage under a certain value as summary-only offences to be dealt with within magistrates' courts without a jury. The same year, Thatcher's government passed the Road Traffic Act, which made driving whilst disqualified a summary offence. It's not new for a government to make choices about who can access a jury trial, reclassifying offences to reflect changes in wider society and technology. This government is facing important choices about how to address the urgent problem of the backlog in our Crown courts. As honourable members have powerfully illustrated, justice is being delayed for far too many victims, witnesses and defendants. The scale of this problem demands ambitious and radical reforms, and to deny this is to undermine the impact that our broken criminal justice system has had on the lives of so many. One measure at the government's disposal when tackling the backlog is restricting the right to a jury trial to a smaller number of offences. While jury trials only account for around 3% of criminal trial cases, they take up 60% of Crown Court hearing time. The government's increased investment in the Magistrates' Court and expansion of its powers would also help reduce the burden on the Crown Court. However, the Magistrates' Court is also feeling the effects of 20 years of underinvestment, with an open caseload of over 370,000 and counting. Turning the tide on capacity pressures will take time. Also, high conviction rates in Magistrate Court, alongside increased sentencing powers and the reduced right to appeal proposed in clauses 6 and 7 of this bill, also risk increasing lengthier sentences and adding to our ballooning prison population. Reducing the burden on the Crown Court is vital, but the government must be careful not to rely too heavily on lay magistrates' court in doing so. There is a practical middle way that could see swift and effective reductions in the Crown Court backlog and avoid overloading the lay magistrates' court. Give district judges greater powers to try criminal cases. District judges are valuable and experienced members of our criminal justice system. They have years of professional experience behind them. Many sit as recorders in the Crown Court and go on to become Crown Court judges themselves. Many also have experience of trying some of the most serious cases, such as rape, when sitting in the youth courts. So why should they not be trusted to hear more serious adult cases? If their jurisdiction were increased to offences carrying up to 3 years imprisonment, they could take on cases such as assaulting an emergency worker, dangerous driving and indecent exposure. To make this work, the right to elect jury trial would need to be limited to offences with a maximum penalty above 3 years. This is slightly more than Sir Brian Levenson's recommendation of 2 years, and the effect would be immediate. Far fewer cases sent to the Crown Court, quicker hearings before an experienced district judge, fewer unnecessary referrals to the Crown Court, and more time for the Crown Court to focus on more serious crime. This would still require important choices to be made about the right to a jury trial itself. The government could reduce the maximum sentence for certain offences currently set between 3 and 5 years. Offences where sentences above 3 years are rarely imposed. That would allow them to fall within the jurisdiction of district judges. Critics may say this looks soft on crime, but in truth it simply reflects the sentencing reality. For example, actual bodily harm under Section 47 carries 5 years, but 98% of custodial sentences between 2020 and 2024 were for 3 years or less. For knife and offensive weapon offences, the average sentence length is just 8 months. These offences could also reasonably have their maximum sentence reduced to 3 years, thus restricting the right to elect a jury trial. I refer to Scotland's sheriff courts as a useful model. Like district judges, sheriffs are legally qualified and experienced and have the capacity to handle both low and mid-level offences. Between sheriff courts and the lay justices of the peace courts, the majority of local criminal business is covered, reserving the high courts for more serious cases. If we want justice delivered quickly and fairly, we must use every tool at our disposal. So I ask my right honourable friend, would he consider expanding the powers of district judges as part of this government's ambitious plan to invest in and reform our justice system?
Gideon Amos.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to start by congratulating my honourable friend for Chichester for defending trial by jury, which has been a long-standing right, albeit only in certain circumstances. It is a right that people have enjoyed and which we should think very seriously before taking it away. 100 senior barristers and KCs have written to the Secretary of State, the Deputy Prime Minister, to urge him that taking away this right for those cases would be an irredeemable error amongst all of the others who have criticised this move. Magistrates have told me when I visited Magistrates Court in my constituency of their challenges recruiting, which must place serious doubts on the assumptions that have been made about the savings in time that would result from this bill. And I have serious concerns also about the removal of the right to appeal those cases in the Crown Court. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to spend... I will give way.
Member for giving way. The Criminal Bar Association says it is fundamentally opposed to restricting jury trials, with around 90% of criminal barristers against these proposals. This was not in Labour's manifesto, and there has been an admittance that the plans are ideological rather than practical. Weakening trial by jury will not solve the crisis in our courts and risks undermining a safeguard that has protected our justice system for over 800 years. Would you agree?
I do agree with the Honourable Member, and she is absolutely right that the problem with these reforms is they're not going to speed up the criminal justice system. They're not going to solve the backlog issues. We've rehearsed all the challenges that the system faces. We know what they are. They need to be addressed. Abolishing trial by jury for those affected will not do that. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may, I'd like to spend a few minutes on an alternative area which is a missed opportunity of this bill, which is the state of our immigration and asylum system, which we all know the Conservatives left in an appalling state. The asylum backlog more than doubled in just 2 years, from 70,000 to 166,000 people waiting in 2022. Instead of processing those, the Conservatives opened over 400 asylum hotels. As the government began clearing up the...
Can I suggest the honourable gentleman might like to stay within scope of this bill rather than discussing asylum hotels? Gideon Amos.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The point I'm wishing to make is that this bill should address the challenge of the immigration system. The government has a parallel proposal with this bill, which is to bring in, replace immigration tribunals with a new appeal system and abolish that system, which should, I believe, be debated in this House and is relevant to this bill. But I will go quickly through my points on that, not to irritate the Madam Deputy Speaker on that issue. This bill would be an important opportunity to address that system. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm concerned that the creation of a new body and abolishing the appeals tribunal is not the right approach. It will devalue the appeal judges, the tribunal judges who are ready and available to sit and hear more cases. I genuinely welcome the Secretary of State's announcement of an extra 26,000 sitting days for that chamber, but extra days are not going to be useful if there are not enough judges to do them. And in the words of the judge who wrote to me, there are not enough judges, and if the Home Office does not do the work quicker at their end, which is where the delay is, it will make no difference. There are enough judges, but we need them to be allowed to sit more than 220 capped days to deal with the backlog. I tabled a written question on this, but asylum and immigration tribunal judges are prevented from being paid more than salaried judges, and therefore there is an effective cap on their sitting. Those are the kind of issues that we need to deal with, as well as dealing with the backlog in the criminal courts, as well as allowing our courts to be used and held sittings 2 times a day, AM and PM, as my honourable friend, the member for Chichester, has explained. Those are the kind of measures that would speed up the criminal justice system, not the abolition of trial by jury for those cases that would be affected. And some points have been made in this debate about the fact that trial by jury is not necessarily exactly a constitutional right in all cases, and we understand that. But I don't think it helps the argument of those who are seeking to abolish it for certain cases to denigrate trial by jury as something that's unimportant or a minor right. Looking back, it's been called in case law a highly valued part of our unwritten constitution. Going back to the 18th century, Lord Justice Camden said it was the foundation of our free constitution. In the 20th century, Lord Justice Devlin said it's a lamp that shows us where justice lives. It is a... Of course I will.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way, and I fully agree that it is a hugely important part of our justice system to have jury trials. But would the honourable gentleman agree that we have seen summary, either way offences and indictable only, and how that is classified has altered over the years. It was changed in the 70s, it was changed in the 80s, and it is incorrect to try and portray our legal system as one that has unchanged for 800 years.
Yeah. Of course I accept the legal system has evolved and changed, and the right to trial by jury has changed. But my concern is that for cases where you could be imprisoned for up to 2 years, where your reputation could be destroyed, they are serious cases. You would want to be tried by jury. You would want to have the opportunity to call for that. And that's what our legal system currently protects, and that's what would be swept away by this bill. Of course, I give away.
Member for giving way. We already have judges who make decisions on cases where children are taken away from parents. Does he not consider those to be serious cases? And 90% of cases are dealt with by magistrates. Does he say that justice is not achieved in those cases?
Of course, magistrates do a vitally important job, and as I said, when I visited magistrates in my constituency, what they're explaining to me is they seriously doubt they'll be able to recruit and expand the numbers of people sufficient to meet the estimates of the costs of the time savings made by the Department for Justice. I will conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, simply by saying, for me, a case that when imprisonable for up to 3 years and up to 2 years by magistrates are serious enough to warrant the right being given to the defendant to request a trial by jury. That's what the current law protects us with. That's what we should hold on to, and that's what we should defend as a guarantee of our liberty in this House and in the country.
Natalie Fleet. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to start by pointing out that in this debate, we have called more barristers to speak than we have called women. It would be wrong of us to not realise that we are the absolute epitome of the British establishment. I have never come across as many barristers in my life. Before I came here, the only time I ever saw a barrister was when I was helping a loved one who faced trial. This is the reality of the real world. We are more likely to have victims watching on than have victims on our benches. What has been lacking from this debate is the voices of victims. We've heard about the Bar Council. We've heard lots of references to men. I want to speak to you about Claire Waxman, who emailed every single MP and said, I want you to listen to the victims, their voices, their stories, and the realities of the weights that they endure. We've got a system in this country where you can rape somebody and get away with it. It happens every single day. For too long, society has told women that it is their fault that they have been raped, that nobody will believe them if they do report, so 5 out of 6 of them don't. And if they do go to trial, they will face years of re-traumatisation, which is why 60% drop out. I can tell you from personal experience, you know what's worse than being raped? Facing years of waiting to see if people believe you. So we've all got a role to play in eradicating our rape culture. But today we see the state stepping up for victims, making sure that they are supported and believed by our institutions, harnessing the nation's sense of urgency to do more, smashing the status quo by cutting the standard half a decade wait for justice, knowing that if we don't invest and modernise our court system, everything else is just tinkering around the edges. A young woman came up to me last week, her name was Sienna, and she said to me, Natalie, I just don't get it, and you do. What is happening? This is just complete common sense to everybody I speak to, everybody at work. I'm a police officer. I just don't get it. Where's the catch and why are people so angry? And so what I want to do now is talk you through the arguments for the status quo to remain. So we keep hearing that we need more money. We're having record investment, and I tell you what, it is not enough. Trials by jury are part of our history. Well, we have to adapt. When trials are taking twice as long as they did in the year 2000, we need to keep up to. Judges alone can't hear trials. We've already heard about district judges and the work that they do. You need a jury of peers. Now, I want to point out the bravest woman I look up to, Giselle Pellico. Nobody questions the legitimacy of her trial. Now, I am not saying that we abolish jury trials. But I am saying that if we create capacity and protect juries for the most serious trials, I will do everything I can to get as many rapists as I can in those courts. You will hear that this is a class issue, and yes, it is. This is the victims versus the establishment that we are hearing far too much from today. We hear about... Imagine if this was you. Put yourself in the place of the defendant and imagine how it would feel. I am instead asking you to put yourself in the shoes of the victim, because a quarter of us women become one. This is not about denying anybody justice. This is about enabling victims and innocent parties to have a more efficient path to getting that justice. So, once again, courage. Calls to courage everywhere. I call on our government to replicate the courage of victims and use it to get our justice system moving. Show that we can be the bold disruptors, smashing the status quo, taking the difficult choices, taking on the arguments, and delivering for victims. Victims across the land that need leadership and decisive action, rebalancing power between victims and perpetrators. I back these reforms, not because I am made to, but because they are right. Because I want my granddaughter to grow up in a world where women can be believed, get fast justice, and move on with their lives. So, I tell the 200 women in this country that will be raped today, I am sorry that you will have to wait until 2030 for trial. But today we're doing something about it, and I am so proud to walk through those lobbies on your behalf. Thank you.
Dr Neil Shastri-Hurst.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady who, although on an opposite side of the debate to myself, always speaks with huge passion on these issues. I should start with a couple of declarations. Firstly, my wife is a sitting employment judge, and therefore the tribunal element, of course, pertains to her. And like many honourable and right honourable members in this chamber, immediately prior to coming into this place, I was a barrister, and I maintain my practising certificate. So I hope the honourable lady will indulge me pontificating on this issue for a few moments. And whilst I was not a criminal barrister, I did do a significant amount of inquest work. And so I had face-to-face, first-hand experience with jurors. And I can say, without a shadow of a doubt, they are the most remarkable, ordinary people who give up their time for civic engagement. They sit there quietly listening to the evidence. They take their role seriously, and they sit in judgment and make findings of fact. And that is a huge constitutional principle. We've talked about rights, and I'm not going to pretend there is an innate right to a trial by jury, but there is a firm constitutional principle about ensuring that justice isn't merely done to the public, but it is done with the public. We all know the problem with the court backlogs. I mean, it would be a farce to pretend that this was not a significant and serious issue. It is a failure. It is a failure of the states that we have got to this place. It is a failure of successive governments, and we recognise that across the board. But the question that we have to ask ourselves, is not whether trial by jury should be abandoned. It's whether these reforms before this House, with the scrutiny that's been provided, with the impact assessment that accompanies with it, is sufficient evidence to make such a constitutional reform to this country. And what we are asking is very clear, and we have to be honest about it. We are asking for a shift in the balance between the state and its people. And if we are going to do that, that may lead to inequality before the law. Take the prime example that my right honourable and learned friend raised, where you have two individuals who on a factual matrix did precisely the same crime. They appear before the courts, but one has a string of previous convictions. Are we really saying that they should be denied the opportunity for a jury trial if they had not previously been of bad character? That is a nonsense. It is a nonsense, and it doesn't achieve what we should be seeking to do. The further point, of course, is that if we're making such a constitutional change on the basis of dealing with the backlog in the criminal courts, why is there no sunset clause to this? Why are we not saying that this is to change, to shift the dial and to move it forwards? But we recognise that this should not be a blank cheque for the state. We should be recognising that if this has to be done, and I don't believe it does, but if this has to be done, it should be done on a limited basis. Because if we are to change a right that is older than most institutions within this country, the least Parliament should do is do it based on more than just an assumption that is in the impact assessment. And I want to come on to the modelling, because it was raised by my honourable friend, the Shadow Justice Secretary. On the 3rd of February, I raised a question with the Lord Chancellor in this House in respect of the 20% reduction in court hearings. And he gave me a very clear answer. He said that you accepted the findings of Sir Brian Leveson, but the government would publish its own modelling alongside the bill. Well, page 10 of the impact assessment is very clear. The government have adopted Sir Brian's assumption. That is an assumption, that is not modelling. There is a distinct difference. Analysis is helpful, but modelling is critical. And if we are weighing up the evidence base for this, we have to have more than analysis alone.
Will you give way?
I will give way.
I'm very grateful to my honourable learned friend. One of the issues I wondered if he could just give us his views on as a practitioner that hasn't yet been mentioned in the debate, is the usefulness of juries in protection of the institution of the judiciary. At the moment, if there's a string of sentencing which the government or politicians don't like, there's not a lot they can do about it. If it's judges who are handing out those sentences, then they will come under direct political attack, as unfortunately we do see from time to time. And that distance and that insulation that a jury gives is not just a protection for the citizen, but also for the judiciary and its integrity ongoing.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for his intervention, and he is right. There is a reason judges wear a wig. There is a reason barristers wear a wig and gown. It is to provide a shield between the arm of the law and the citizen. And to dilute that would fundamentally upset the settlement that has been reached over hundreds and hundreds of years.
Can I draw my honourable friend on that point?
I will give way.
I thank my honourable and learned friend for drawing that point. We've also heard much argument that somehow reducing down to one judge would be a fairer and less biased system. But as a woman, I don't feel that one, and we have to be honest with ourselves, likely man, who does not share my life experiences, is more likely to be less biased than a jury of my peers. And actually, if the government really wants to tackle this, they need simply turn to page 67 of their own manifesto, where they promise fast-track rape cases with specialist courts at every Crown Court location. Surely that would be a better location, making sure that women, when they give evidence, are hearing from a jury of their peers who are more likely together to understand their life experiences than one individual.
Yeah. I'm grateful to my honourable friend for her intervention, and she is right. That, firstly, there is the argument that this is of such constitutional significance that it should have been in the manifesto. Secondly, there's the argument that there was a proposal within the manifesto that the government are not bringing forward. And thirdly, this is about getting the right settlement for the public and being judged by a body of their peers on the evidence before them, opposed to a distant or perhaps at times appearing an aloof judge fails to achieve that balance. And what we're being asked today, of course, is to curtail a constitutional safeguard that has been apparent for so many years. And it goes much further than Sir Brian's report. There were many good things in Sir Brian's report. But this, of course, goes much further than any of his suggestions. And we have to ask the question of what are the real issues? Well, the real issues are very plain to see. There are too few judges, there are too few advocates able to prosecute or defend the cases, there's too few functioning courtrooms. Removing jury trials won't fix any of that at all. No. And there is a further issue that the government have failed to address, which is around the recruitment of magistrates. We know that in this country, recruitment cycles of magistrates have often not returned the numbers that have been required. The presumption must be that the reason the government didn't adopt Sir Brian's recommendation of having 2 magistrates as wing members was because they knew they couldn't recruit sufficient number of magistrates to deal with it. Well, that's logic on that front, but if you're pushing more cases down into the magistrates' court, who is going to be able to hear them and listen to them? Who's going to be able to draw those conclusions? And the final point that I will make very briefly is it pertains to parliamentary scrutiny. This bill is going to be rushed through this House. It's going to be rushed through committee. A mere 5 days in committee of such constitutional importance. Such constitutional importance. There is strong feeling across the House, both for and against these proposals. Would it not be wiser in such circumstances to adopt an approach, as we do for the Armed Forces Bill, for example, where we have a select committee of the House with those members who have experience within the law, have experiences of being victims, to scrutinise this, to come back with a report, and then do report stage on the floor of the House, so that the country can know that we have given this the due regard that it deserves. Yeah. There is a reason that jury trials have endured, and it's because it commands the trust of the public. It ensures that the law is exercised with public participation. And if the government believes in diluting that right, then they must provide the evidence for that change. And thus far, they have failed to do so.
Hear, hear. I propose to put a 5-minute time limit on from after the next speaker. Charlotte Nichols.
Madam Deputy Speaker. I've thought very long and hard about speaking today. I will allow honourable and right honourable learned members from the legal profession to make the legal arguments better than I can, and those who rightly have procedural or rights-based concerns for defendants that I share to raise those. I trust those points will be satisfactorily covered. But I wanted to focus my remarks on a particular perspective that I feel has been too often ventriloquised in this debate, and I hope the House will be gentle with me in doing so. I have spoken before in this place about having PTSD as the result of being the victim of a crime, but I have never specified the nature of that crime, and in doing so, I am aware that I am waiving my right to anonymity and the personal consequences that come along with that. I care profoundly about rape victims facing intolerable delays for their day in court. I know only too well what that feels like, as after being raped at an event that I attended in my capacity as a Member of Parliament, I waited 1,088 days to go to court. Every single one of those days was agony, made worse by having a role in public life that meant that the mental health consequences of my trauma were played out in public, with the event that led to my eventual sectioning for my own safety still being something that I receive regular social media abuse from strangers about to this day. But here's the kicker. In this debate, experiences like mine feel like they've been weaponised and are being used for rhetorical misdirection for what this bill actually is. The violence against women and girls sector haven't had the opportunity to come together to discuss it, and the government's framing and narrative has been to pit survivors and defendants against each other in a way I think is deeply damaging. We have been told that if we have concerns about this bill, it is because we have not been raped or because we don't care enough for rape victims. The opposite is true in my case. It is because I have been raped that I'm as passionate as I am about what it means for a justice system to be truly victim focused. It is because I have endured every indignity that our broken criminal justice system could mete out that I care what kind of reform will actually deliver justice for survivors and victims of crime more widely. We promised in our manifesto specialist rape courts. This bill isn't that. The transition away from jury trials in certain cases might itself take up operational time, with changes to an already overstretched system entrenching issues and delays. The timeline for these changes to take effect is 28-29. We know what works, as it's already happening in a few key areas, including pioneering work in Liverpool and Preston Crown Courts in the North West. This is a bearing down on waiting lists that could be taking place in months, not years. Proven, meaningful and significant reductions in waiting times for complainants and defendants, rather than speculative, unevidenced reductions that the Institute for Government says could be as little as 1 to 2% and coming years down the track. It's worth saying the Bar Council believes that even that 1 to 2% reduction is wishful thinking, so we risk offering false hope to rape victims rather than real change. We know that juries are more diverse than the judiciary, and an unintended consequence of these changes could be that women from minoritised backgrounds are less likely to come forward, not more. Juries do not make perfect decisions, but neither do judges. An unintended consequence of measures which enabled pre-recorded evidence has meant significant slippage in case handling, which is where the most significant procedural delays are. A clear reprioritisation is needed here, alongside the expansion of recorders in RASO cases. The second thing to say is that this bill does little for when a rape victim actually comes to court. I still have almost as many nightmares about my experience in the witness stand as I do about my rape. The defence barrister, who had previously faced investigation after a witness took her own life following cross-examination in a different rape case, doesn't seem to have learnt much from that experience, and went for me in a way that undermined all the progress I'd made in therapy and led me to blame myself for his eventual acquittal. We need far greater safeguards for those giving evidence, and actually we need a reframing of the fact that legally you're a witness in your own trial. It is wild to me that we're still arguing after many years about your right to a free transcript of your own trial, particularly as the recent move to allow access to sentencing remarks does nothing to help with closure for those whose cases sadly do not end up in a conviction. I will give way.
I know firsthand the strength that she is showing in making this speech and why it matters that we are confident that what we bring forward actually will change this situation, that we will not go down rabbit holes and be distracted by changing juries, but we will ruthlessly focus on the victim's experience. I want to speak on behalf of everybody in this chamber in saying we are with her every step of the way and so damn proud of her today.
I thank my honourable friend. Despite the third thing to say is that closure for me began following a successful civil process following the acquittal. My rapist may not be considered to have met the criminal threshold for guilt beyond all reasonable doubt and is out there on the streets as a free man while I live with the life sentence of what he did to me. But what has been established at a civil standard of proof is what happened. It found that I had been raped and a compensation order was made that recognises me as the blameless victim of a violent crime. Despite the recommendations of the ICSA review, we are still nowhere on civil remedy, including movement on the Criminal Injuries Compensation Scheme reform tariffs that have shamefully not been uprated with inflation since 2012 and which has no eligibility for non-contact sexual offences that can cause significant and lasting harm. Finally, the VORG sector has been underinvested in for such a significant period that the best things we can do to both drive down waiting times and improve the experience of victims requires money the Treasury remains unwilling to adequately cough up. I welcome the announcement of independent legal advisors, but the £6 million that sits alongside this is woefully inadequate. I could not have made it all the way to trial without my ISFA Jazz, whose support saved my life. But I had to wait 7 months to be allocated one, given how under-resourced this system is. That's not good enough. I have enormous respect for many of my frontbench colleagues, in particular the Honourable Members for Pontypridd and for Birmingham Yardley, but it feels from where I'm sitting that despite their best efforts and the publication of our groundbreaking VORG strategy, there is so much that we can be doing for rape victims that isn't the Lord Chancellor using them as a cudgel to drive through reforms that aren't directly relevant to them. As a starting point, Rape Crisis England and Wales have called for 5 key demands in their Living in Limbo report. Don't say that this bill helps deliver justice for rape victims until it actually materially does.
Sarah Pochin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I speak today in favour of the reasoned amendment in the name of the Reform UK MPs. Whilst it hasn't been picked, I would like to draw honourable members' attention to the wording, particularly the right to be tried by one's peers having been an essential part of UK freedoms for centuries. As a magistrate of 20 years and a chairman of the court for 17 of those years, I hope I have something to offer to this debate. In that 20 years, I was part of a judicial process that saw myself, always with two fellow magistrates, send many defendants to prison. I will never forget the first time I was part of a bench that sent someone to prison. I can still see that young man's face today and see his distraught parents at the back of the court. I had to fight back my own tears as a mother, feeling for his mother and her pain, and knowing the life-changing impact our decision would have on that young man's life. I should say I did toughen up pretty quickly. I also found myself on many occasions chairing a trials court that would inevitably start late or end up with magistrates twiddling their thumbs when trials cracked or fell apart. This could be for a variety of reasons, but often due to last-minute pleas by defendants presented with irrefutable evidence, or failings of the CPS, the Crown Prosecution Service, to prepare adequately for the case. The process in the Magistrates' Court is already inefficient, and a sizable backlog of cases exists, reportedly over 370,000. It is worth pointing out that a magistrates' bench operates as a mini-jury, always with 3 magistrates sitting on a trial to ensure a majority verdict, and therefore represents trial by the people, not the state. Be in no doubt, a prison sentence of up to 3 years will change someone's life forever. A prison sentence of that length will mean the loss of employment and therefore the loss of one's ability to pay a mortgage or rent, often resulting in the loss of one's home, which may in turn lead to a family being made homeless. A prison sentence often means the breakup of a family with permanent damage inflicted on the partner and children in that family, whether that be by becoming outcasts in their community, being bullied at school, or by adopting learned behaviour and offending themselves later in life. For one individual, one judge, to have the power and to be the only perspective in administering a prison sentence is not justice. Furthermore, a single justice acting alone may come under pressure from politicians not to send defendants to prison due to a lack of prison space available, regardless as to whether that defendant should in fact receive a custodial sentence. There may also be cases where a single justice is more lenient towards defendants of ethnic minorities for fear of being called racist if custodial sentences are frequently given by that judge to those defendants from ethnic minorities, regardless as to the demographics of that court area. With this bill, there is no scrutiny of a judge, no ability to question that judge's decision, no majority vote. A life-changing prison sentence can be given on the judgment of an individual with a single perspective and prejudice without any checks and balances. The state will be administering justice, not the people. Everyone deserves the right to trial by their peers. In this bill, the government is removing trial by jury for serious crimes which attract prison sentences up to 3 years. These could be serious domestic violence incidents, sexual assault, theft, fraud, and so on. This bill is intended to speed up justice and cut court waiting lists, but there is no credible evidence to suggest that this would be achieved under these changes. Courts need investment and to be run more efficiently in order to speed up justice. Solicitors need to be on time and ready for trial. So much of the delay is caused in the process before the case even comes before a jury. These proposals are the exact opposite of justice. These proposals go against the foundations of law and order in this country.
John Trickett.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And when I was working for a living rather than being here as a building worker, if there was a backlog of work, we were told to work through the night, on weekends, and not on very much additional pay. And I wonder how it is that today, in our country, 1/10 of all the courts are not even sitting with the backlog which the Deputy Prime Minister has told us about, and many other people have spoken about. Why is it that when there's a backlog, manual workers, as I was, are made to work hard and rightly so to catch up? And why is it the barristers, the judges, the solicitors and all the other accoutrements of a court simply said, well, we'll actually make it easy for you by reducing the amount of juries which are going to be held? It's rather odd. And the Deputy Prime Minister... No, I've got 5 minutes, I'm going to move fast. The Deputy Prime Minister did convince me, and I'm sure all of us, that there is a backlog and it's not reasonable or fair in terms of justice that people should wait so long. And obviously we've heard some very powerful speeches from victims today which reinforce the case. But what it hasn't done is shown to my satisfaction that the cause of the backlog is the juries. And in fact there is much evidence to say that that is a marginal impact at the most. The cause of the backlog is all sorts of things, including the failure of the courts to meet for long enough hours as the rest of the country. Working people have to do all over the country. So let me just reflect for a moment on back to basics in a sense about why are juries in place. And I think it's to do with this. The Crown has the power uniquely to imprison people, to deprive them of their liberty. That is a massively powerful capacity which no other organisation has. Now the question is, in a case where the Crown, or in this case the government, actually on behalf of the Crown, is operating in a way which is unreasonable, unfair or even oppressive, what the people who are facing imprisonment have is the jury system. 12 people drawn from the citizenry of our country at random, able to speak and to make a decision finally as to whether the Crown has made a case that that person should be imprisoned. That is a fundamental part of our constitutional system, and the idea somehow that we should begin to abandon it is a mistaken one. Now, some honourable members today have said, well, we've done it in the past. But making the mistakes in the past doesn't justify continuing to make mistakes in the present at all. And I haven't heard a case made, actually, in principle, that juries are a bad thing. It's just we're reducing them. Now, one further point which I want to just raise is this question of how did the backlog occur? And no case has been made again that the backlog occurred through some sort of permanent strategic problem with the way in which our judicial system works. It's the product of a series of cuts in the past by both parties, both governments, to be honest, a failure in a number of ways, privatisation and all sorts of other issues. But if it's the case that these are contingent changes rather than permanent, then why would you destroy an element of the jury system when in fact this is a temporary problem which could be resolved? If the Deputy Prime Minister had come here and said, the world has changed, the country's changed, our way of looking at the judicial system has to be reformed, he would have a case maybe. I wouldn't necessarily agree with it. But he hasn't said that. He said this is a contingent problem. So the thing is, one of the things I used regularly when I was working for a living was something called a ratchet. I don't know if the DPM has ever used one. But a ratchet is a device which only moves in one direction. And what we've had over centuries, and I've used them many times, is a ratchet in terms of the protections which citizens have through the jury system from an oppressive government. Now, if the Deputy Prime Minister had come to the House and said, I'm going to do some things which are extraordinary but temporary until we get over this problem, dealing with the problems facing all of the victims, I might well be prepared to listen to him. But he hasn't said that. What he's just said is this is a permanent change to the way we do things. I am not convinced. This is oppressive, it's authoritarian, and quite honestly, Deputy Prime Minister, as much as I admire, it's reactionary too.
Katie Lamb. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've heard a great deal from those on the government benches about the necessity of these court reforms. They say that in order to tackle the backlog in our courts, we need to curb jury trials. But previous statements from ministers betray the government's true intentions. On the 7th of January, standing at that dispatch box, the Minister for Courts and Legal Services said, I quote, "People ask me, Sarah, would you be doing this if there was not a crisis in our courts? I say, yes. It would be bad enough to attack the time-honoured right to a jury trial in the name of administrative efficiency. To do so for ideological reasons without candidly making that ideological case to the public is a disgrace. The British people can see what's really going on. The government wants to curb jury trials because they don't trust the public. They think that judges know best and would rather that the justice system were run entirely by them. We know this to be the case because whenever the government has a choice to make between the British people and their friends in the legal profession, they're on the side of the lawyers every single time. We saw this judges know best approach in the Prime Minister's disastrous Chagos giveaway. We see it on asylum, immigration and the ECHR. We see it in their plans to allow prosecutions of veterans who fought in Northern Ireland. And now we see it in these plans to curb jury trials. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, jury trials exist for a reason. They're designed to ensure the judiciary can never stray too far away from the public's conception of justice and fairness. At a time when public trust in the judiciary is low, can it really be sensible to take away this crucial backstop? To take just a single example of the divergence between public morality and judicial opinion, according to research conducted by the Free Speech Union, there is a huge gap between the successes of free speech-based defences in judge-led cases and in cases heard by a jury. In judge-only cases at the magistrates' courts, free speech defences succeeded in just 16% of cases. In Crown Court cases, where juries very often sit, free speech defences succeeded in 28% of cases. There is a clear divergence between the public's appreciation of justice and the views of the judicial establishment. The result of this government's plans will be to further alienate the public and to drag the justice system further away from the views of the British people. If that's what they want, then they should at least be straightforward about it. Lee Barron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I mean, first of all, let me just say just how incredible it's been today and pay tribute to those who have been felt able enough and brave enough and courageous enough to give us their personal circumstance, and also to those that have been in the gallery and those that still are in the gallery in relation to the campaigners who have come along today to see you know, us debate something that's going to make their campaigns successful. And I think that's the thing for me, and it goes back to what the member for Kingston upon Hull East said. No second reading, no bill. So if you want to keep the good bits, you've got to keep the bill. If you want to change the bits that the member for Kingston upon Hull East was saying, then you've got to give it that second read in order to get it through to committee. And that's what I probably think now that we should do. I'm going to begin by declaring that I was a magistrate for 20 years. I stood down in 2023 when I became selected as the candidate for Corby and East Northamptonshire. And I think the case for reform in our justice system has been made. Each time a victim waits months for justice, they're being failed and trust is lost. Justice delayed is justice diminished. And I want to thank the Minister for spending some time with me in relation to discussions around this issue. And I welcome, you know, many of the things that we spoke about, including getting numbers of magistrates back up to the level in which they were. I think in order to get that backlog done, we might have to look at the amount of buildings that they closed, because once a magistrate's court is full, it's full. So we may well need to do that. My own constituency, our courthouse was closed, along with our police station. Kettering lost theirs, Daventry lost theirs, Toaster lost theirs, and the reality is that justice don't feel too close to people any longer. There are some concerns which I've spoke to the Minister about. I just want to come back on a couple of things though. First of all, in relation to the amendment that the official opposition's putting forward, where it talks about the right of people to elect what court they go to. So if they're in a magistrate's court, they can elect to go to the Crown Court. 20 years I was a magistrate, never saw one person do that, never once, because there's consequences of doing it, and that is because a judge has got greater sentencing powers than a magistrate's court. But I have to say this, in relation to people howling about the fact that it's somehow being taken away. In Scotland, you can't elect what court you go to, the court decides what court you're in, or what court you go into. So I don't see too much wrong as far as that proposal is concerned. Just in terms of where there are concerns, I think that they're being raised today, and I think they've been raised before today. I've expressed concerns about defendants causing delays. As I've just said, I didn't really see much evidence about that, but don't really see a need to stand in the way of the change that's being proposed. The constitutional right to trial exists as far as beyond 3 years, but we need to look at that period within. That wasn't what Leveson recommended. And also as well, the various other concerns that I expressed. But let me also say this, those who don't want to see any change at all, I say that position's not acceptable. Not for victims, not for workers in the sector, and not for our constituents either. Our system must deliver justice that is fair, timely and trusted. And also to those who think that this is the end of the process. I mean, I've been getting things through saying this is D-Day. Today MPs are going to scrap this, that and the other. This isn't the case. This is the second reading. Once it goes through second reading, which I think that it will, then we can start to look into the detail of exactly what's there and make the changes that the member for Kingston upon Hull East raised earlier on. I believe that there should be some changes. I believe that there's a view across the House that there should be some changes, and I hope the government will work with colleagues across the House to produce a bill that members can feel comfortable supporting, that strengthens trust in our justice system and that delivers justice for victims.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
Of course, we all know that years of underfunding and underinvestment have caused a crisis across our legal and justice systems, and I really would commend some of the people who've spoken earlier on, particularly the honourable members for Bolsover and Warrington North, and their experiences. It takes immense courage to put those experiences on record and to stand up in the chamber to say this. They came at this from a different point of view, but I have immense respect for them because, of course, it is what we should be doing here. Victims and survivors, it's their voices, their stories and their needs that should be at the hearts of the justice system. And they are, as we know, facing unacceptable delays to justice. The government, of course, must speed the process. Only the state can do this. It's only through the state that the citizen can get justice. There is an undeniable need for reform. And I must say that the second part of this bill does include immensely important interventions that will make a real difference to victims. I just mentioned the repeal of the presumption of parental involvement measures related to admissibility of evidence and special measures as well in court. Those are really to be welcomed. The question which we are all debating, though, is to the degree to which clauses 1 to 7 of this bill are the way to achieve the major reforms in the speeding up. That's the question. So removing the right to jury trial for triable either way cases and imposing a single judge model are serious changes to individual rights. We've heard this already. And they go beyond, as we've also heard, that which Sir Brian Levison recommended that the government should do to address court backlogs. Increased risks of bias, miscarriages of justice, increased risks of safety to judges, increased pressure on and the availability to of even legal aid services. So that while nobody denies that action is necessary, we've got to bear in mind that the Institute of Government estimates that the bill's measures will only save between 7 and 10% of total court time, with judge-only trials only saving 1.5 to 2.5%. There is little concrete evidence that this is the right sort of changes to make. What we want to achieve, we fear that this is not going to be achieved by these measures. And I'd like very much just to turn specifically to Wales, because these problems are not the same everywhere across the England and Wales jurisdiction either. For example, Welsh Crown Courts make up only a small proportion of the overall court backlog. Indeed, the Lady Chief Justice has said that Wales is disposing of, wait for it, more Crown Court cases than it receives, suggesting our Crown Court backlog is actually going down. And the legal reform charity Justice points towards Welsh Crown Court measures to increase efficiency when faced with COVID-era backlogs as examples of practical steps that have helped keep clearance rates high. So rather than restricting a fundamental public right in order to tackle a problem, what would be useful in Wales is action to tackle the operational issues which we all know about, which are facing our courts instead. Better data tracking, modern systems, improved pay, addressing the Tory court closures, proper building maintenance. Some of these things are pretty boring, but we're not going to make a difference until we actually address these. In fact, what we fear is this bill's measures could make things worse in Wales. While there are 2,663 outstanding cases at the Crown Court in Wales as of December 2024, there were nearly 12,000 outstanding cases in magistrate courts, where we already have serious capacity challenges, which are likely, they look set, to increase as a direct result of this bill's provisions. We already also have serious challenges in Wales in recruiting magistrates, especially Welsh-speaking magistrates. So I believe the Honourable Member for Hornsey and Frey and Barnet mentioned a pilot scheme. This seems to me, for an untested new change of this gravity, that a pilot scheme is exactly what we should be moving ahead for if we are going to be looking at changes to jury trials at all, because then we will actually know what the effect will be. A pilot scheme with a sunset clause, rather than bringing in changes that will break the system everywhere for what we actually see as being an urban English problem. It is undeniable that there is a crisis within the court system and we need changes to address it. But we need different solutions to address different problems in different areas. We don't need to break something in which there is so much trust at a time when trust in politics, and I fear possibly trust in the law as well, is something that we should be doing everything within our power to protect.
Emma Foodie. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I've spoken in this place before about my previous experience before being elected as a magistrate. And I remember the weight of that responsibility vividly. I recall those mornings in courtrooms as we weighed up defendants' circumstances and mitigation against the urgent need for public safety. And I've seen the sheer graft of staff who keep our legal gears turning, but I've also seen the cracks that turn into chasms. There is nothing more frustrating than sitting on a bench and seeing a case adjourned for the third or even fourth time, not because of illegal complexity, but because the system simply couldn't cope. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, this isn't just about administrative efficiency, it's about people. For too long, victims have been the forgotten party in our courtrooms, treated more like pieces of evidence than human beings. And I note the offence earlier from the Shadow Justice Secretary at being reproached for not mentioning victims enough in his opening speech. But I would gently suggest that maybe if he'd devoted as much time to talking about victims as he had to talking about mastermind, then he probably wouldn't have received that charge in quite that way. And the Victims Commissioner has been clear that survivors are currently bearing the brunt of a system under unprecedented pressure. And she's rightly pointed out that delay is the enemy of recovery. And every day that we shave off the backlog is a day that we give back to a survivor in rebuilding their life. And I particularly welcome the measures to remove bad character evidence and the removal of assumed parental contact. This is a huge step for domestic abuse and sexual violence survivors and campaigners, and it is no exaggeration to say that it will save lives. Now, magistrates are the backbone of our legal system, but we're also the most human element to it, drawn from everyday people from all walks of life. Teachers, retirees, neighbours, volunteering to give something back to the community and to deliver justice locally. We move the system away from feeling like something that is far removed and distant from our communities, a private club even, alien and abstract from most people's lives, and move it towards what it should be, a public service for every citizen. And I note the Magistrates Association remarks that these proposals are a vote of confidence in our magistracy. It is therefore surprising to hear the opposition's sudden change of heart, as back in 2022, when they increased sentencing powers to 12 months, the impact on Crown Court was undeniably positive. And it does lead you to wonder, why are the benches opposite so vehemently against us increasing these powers further? Is it a matter of principle, or is it simply that it wasn't their idea? As anyone who's worked in the system knows, magistrates can implement changes quickly. We are the speedy end of the system, and we are the key to unlocking the backlog. Now, the government's impact assessment is striking. Increasing sentencing powers is projected to save 8,000 Crown Court sitting days by 2029. And just think about that, because that is 8,000 days of judicial time redirected to the most harrowing of cases. Rapes, murders, serious assaults, ensuring that victims of the most complex crimes aren't left languishing for years. Now, in my communities, local justice has too often felt like a distant concept, but my constituents deserve to see justice delivered by people who actually understand the streets that they live on. Local justice, delivered by local people, is how we restore trust, and it's how we deliver the fair, swift justice that communities like mine rightly expect.
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I first should declare an interest as an NHS consultant paediatrician who has given evidence in court in that capacity. The references to the Magna Carta are particularly profound for a Lincolnshire MP because one of the copies, the Magna Carta from 1215, is kept in Lincoln. My honourable friends of Father of the House and the right honourable my friend for the member for Torridge have already talked at length and very eloquently about jury trials and why they should remain and why removing magistrates' appeal, right of appeal at magistrates' court is the wrong thing to do. So I'm not going to focus on that during the few minutes that I have, but instead I'm going to focus on Clause 17. Clause 17, Madam Deputy Speaker, removes the presumption of involvement of parents in their child's life. When there is dispute over who cares for a child, courts can make decisions. They can decide who a child is to live with. They can decide who has contact with the child and for how long and when. They can decide what form that contact takes, whether that's by telephone, in a supervised contact centre, or face-to-face in person. They can also make specific decrees, such as where the child is to go to school. The law is very clear, Madam Deputy Speaker. When they're making these decisions, the welfare of the child is paramount. They can take into account the child's wishes if they're old enough and capable of making decisions in that respect. They can think about whether the child has been subject to any harm. They can talk about whether the child is at risk of further harm. They can talk about the parent's capability and whether the parents are capable of providing for the needs of the child. But Section 1 of the Children's Act 1989 is very clear that this courts must presume, unless shown otherwise, that involvement with both parents is in the child's best interest.
Will she give way?
I will give way, yeah.
Thank you. Does the Honourable Lady agree with me that the harm review in 2020 said that that section that she mentions there creates a pro-contact culture which puts children at risk? A review under your government which received no response in the time post that being published.
Caroline Johnson.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her intervention. And this is why I've explained that the presumption is that the parents have involvement, but the court must take the risks to the child into consideration, and unless shown otherwise, they must give contact to both parents. But if the child is at risk, the court has the absolute right to prevent the child from seeing those parents or to restrict the contact to different types of forms and different timeframes. But the welfare of the child is what is key in those decisions. And it's in line with international law, which I know the opposition are very fond of. The UN Convention on Rights of the Child say that the parents and children should maintain personal relations and direct contact with both parents on a regular basis unless it is contrary to the child's interests. The European Court of Human Rights, Section 8, gives the right to family life and suggests that consideration be given to all alternatives before ordering no contact. The government, however, considers... I'll give way.
The Honourable Lady is talking about the right to family life, but she's not talking about the rights of the children. She's talking about the rights of the abusers. If you start from the idea that an abuser has a right to contact their children, you end up with bad decisions. That's why 67 children have died when contact shouldn't have been granted in the past 30 years. That is the change we're making. Those are the lives we're saving, and that's why this is important to do today.
Dr. Caroline Johnson. Member for his intervention. I'll continue my... I understand what he's saying, and I'll continue my speech, and perhaps he would listen to what I have to say. The purpose of the court decisions is, as he said, to prevent unsafe contact, to prevent the tragedies. And as a paediatrician, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've seen situations where children have been given back to parents and have come to significant harm as a result. I've dealt with those children, I've looked after those children, and unfortunately, not all cases have those children been able to be protected and saved. So the law is there to prevent unsafe contact, but the children's needs must be put first with the power to restrict access while in danger. The court must listen to all the evidence that's available, but no system is infallible, and sometimes judges get it wrong. When they do, the outcomes in this situation can be hugely tragic, leading to the loss of a child or the serious injury of a child. So I know that this legislation has been brought forward, Madam Deputy Speaker, with good intentions. The test is, will it prevent those harms? Will it prevent those tragedies? And I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, that it might not. The reason it might not is because the impact assessment the government itself has produced says it's unlikely to materially change the outcome in court. If that's the case, and it isn't unlikely to materially change the outcomes in court, what is the point of that legislation? Will it, on the other hand, reduce the likelihood of children seeing their parents? Will that in of itself cause some harm? Will it prevent some children from having the contact that they need with their family members? Will it prevent the tragedies that we wish to prevent or not? Will it isolate those children that are going to come to harm? Have we got the right risk assessments to do so? Every single one of us in this House, Madam Deputy Speaker, wants to protect children. We need to improve the risk assessments. We need to improve the social work times, that they get the time to make those proper risk assessments and are able to do them properly so that they are identifying those children which can be at risk and separating them from those which are not. We need to improve the representation of children in court. I was once in court, when the barrister got up to speak, I was in the witness box, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I was asked a question by the barrister. And the barrister had forgotten that he was representing the children, and he'd forgotten the names of one of the two children in that family, and I had to remind him from the witness box. We really need to improve the quality of representation of children. I won't give way. The legislation is potentially just a distraction, something that makes people feel like they're doing something and making a difference, but the impact assessment the government has produced suggests it will make no difference. So is this change going to make any difference or not? And has it been a lost opportunity to improve the risk assessments, to improve the representation, to improve the social work, and actually make a difference?
Tony Vaughan. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I draw attention to my register of interest, which includes my status as a barrister. Let us remind ourselves of the issues here. It is unacceptable that criminal trials should be listed in 2030 today. 2030. Now, that is a failure of the state, frankly. It's a failure of the state to provide a fundamental public service, that of justice. So the government has to act, and I do not accept arguments which suggest that things have to stay as they are. So I welcome the government's £2 billion investment in the criminal justice system, the decisions to lift the cap on Crown Court sitting days, to implement efficiencies, invest in the estate and streamline case management. All of that is overdue and should have been done by the party opposite. This is about ensuring that trials actually go ahead. The government believes that they won't be enough, though, to address the backlog without structural change. And I haven't actually heard any argument to attempt to argue to the contrary, but I want to turn to the most contentious element here, which is the permanent removal of the right to elect jury trial for either way cases. As other honourable members have said, this rests heavily on Sir Brian Levison's assessment of a minimum 20% time saving in the Crown Court. Sir Brian has been candid that the time estimate his estimate is based on modelling and is an informed qualitative judgment, not a hard empirical fact. And the Ministry itself accepts this modelling may not fully reflect real-world operations. So dealing with a safeguard as important as trial by one's peers, where liberty is at stake, the distinction between modelling and hard data matters. And it does seem that most people agree that those measures will save time, but there is a dispute about how much it is likely to do so.
I'm very grateful to my honourable and learned friend. What does he say about the fact that judges will have to give detailed reasons in the judgment on why they've decided a case in the way that they've decided? To declare an interest, my wife's a judge, it takes days, very often more than a week, to come up with the reasons for the decision that she's taken.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. I mean, I practiced as a civil lawyer for most of my career, and I've been challenging written reason decisions my whole career. I actually don't have a problem with judges issuing written reasons in the criminal jurisdiction. I think it is a way of getting more transparency about why those decisions have been made. That's my own personal view. Ideally, I would have piloted this system first and gathered the data, and only then, if that data showed that the measures were necessary to reduce the backlog, maybe that would have been something clearly difficult to rebut. If Sir Brian is right, and these reforms clearly cut waiting times, it will be good for victims and public confidence. But if these proposals are rolled out nationwide and he is wrong, the government is wrong, or the gains are negative or outweighed by harms to fairness or equalities or public trust, particularly for minority defendants, it's important, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this House should not have tied its hands. Removing the right to elect jury trial takes out around half of our jury trials. It's a very real interference with existing safeguards, and it shouldn't be a permanent change before we know that it works in practice. And that's why I believe there must be a clear statutory mechanism within the bill allowing Parliament to reverse this change if it doesn't work. In my view, we need a time-limited mandatory review on the face of the bill, tracking timeliness, conviction patterns, equalities impacts, with an explicit power to require ministers to restore the right to elect if the reforms do not deliver. And a clause of this nature would be a statement of confidence in Parliament's oversight rather than a lack of faith in reforms, as has been suggested. Expanding judge-only trials requires addressing the fact that the judiciary does not reflect our country's diversity. Replacing lay juries with a single judge demands an intense focus on how we improve judicial diversity and particularly transparency in appointments. For example, judicial references must be disclosable so that there is accountability for providing objective, evidence-based references if we are to improve the recruitment and promotion pipeline for women and minority ethnic judges. One of the last cases that I did in the courts before I was elected to Parliament was a judicial review of the decision of a Judicial Appointments Commission not to promote a district judge into a more senior position. And the whole case was about why she couldn't see the reasons why she was not promoted. And that secrecy, which is behind what many campaigners believe has been a process of secret soundings or a tap on the shoulder, has resulted in exactly the situation where we have a bench recruiting in their image. And that is a concept that was recognised by the Lamy Review and is a very real thing that we must address if we are to expand judge-only trials. We do face a grave crisis, but if we curtail long-standing rights, we must build in robust safeguards to this bill, and I hope that ministers will work constructively across the House to ensure that we tackle the backlog effectively while strengthening confidence in our justice system.
Very. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I just wanted to say it was a privilege to be here for the powerful and effective speech from the Honourable Member for Warrington North earlier on. Madam Deputy Speaker, when literally thousands of venerable members of the legal profession are saying so clearly that jury trial restrictions won't be effective or practical and may be counterproductive, and that they threaten our rights, surely the government must listen. The Green Party's reasoned amendment to this bill sets out clear reasons for the awful court backlog that is letting down so many victims. It talks about Conservative underfunding over many, many years, and we set out the missing resources that will properly serve to solve it. And it is rare to agree with some of our colleagues on anything, but the fact is we are all right on this point. We need alternatives to the restrictions on jury trials in this bill, like intensive listings, more sitting days, legal aid investment, better buildings and better services to deliver defendants to court. But our Green Amendment also raises the question of whether these measures are also yet another part of the government's wider attack on civil liberties too. The toolkit for tyrants it is building also out of digital ID, facial recognition surveillance on our streets, and the erosion of fundamental asylum rights. All things contrary to our British values, and which should not be packaged up for this or any future government to use against minorities, protesters and dissidents. This is all so dangerous. I wonder, can the Minister truly deny that the growing acceptance by juries of defences of proportionality or necessity in some protest cases was a factor in the inclusion of unnecessary and dangerous curtailment of jury trials in this bill? The category of triable either-way cases where jury trials will be restricted includes several of the specific offences created or made more serious by successive governments in the wake of successful non-violent protest action. And by successful, I mean non-violent actions that have caused inconvenience, yes, but which did what non-violent direct action is for, directly aiming to prevent harm to people or the environment, or creating a stir that raises up public awareness of serious injustice. Actions made into more serious offences have included interference with infrastructure, blocking roads or demonstrating in airports, specific tunnelling offences, conspiracy to lock onto each other during protests, or symbolically using statues in actions, as well as some kinds of noisy protests for being annoying. Along with the wider principle here, I am so concerned in connection with rights and liberties around dissent and resistance to state power that juries could no longer be able to judge the public interest or proportionality of the actions of defendants of these kinds of charges who have achieved so much progress throughout our history that nobody can deny. This bill should not affect our citizens' rights in this way. This bill should be about real investment in our courts to make sure justice is not delayed for those victims that we all care about.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, no one is denying that after 14 years of desecration by the Conservatives, the backlog in the Crown Courts is out of control and stacked against victims. But curtailing jury trials is not necessary to tackle it. There is no evidence that these plans will fix the problems in our criminal justice system, and the Institute for Government has suggested that restricting juries could save less than 2% of court time. It's no wonder then that thousands of lawyers have written to the government to oppose these plans. They do acknowledge, like many of us, that this bill does contain provisions such as the repeal of the presumption of child contact, which has been long campaigned for by many of us in this House, organisations such as Women's Aid and Right to Equality, and led by the incredible Claire Throssell, who joins us in the special gallery today. As well as making transcripts available from the Magistrates' Court, long campaigned for by Charlotte and the team at Open Justice for All, among others, and supported also by many of us in this House. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, when it comes to the proposals around jury trials and the curtailment of them, I have spoken to many victims of rape who feel that their trauma is being instrumentalized to undermine and restrict a fundamental cornerstone of our democracy, all for cost-cutting purposes. Of course they want reform of the criminal justice system, but they want it to be evidence-led. The value and the importance of a jury system cannot be understated. The House will be aware that I was cleared by a jury after a vexatious trial driven by malicious intent in 2021. Originally, my case was set to be heard in a magistrate's court. Now, I'm not saying that this would have led to a different outcome for sure, but the risks of miscarriages of justice for someone of my background, working class, Muslim, a woman of Bangladeshi heritage, would have been without a shadow of a doubt much higher. Now, in 2017, the Justice Secretary had said in his report, and I quote, "Juries are a success story of our justice system. Rigorous analysis shows that on average, juries, including all white juries, do not deliver different results for black and minority ethnic and white defendants." The report goes on, and I quote, "This positive story about the jury system is not matched by such a clear-cut story for magistrates' verdicts. In particular, there are some worrying disparities for BAME women of those women tried at magistrates' courts. Black women, Asian women, mixed ethnic women, and Chinese other women were all more likely to be convicted than white women. This bill will entrench structural discrimination, and I believe that the Justice Secretary knows it. Indeed, I'm also alarmed by proposals contained in this bill which seeks to introduce trial by judge for some financial and fraud cases, given that the Criminal Bar Association have highlighted that over 78% of barristers have said that it is important for juries to be able to evaluate complex evidence and prevent an overreach. The jury in my case, I'll give very briefly.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. I've just looked at the recent stats. In 2025, ethnic minority circuit judges amounted to 67. Unknown was 42. White was 637. The very vast majority of which are men. What does she say about that?
Well, my honourable friend highlights some very important and vital statistics that already show that we already have an issue in the criminal justice system, in our legal system, which we know doesn't reflect the wider diversity of communities at hand who experience and go through the criminal justice system. I was mentioning, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Criminal Bar Association have highlighted that over 78% of barristers have said that it's important for juries to be able to evaluate complex evidence and prevent an overreach when it comes to financial and fraud cases, and that the jury in my case considered evidence, in my view, quite necessarily over 8 days. We also know that the majority of women in prison are survivors of violence against women and girls, with nearly 70% of women in prison reporting having experienced domestic abuse. They are less likely to have been tried by jury because they are more likely to have been in a magistrate's court facing offences that are either way offences which could have been done and considered by a jury. I am very, very worried and concerned that the proposals in this bill will result in more victims being jailed. And this really does matter. 3-year prison terms are life-altering sentences that could now be handed out by a judge. The government has no mandate for this, a decision of such magnitude, but it wasn't in the Labour Party's 2024 manifesto. So instead of restricting jury trials, I urge the government to invest in and fund properly our criminal justice system to address the issue of court backlogs. Because everyone, every single one of us, should have equal rights under our legal and court system, because jury trials are a fundamental legal safeguard against miscarriages of justice, and because surely our society should be one which is based on true fairness in the course of delivering justice. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Jim Allister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we've heard some very powerful speeches today, none more so than that from the Honourable Member for Warrington North. But we did hear something very striking from the Justice Secretary. He told us that juries are the cornerstone of our criminal justice system. Well, what is a cornerstone? A cornerstone is the most important part of something on which everything else depends. What's the cornerstone of democracy? It's voting. We wouldn't think of getting rid of voting, the cornerstone of democracy, but we're invited in this House to get rid of the cornerstone of jury trials in a huge spectrum of cases. And let's, yes?
Does the honourable member agree with me that, in fact, what we're getting rid of is only a quarter of 3% of cases that go through the court process?
We're getting rid of thousands of cases which will deny to those who are accused in those cases the right that each one of us would claim for ourselves to be judged by our peers. And we're doing it in cases where it is a large sentence. 3 years is no trifling sentence. It is a substantial sentence, which it is, in a moment, it's a substantial sentence which is life-changing. And yet, we're suggesting that we should move away from that cornerstone of justice in all those cases. Yes, sir, good point.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, and I would just ask him 2 questions. 1, does he not accept that magistrates are indeed peers? And 2, that 12 months is a pretty considerable life-changing sentence as it currently stands?
Judges, no matter how intellectual, no matter how erudite they might be, no matter how experienced they might be, do not have the life experiences of 12 jurors. I spent my professional life as a junior and senior counsel in the criminal courts of Northern Ireland, and therefore I have substantial experience of appearing not just in jury trials, but because for decades we had diplomat courts appearing in judge-alone trials. And I can tell you from my experience, if I was in a position where I was charged with an offence, without doubt, I would choose the jury rather than the judge alone. Because whether we like it or not, the most experienced judge becomes case hardened. You will get far more empathy, either as a victim of crime or as a person accused of crime, from a jury. Why? Because they have the lived experience that is likely to show affinity with you, be you the victim or be you the accused. And that is an immeasurable advantage, an immeasurable quantity in our justice system, to have those deciding the facts of a case, those who have the feel for what it is to live in that community, those who know what it is to have empathy with either the person accused or the victim. They are in a far superior position to some case-hardened judge who's heard it all before, and frankly, it cannot deliver the quality of dependable justice. And I know from my experience, many people, even those who were convicted, would have said, well, at least it was my peers who convicted me. I have more confidence in what they did than what a single judge would do. Because remember this, a jury, what is a jury? When we abolish juries, we're abolishing not just an established right going back 800 years, we are abolishing a protection against arbitrary power. We are abolishing the honest broker. Who brings a case against an accused? The state. Who is the honest broker in that? The jury. And the jury that has affinity with lived experience is in a far better position to reach a sustainable and a credible verdict. Because at the end of this, it is public confidence in our criminal justice system which matters hugely. And you will have far more public confidence generated in our criminal justice system through juries than through judge of vote. The point was made earlier that in 41% of all summary trials which go to appeal, they are overturned. What does that tell us? It tells us of the case hardness of some of those who are hearing them. It tells us of the summary nature and the speed with which some of them are heard. And it tells us that an injustice was done in 41% of those cases. Are we in the business of accentuating injustice? Surely not. Surely we are in the business of extracting from our system injustice. And you'll do that far stronger and far better through maintaining, not diminishing, jury trials, because they are indeed, as the Justice Secretary said, the cornerstone. Take away the cornerstone, and you have begun to demolish the edifice in which we all have so much pride, our criminal justice system.
Matt Bishop.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At the heart of these reforms before us today is one word and one simple question. The word is victims, and the question is, how do we ensure that victims actually receive the justice that they are promised? Members of the House will know before coming to this place I served as a police officer over 3 different forces, and during that time I saw firsthand the impact crime has on people's lives. I met victims at some of the worst moments they will ever experience, often after deeply traumatic incidents. But what always stayed with me was the faith that victims placed in our justice system. They believe that if they report what has happened, and they come forward and they endure the stress of an investigation and a trial, that the system will ultimately deliver justice. They believe that institutions in this country, the police, the courts and the rule of law, will stand behind them. And when victims report a crime, they are making a promise to us and the justice system that they will follow through and endure the issues that they have to endure. The least that we can do is ensure the justice system keeps its promise back to them. But today, far too often, that faith is being tested. I regularly meet victims and victims groups who speak about the anxiety, uncertainty and sheer exhaustion that comes with waiting for their case to reach court. Many have done everything that we have asked them to, reported the crime, given evidence, supported the investigation, only to be left waiting months and years for a conclusion. Through my work on the Justice Select Committee, I've viewed extensive evidence about the state of the courts, and the reality is stark. The Crown Court backlog has more than doubled since 2019. Trials are taking longer, and for some of the most serious offences, particularly rape and sexual assault, victims are waiting well over a year on average for their cases to conclude. And beyond those numbers are real people, victims who cannot move on with their lives, families left in limbo, and witnesses forced to relive traumatic experiences as hearings are delayed or postponed. Justice delayed really does become justice denied. Before going further, I just want to recognise the people who keep our justice system running. The magistrates, judges, court staff, they all do extraordinary work. Magistrates in particular give up their time voluntarily to serve the public and uphold the rule of law in their communities. Too often we talk about the pressures on the justice system without recognising the people who are holding it together. They deserve our gratitude, but they also deserve a system that properly supports the work they do, and that is why this reform is necessary. The reality is that cases today are more complex than they once were. Digital evidence, mobile phone data, body-worn video, modern forensic techniques, all of it has improved and improved the fairness of trials, but they've also made cases longer and more demanding to process. The measures in the bill seek to address that. Giving magistrates greater sentencing powers will allow more cases to be resolved in the Magistrates' Court, freeing up Crown Court capacity for the most serious offences. Similarly, allowing courts greater flexibility in determining where cases should be heard helps ensure that the most serious crimes are not competing for court time with cases that could be resolved more quickly elsewhere. Another important aspect of the bill is the modernisation of the courts. For too long, our justice system has lagged behind the technology available for it. Victims still face unnecessary barriers when trying to access transcripts or understand the progress of their case. Using technology more effectively can make the system faster, more transparent and more accessible. And finally, I want to briefly address the removal of the presumption of parental involvement from the Children Act. For many years, survivors of domestic abuse and campaigners have raised concerns about what has sometimes been described as a pro-contact culture within parts of the family court system. Organisations such as PEEPSA, which support survivors of post-separation abuse, has welcomed the government's decision to repeal the presumption of parental involvement. They have long warned that a pro-contact culture can risk sidelining the safety of children and survivors. I will give way.
Thank you for giving way. Too many women have told me that the family courts felt like an extension of the abuse that they were trying to escape. Does he agree that by ending the presumption of parental involvement, that's a crucial step towards ensuring that children's safety, not an automatic assumption of contact, is a starting point in every case?
I thank my honourable friend for intervention. I completely agree, and children must never be used as a tool through which abuse can continue after separation. Removing the presumption also sends a clear message that children's safety and well-being must always come first. And of course, reforms of this scale will rightly be scrutinised as the bill progresses. But the alternative, doing nothing, is simply not acceptable. Without reform, the backlog will grow, victims will continue to wait, and confidence in our justice system will continue to erode. Justice is the foundation of public confidence in this country. When victims lose faith in the system, the rule of law itself begins to weaken. So this bill is about restoring the faith and ensuring that when victims come forward, the justice system is ready to stand behind them. And for that reason, I'm pleased to support the bill today.
Members will be aware there is still a large number wishing to speak, so I'm going to reduce the time limit to 4 minutes after the next speaker. So Ashley Fox.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I support the reasoned amendment tabled by my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, declining to give this bill a second reading. I do so because while there are some useful measures in the bill, at its heart is an unjust proposal. The government's plan to curtail jury trials is wrong. I will.
I respect the honourable gentleman, and I understand that his concerns about this will be genuinely rooted. But nonetheless, the presumption of parental involvement being revoked within this bill is absolutely critical. And I do not understand how he can proceed with a reasoned amendment that would kill the entire bill on that basis.
Sir Ashley Fox.
I'm grateful to that intervention. The right to a trial by jury is central to the English legal system. It has its roots in Magna Carta. It ensures that the public participates in the administration of criminal justice, and it gives protection to citizens from politically inspired trials. It is regrettable that some parts of the Labour Party seem to take delight in tearing up long-held principles that underpin our Constitution, simply because it is politically expedient to do so. They are shredding our Constitution without much thought as to the consequences. They are changing... I'll give way.
Giving way. Does removing jury trials is surely an erosion of the criminal justice system, and as he's alluded to, surely one judge cannot provide the same scrutiny as a random 12 jurors. Surely if the need is to actually reduce the backlog, then maybe we should consider using courtrooms 100% of the time to actually reduce the backlog in the first place.
I agree with the Honourable Lady's point. The government are changing the balance of power between the citizen and the state, and then pleading delays in Crown Court trials as justification. And this policy of curtailing the right to jury trials is ideological. In January, the Courts Minister was asked about the plans to overhaul jury trials. She admitted that she would be scrapping these jury trials even if there was no court backlog. I wonder how many Labour colleagues agree with her, because I think it's disgraceful, and I do suspect that there are more than 80 Labour MPs that agree with me. There is no doubt that the Crown Court backlog is a serious issue. The Leveson report contains many useful proposals to improve the criminal justice system, and I will support them. But the backlog was not caused by the right to trial by jury, and it will not be alleviated by curtailing that right. In my view, the solution is to increase the capacity of the Crown Court And in fairness, parts of the bill do aim to do that. But why does the Lord Chancellor think that abolishing jury trials for those likely to receive a sentence of 3 years or less is the right thing to do? Senior judges, legal professional, even learned Labour MPs have all warned that removing juries will make only a marginal difference, if any at all. And as a former solicitor, I agree with them. Judges themselves have said that the supposed time savings are inherently uncertain. Single judge trials still require full evidence, witnesses, legal argument, and detailed reasoned judgments. That takes time. In fact, it risks leaving courtrooms empty while judges write up their decisions instead of hearing other cases. There are other reforms that we should make before sacrificing the right to trial by jury. To take one example, the Lord Chancellor should look at the wider efficiency of the Ministry of Justice. For the last 2 years, the MOJ, which includes the court service, lost the highest number of days per member of staff in sickness and absence in the whole of Whitehall. Each employee took an average of 10.7 days sickness. That equates to over 2 working weeks a year for every member of staff. That is not only 30% higher than the civil service average, but it's double the average of the private sector. Now, I've always thought that sickness is a fairly good indication of how well a company, a charity, a department is run. And perhaps if the Lord Chancellor focused his efforts on improving the efficiency of his own department, he might start to see the whole system improve. And the Lord Chancellor should also look at the listing practices of different court circuits in England. The Western Circuit, which covers Somerset, has a much lower backlog than in London. And the Liverpool Circuit is probably the most efficient in the country. So why does the Lord Chancellor not try and replicate the listing practices of the Liverpool Circuit before taking this disastrous step? Now, the Lord Chancellor has previously said cutting jury trials is a mistake. We know that in the past he thought that that was wrong. And I believe that his first judgment, according to his conscience, was the right one. And I would urge him, Madam Deputy Speaker, to reconsider his plans.
Yasmin Qureshi.
I welcome much in this bill. I welcome the investment in legal aid, the additional sitting days and the funding for our courts. But I want to focus my remarks on 2 proposals within it: the restriction of jury trials for either-way offences and the removal of the automatic right of appeal from the Magistrates' Court to the Crown Court. I say this as someone who began their legal career as a prosecutor in the 90s, when the kind of backlogs we see today simply did not exist, even though in those days more cases were heard in the Crown Court because the magistrates had the sentencing power for only 6 months. The delays we face today are not caused by jury trials. As Shadow Justice Minister, I remember repeatedly challenging the previous Conservative government about the consequences of the decisions they were making. Courts were closed, judicial sitting days were cut, court staff were reduced, and legal aid was placed under enormous strain. At the same time, the system had to cope with demands of modern digital evidence, delays in disclosure, problems with prisoner transport, and the disruption caused by COVID. Now, the government argues that these reforms are necessary to reduce the Crown Court backlogs and often point to the delay faced by victims of sexual and domestic abuse. I take these concerns very seriously. A substantial part of my career as a prosecutor was spent as a designated child and sexual abuse specialist and rape specialist. I work closely with victims, witnesses and families affected by these traumatic offences. If I believed that the abolition of jury trials would generally allow these cases to be heard more quickly, I would support it. But I don't. There is also an issue of removing the automatic right of appeal from the Magistrates' Court to the Crown Court. This change will disproportionately affect the defendants from poorer backgrounds who may not have legal aid representation. We know that a significant proportion of these appeals succeed, which raises serious concern about access to justice. These 2 proposals will disproportionately impact the most vulnerable in our society. particularly those from socially, economically and educationally deprived backgrounds. My own constituency ranks as the 38th most deprived in the country. For many of my constituents, the criminal justice system already feels distant and difficult to navigate. We should be careful not to introduce changes that risk criminalising and disadvantaging them even further. There are real reforms that could be done which could address the delay. The first and foremost is the Labour Party's commitment to have specialist rape courts, properly funded, and I know that lawyers and judges will be prepared to sit weekends to tackle those cases through. Secondly, we could be more like the civil system, where there are particular timelines which are set into the case so that cases are progressed properly, and if any of the parties don't act properly, there could be financial sanctions to them. Also, I know we're going to be opening more courts and courtrooms, but we need to expand the judicial sitting days as well. We also need to make sure that the SERCO and other bodies that produce defendants in court, those contracts need to be reviewed as well, because there's a lot of delay caused by defendants not being produced at court. Further, we will say that the prosecution and the police need to be able to present their evidence to the defence as soon as possible, and for the defendants to be legally represented so that new additional evidence can be considered so we can have pleas done at a much earlier stage. I think that we need to look at these things first, try to put these things into place, and then see what happens before we get rid of or restrict jury trials.
Slade.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There is absolutely no doubt that long delays in criminal court shake public confidence, and I can only imagine the distress of victims forced to wait years for justice. I've supported in my role as an MP those who have experienced repeat offences as they wait for the stalkers to face justice, and it's tragic that cases collapse because victims can't face reliving their experience or witnesses' memories fade. But it isn't just victims who are harmed by these delays. Defendants who are, under the law, innocent until proven guilty are also having their lives suspended. And those defendants deserve fairness, so I am deeply worried about the income thresholds for legal aid in the Magistrates' Court. It is ridiculous that even someone working in an entry-level minimum wage job will not automatically be eligible. How is that fair justice? Does the government really believe that unless you can afford to fund your defence, your freedom should be at stake? And I hope that if this passes second reading, that the government will put forward some substantial changes. But the heart of my concern in this bill is the fundamental shift in the role of the magistrate in the bench division. A typical magistrate's trial lasts 5 to 6 hours, and a similar case in the Crown Court is likely to take 3 to 4 days. For good reason: more legal direction, ensuring victims and defendants understand the process and upholding the integrity of justice. But I'm deeply concerned that if these complex cases, carrying sentences of up to 24 months in prison, are passed over to the Magistrates' Court, they too will become longer, creating even bigger backlogs and just shifting the problem somewhere else. So what assessment has actually been carried out, because I've asked on several occasions, on the capacity of current magistrates to sit in multi-day trials, trials that require attendance day after day, making younger working magistrates far less likely to be able to sit? We know that the Magistrates Association has deemed the current need for magistrates as 17,000, and we have only 14,000. Previous recruitment drives haven't generated enough applicants. Where is the evidence that our communities can find these extra people who can serve on extra time? And the other problem is the age of magistrates. Whilst there are some notable exceptions in this room, 81% of existing magistrates are over 50, which is much higher than the average age of judges. This proposal widens the demographic gap between the court and those facing justice, and juries, of course, provide that broader age and background diversity. So, again, this is a real diversion. If we have insufficient magistrates now, where is the evidence that people who will be willing and able to fulfil the critical, increasingly difficult role in society, and that they are able to take someone's liberty for up to 2 years? That is a huge responsibility on somebody that is not legally trained. And talking of legally trained, I've raised this before, the access to legal advisors. The Lord Chancellor has indicated more money for legal advisors, but that was before this proposal, where I raised it after seeing my local cases I see no evidence that there are enough legal advisors willing to work at this lowest rung of the court system to be able to support those magistrates. Another thing I wanted to raise was that the processes in the magistrates' courts. One of my constituents denied the right to go to Crown Court has been told she has just 27 minutes to plead her case, which she feels is a denial of her rights. In a case where liberty is at risk and where a criminal conviction could lead to the loss of employment, travel, reputational impact for years to come, we really do have to consider the impact on the victims and the defendants from this significant move. Madam Deputy Speaker, I wonder if the Lord Chancellor can tell us who said juries provide representation of local population and a filter for prejudice, that criminal trials without juries are a bad idea, and that the government should not fix backlogs by abandoning a valuable tradition for short-term benefit in either way trials.
Abdissam Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my previous work as a solicitor, I represented women who had suffered terrible violence and people who had been pushed to the margins of society. I have seen firsthand how fragile access to justice can be, how years of underinvestment has taken a wrecking ball to our justice system, and yes, change is clearly needed. But the reforms before us today, removing the right of defendants to elect trial by jury, does not appear to be a proportionate answer to that problem. The evidence does not support the claim that these reforms will deliver the benefits suggested, with projections suggesting that the impact on the backlog may at best be modest. That raises an obvious question. If the contribution these measures make to reducing the backlog is uncertain, why are we being asked to make such a profound and permanent change to one of the central safeguards in our criminal justice system? Members have spoken about a range of different offences, from theft to drug-related offences. But when people are taken to court over action to advance causes that they believe in, both in the past when it was the suffragettes, to today when it is climate activists or Palestinian protesters, it is ordinary people, their peers, who recognise the moral imperative behind their actions to prevent greater harm. The freedoms that this system protects are not abstract. They exist precisely to safeguard individuals against the power of the state when they stand accused of a criminal offence. That is why we should be cautious before curtailing them. There is also a serious question about the impact these reforms may have on black and ethnic minority defendants. The Justice Secretary's own review in 2017 highlighted deep disparities and a troubling lack of trust in parts of our criminal justice system. One of his key messages was that fairness must not only exist, it must be seen to exist. Juries who are drawn from our communities play an important role in that public confidence. Reducing access to jury trial could risk further eroding trust among certain communities that already feel disproportionately affected by the criminal justice system. So if these reforms proceed, it is therefore essential that their impact on black and ethnic minority defendants is specifically examined transparently and rigorously. Now, none of this is to deny the seriousness of the backlog crisis. The courts must function efficiently and the victims should not have to wait years for justice. But the purpose of these reforms is to address the backlog. Then I suggest that we understand why they are being introduced as a permanent alteration to our justice system instead of a time-limited measure.
Will my friend give way?
I will give way on that point.
I thank her very much for giving way, and I will be supporting the government tonight because it's very clear that decisive action is needed to tackle the backlog that so many people here have described. But I wonder whether she'd agree with me that if the government is genuinely confident about the package of reforms that it's putting forward, it would be fair and proportionate to add a review clause or equivalent which makes sure that we are clear about whether we actually need some of the measures that are there in this proposal.
I thank my honourable friend for his contribution, and I agree the logical approach would be to treat this as a time-limited measure, or indeed the Justice Secretary should consider a mandatory time-bound review, assessing the impact of these changes not only on the backlog, but the impact on trial outcomes, the impact on equality before the law, the impact on public confidence, the impact on specifically black and ethnic minority defendants. All of these must be included in a review if it is to be robust. It must also allow Parliament not only to examine the evidence, but if the reforms fail to deliver the benefits claimed or produce serious unintended consequences, then a review must allow us to revisit and, if needed, reverse. That would be a constructive and responsible approach. Madam Deputy Speaker, the efficiency in the courts is important, but justice is equally important too. So I would say to the Justice Secretary, if we are to take a step as serious as limiting the right to jury trial, at the very least, Parliament should have the right to rigorous scrutiny, a meaningful review, and the clear possibility of reversal if this policy does not work.
Lincoln Job.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. From the beginning, please can I pay huge tribute to the member for Warrington North for her testimony to the House today. It was a privilege to be here, to hear it, and it will last long in the memory. I don't actually have a huge amount of experience of jury trials. In fact, what I have experience of is the antithesis. When we were training to go to Northern Ireland in 1992, the IRA at the time were very wont to put us on the horns of a dilemma in terms of whether we could open fire or not. And we used to do these cine ranges, and I remember saying to my trainer, they would pause the action, and I remember saying to my trainer, "Can I fire?" And he said to me, "That is a very difficult situation, sir. That is when you remind yourself that it is better to be tried by 12 men than to be carried by 6. It was quite chilling, particularly when a few months later, 2 of my guardsmen were involved in a judgmental shooting, and it turns out you don't get tried by 12 men, you get tried by 1, and they were convicted of murder and sent away for life. So I've seen it from the other side. I do think that there's been something of a consensus in the debate today. I think there's a consensus that justice delayed is justice denied. I think there's a consensus that there's a backlog and the backlog needs to be reduced. What I don't think that there is a consensus about is whether these limiting or halving the number of trials which will go to jury trial, cases which will go to jury trial, removing thousands of victims and thousands of defendants of the right to that jury trial, will actually reduce the backlog in the way in which the Deputy Prime Minister has suggested. So in the absence of my experience of jury trials, I do just want to give some time to one of my constituents who wrote to me. His name is Sir Ivan Lawrence, KC, and he is a former Member of Parliament of this place, and he said, "After 63 years conducting jury trials at the criminal bar, sitting as a recorder, speaking to countless ex-jurors,